always going to be there to save him. Regardless of what happens, Galio is always going to come in, and Xiao is...
Let's dance! I'm on it, Black Shoe! Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Gusto picks. Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Change arrangement.
Give me a moment. Let me figure this out. But okay, you know what? I'll bring it in since I can't hear Brandon. Guys, welcome to the final day of the playoffs for the Sea Icon Series Singapore region, and we're pretty much taking a look at who's going to be ending up as the top two teams who will qualify for the Super Summer Cup. Brandon's dressed super nice. He has his blazer. Okay, I think I hear him a little bit now. You know, it's super funny every time we do these because it reminds me of like the MSI. Every time they have this like, you know, remote interview coming in, and then for the first two interviews, it's always like the audio doesn't work.
I mean, the stuff happens. Stuff happens. That is the nature of running remote broadcasts. But you know, hopefully we don't have any other issues coming through today as we take a look at the final day of the playoffs of the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore matches. And as always, bring you guys the coverage. It's me, Gaminism. With me is Hungry Cast as we take a look at our first matchup coming in today. It's going to be the lower bracket finals between Noblesse Gaming and Impunity Esports.
What's going on because I don't hear Brandon. This is starting to become a bit hilarious, right? Just trying to figure out what's going on at the moment. I can hear my production team. I can hear everyone running this through. So the only person missing is Grennan, which is a bit tricky. I feel like it's gonna be impossible to cast if I don't hear Grennan here.
No, you just read my
lips. If Grennan can hear me, can you give me a thumbs up? Oh, he's asking me to read his lips. No, never gonna happen. Good try, good try. See, we have that synergy going, right? But not that level of synergy. I can't read your lips. I can't cast without hearing what you say. I feel like this is gonna be a nightmare. We have to do like sign language, just like casting all the way like that.
I mean, if we gotta do what we gotta do.
Yes.
Yes. We did it.
Okay.
Let's take a look at our lower bracket coming in here because it is the lower bracket finals between Noblesse and Impunity Esports. We've come a long way. We've been playing BO1s to get to this point. Impunity is going to be starting on the blue side, I believe. So interesting, a little dynamic for them because that's going to be kind of how they're going to be drafting and the kind of strategy they're going to be bringing to the table after this.
And also, this is the rematch that Noblesse really wanted, right? I mean, against Impunity Esports, I think they were a bit, I wouldn't say salty is the word, but still a bit jolted by the fact that Impunity managed to steal the game away from them during the qualifiers. So this is a chance for them to prove themselves against Impunity Esports, and we know what's at stake here. The winner goes on to the lower bracket finals where they'll play a BO3 against the loser of the Alliance versus Celestial. So that is going to be coming up later in the day. But again, the journey starts here for both Noblesse Gaming and Impunity Esports. I mean, I say starts here, it's continuing. It's this never-ending grind to try and find a place in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And right after this game, we also have our upper bracket finals. It's going to be Alliance versus Celestials. Alliance, a team that does not need any introduction, but we're going to talk a little bit about them anyway. They are an incredibly dominant team, generally regarded as the #1 in the region, well, in Singapore at least, currently. And facing them, it's Celestials, a team that has improved dramatically over the course of the competitions and the qualifiers and managed to take a 2-0 against Noblesse, another big favorite for this competition.
I mean, hell, you say best team in Singapore. I'm going to go as far as to say potentially the top 3 in Southeast Asia. They've displayed such strong understanding of what it takes to succeed in Wild Rift. And fun fact, I was in the chat yesterday. Remember when they drafted the Fiora composition? I was like, what is going on? And then I was chatting on stream with John, and he was like, that's a Galaxy Brain draft. And I feel like he's being a bit sarcastic, a bit ironic about drafting the Fiora for Raven because even though the win conditions were very limited, it's just a display of how good this team is. They understand what they need to do to win. If you remember, the win condition there was Raven's Fiora gets super fed, plays the side lane. Well, they did exactly that, right? They sent Shinsekai and Rengar to perpetually keep Raven ahead, and because of that, they were able to achieve victory in their upper bracket semifinals.
It definitely had a bit of a different twist compared to a lot of the other Fiora games that we've seen so far, especially since they brought the Fiora into the mid lane with Raven. It had a lot more impact because you had Shinsekai coming in to cover him on the side as well. Very different from how some of these other teams playing, where Fiora just goes in and tries to develop a lead organically. That being said, here we should be going into a game between Noblesse and Impunity soon. This Noblesse surprisingly dropped 2 games against Celestials without being able to take a game back, and I feel like that's not exactly the signs of that we want to see from Noblesse, a team that is saying that we're looking to take down Impunity, we're looking to take down Alliance. What do you think they kind of stand right now that we've seen Celestials play this match?
I think I had some discussion, or not discussion, right? Like behind the scenes conversation with the team, and one thing I heard was that the jungler Xingyi was a bit tilted, wasn't performing as we expected in terms of the standard for this team, and rightly so. I was kind of criticizing the jungle pathing for Noblesse and how on Jarvan, when it came down to taking camps, when it came down to being efficient with his pathing, it wasn't really there. It was a bit lackluster, right? And I give some feedback, I give some thoughts. One big thing that we want to see is the improvement of the jungler and how he adapts his pathing and plays for his lanes. Because if you guys remember that game, a lot of camps were left open. The Jarvan player on Noblesse actually didn't take the extreme ends of the jungle, left the Grom, left the Crux open, and as a result, fell behind EXP, wasn't able to impact the lanes as much as he would like. So this is an adaptation, this is a problem that they need to to fix. And I think coming in to this match against Impunity, it has to be done. It has to be fixed. Otherwise, they're gonna end up dropping this best of 1.
Tighten up exactly what you want to try and get done in this early game. Because if you're looking to try and farm up a little bit faster and then go for these ganks and find these high impact plays, then you also have to kind of acknowledge that what's going to happen in the mid game is you're going to fall a little bit behind. And when you're playing champions that want to be able to have a lot of impact, you know, when we saw in the Jarvan can run with a little bit less scope, but we saw how impactful it can be if you're able to get the early gargoyles, you know, so much additional tankiness. If you can sneak in an extra damage item, that could be the difference, being able to solo out an opponent on the enemy side and then still being able to hold 2 or 3 guys for a little longer before you die and let your team come in. So very impactful overall, the way that you want to play out the jungle. Hopefully yesterday was just a tilt play, and today they're coming back in refreshed, their mental is reset, you know, you get a nice little break, you make sure that you get some good food, some 100+, top that up, you know, you're back into the games today, looking to try and pick up this quick win over Impunity.
Yeah. The reverse is also true for Impunity, though. We saw Wild Boar pick up that Lee Sin, if you remember, the final game in day 2 of playoffs, and that was like a ace in a hole, like a pocket pick that we haven't really seen, but he performed really well on. And you could see the inversion here, almost like this parallel between junglers who are efficient, who are impactful, versus junglers who fall off and don't maximize their time and their impact for the team. So I'm interested to see how this jungle matchup plays out. Wild Boar has been very consistent ever since he swapped over to the jungle role. If you remember, they had some internal role swaps, I believe. Originally it was Spaghetti in the jungle, and then they had to switch things around. Eventually though, we ended up with this roster, this particular role set for Impunity Esports, which is, you know, Cote d'Ivoire in the Baron lane, Wild Boar in the jungle. As you can see, we are already into draft. So yeah, like I was saying, Cote d'Ivoire in the Baron lane, Wild Boar in the jungle, Swope mid lane, no change. Spaghetti on that ADC position, Scarlet Petal on the support, the duo making up the Dragon lane.
Yeah, you know, this is something that I want to talk about as well. Scarlet Petal on the support has been kind of a defining point for Impunity. It's been that big kind of pen that's holding down the team and holding them together. I'm a little bit concerned because when they went up against Alliance, they tried to change things up, brought in a little bit of a different strategy, tried to go for more Enchanter type supports basically. And because of that, ran into this issue where, you know, it's a disconnect from the usual style. It doesn't seem like something that's as well rehearsed, you know. You want to go in as a well-oiled machine. It felt like there were a few pieces that just weren't moving together, and so hopefully coming into this game they can decide now. Are they going to look to try and play for something different, or stick to the usual conventional comp we've seen for them? Alistar a big pickup, Galio a big pickup, even to some extent that Gragas could go into the support role. Let's see what they want to try and go for. We do see the bans come through, Akali and Ziggs from the blue side, red side getting rid of Gragas and Camille right away.
So the Gallo being open means that this should be instantly picked up. Again, a flex pick for Sword and Scarlet Petal. You talk about impactful supports. They want to make things happen. This is your guy. You know, you pick up early Righteous Glory Enchant, make things happen in the mid lane, in the top lane. For the most part though, Impunity Esports doesn't really play towards Cote d'Ivoire or too much. It tends to be the Swirl and Spaghetti show with Scarlet Petal enabling them. So I do expect Cote d'Ivoire to be picking up something more tanky, something a bit more that can be left alone in the top side. So maybe a Garen seems to be the idea here. Oh no, don't do it. He goes for the Vi. Okay, you know, we spoke a lot about the Vi yesterday. It's very one-dimensional pick. It doesn't bring that flexibility to the draft because it's very telegraphed what the Vi is supposed to do. Hit someone with the Assault Battery, lock a carry down, and then allow your team to follow up. In the same vein, Jarvan does the same thing. Lee Sin, to a certain extent, if you can get the Insect off, also does the same thing. So I think Vi is a very early meta Wild Rift pick, but not so much now that, you know, a lot of the teams, a lot of the players have evolved past that.
Yeah, I think it becomes almost a default to just look for something like the Xayah. You know, if you don't really want to have your AD carry have to worry so much about getting peel, or even just going for the enchantment with the Hourglass can provide a lot of safety against the Vi, and the Vi has to invest, what, 27, over 20, almost 3,000 gold to build towards the Guardian Angel, which is much more than, you know, just the Hourglass enchant that the opponent has to build in. So it's a big disconnect, and it's not as much value for the Vi for now. Impunity, like you mentioned, are going to pick up the Garen for Cote d'Ivoire probably here, as well as Corki. Could go into the mid lane, could go as the marksman. It's still leaving some space for them to try and decide. Noblesse now have to look to respond. Bot lane support already picked up. Yep.
I can see the strategy here for Impunity. They're picking the Corki away from Kung. If you guys know this player, he's also known as Cryonics, one of the old school players from League of Legends PC. Corki mid is one of his more comfortable picks, so by taking the Corki away, it forces him to default into something like the Ahri, which he also is very comfortable on. He loves this matchup, playing Ahri into Corki. It's Ahri sided because all he has to do is push up the wave and start roaming. Corki is unable to really follow the Ahri because if you get hit by Charm, you can't take the duel anymore. So I understand what Noblesse is trying to respond with in terms of their own draft. The Corki is not a pick I like against the Braum, especially because you can put the Unbreakable up and block a lot of the damage from the backline. Xayah being picked up by Noblesse Gaming. This is something we talked about. You know, the Xayah is an answer towards the Vi, so picking it for themselves means that Impunity doesn't have that level of safety anymore, and this Corki has to sort of default into the marksman position unless they decide to pick up something like a Kai'Sa or Tristana here, both of which have some level of evasion, but not as high as the Xayah.
Yeah, definitely nothing really compares with the Xayah in terms of being able to have the additional survivability. Actually locking in the Lee Sin, so something that we saw in our games yesterday, and the last one, Wild Ball bringing in this Lee Sin once again. Now it's down to Scarpello to look for his last pick. We already saw the Galio, so could see a Galio flex to the support, and they could bring Diana into the middle. So like you mentioned, bringing Corki into the AD carry position, not going to look to bring the Kai'Sa or the Tristana anymore, seems a little bit excessive, and so now it's down to Noblesse with this last pick. They have a couple options here, what they want to bring up to the Baron lane to try and respond to this Garen.
I think the Corki as a DPS source for the team is decent, even against the Braum right now, because you still have secondary threats in the form of the Lee Sin, in the form of the Diana, and right now, Eris is going to lock in that Fiora against Garen. We've seen this matchup go both ways, right? If you are able to scale, if you are able to get to the late game, doesn't matter how much armor he builds, you're still going to cut through majority of that because Vital Procs are insanely strong in that endeavor. For the most part though, think about how both teams want to play the composition out. Noblesse want to play a 1-4 composition, you know, maybe even a 2-3. Have Eris on this Fiora in the side lane, maybe have Xingyi just shadow him, play towards the Fiora, and then the rest of the team, their job is to stay alive. Their job is to poke and siege and push. With Xayah, with Ahri, you can do that very well, right? You can just stand in front of a turret, just auto attack if they step up, hit a charm, hit a blade caller, root them in place, find a pick and back off.
Game plan set in stone for Impunity and Noblesse. We're looking to try and pick up this win in the lower bracket finals. If Noblesse, if Impunity are able to pick up this win, they get to keep their dreams alive and move to look to take down Alliance in the next set of games. If depending on the loser of Alliance versus Celestials, whoever drops down there. If Noblesse win this one, they get to play a rematch against Celestials and look to try and make their way into the Ultimate Grand Finals, which is going to be happening later today as a BO5 series. For now, for you guys that are back at home and watching these games, tune into the Twitch broadcast and clip your favorite moments. If you catch a backdoor victory, a pentakill, an epic dragon, or Baron steal, and you clip that, you stand a chance to win one Secretlab Titan chair in the League of Legends series. Pretty awesome stuff, if you ask me. You know, we already saw a lot of really cool things happen. Backdoor victory happen. We saw Baron steals, Dragon steals galore.
A ton of Baron steals.
Yeah, pentakills not yet. We could see what happened today. The last time Impunity and Noblesse played each other, we saw a backdoor from Swirl that really kind of just turned the game on its head. So, and exactly on this Diana again. Let's see if they can make history happen. They say lightning never strikes twice, but they never said anything about Impunity. So let's take a look as we get ready to jump into game. Predictions for this one, Hungry.
As far as the game goes, it's 50-50 for me, just by looking at the draft as well as the people, you know, playing those particular drafts. I think that both teams have differing win conditions. Whoever execute their win conditions better will be able to clinch this game. It sounds like a, yeah, of course, you know, obvious fact, but it's just a matter that on the Noblesse side, they have to split push with the Fiora, they have to win via that method, whereas for Impunity Esports, they're looking towards that, you know, hard engage with the Diana. They're looking to combo together with the Galio and make something happen in these 5v5 fights. So I do expect whoever, finds that small snowball in terms of their win condition will be able to wrest control of the game and hold the mid game in their favor. The question is, how do you do so? I think we're looking towards the jungler a lot for this particular series, or in this particular best of one, because like I called out, Wild Boar on this Lee Sin hasn't played it so far, by the way. Only played it one game yesterday as an ace in a hole, kind of like a secret pick. Now he pulls it up again because it is his last chance. If they lose this, they're out. If they win, they move to the lower bracket grand finals. I feel like this is very necessary. If he passes well, if he makes things happen for his team, if he gets an early lead. We've seen how people like Shinsekai on this Lee Sin, when they start building things like Trinity Force, GA, and they just jump the backline to kill everyone. It doesn't matter who's going up against them, right? That feels impactful. Whereas Shingy on this Vi, a pick I don't like, he has to min-max his efficiency if he wants to make something happen for his team.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to come from, because looking at things overall, it seems like a pretty decent composition for Noblesse. I feel like they have Impunity's number. They put them against the wall a number of times in the game so far. The pick that really just kind of turns my attention back onto Impunity has to be that Vi. I'm just not a big fan. I feel like it's just too easy to counter.
Yeah. Even more so now that your team, or well, you're not your team, but like Impunity Esports have drafted around, making sure they have some level of PU, some level of counter engage, some level of front line. So the way the Vi engages these fights is going to be what makes or breaks Noblesse's chances at victory here. Imagine if Shingy on this Vi is like, tries to Leroy Jenkins in 1v5, and then his team has to walk into a Galio taunt, a Diana Moonfall, and a big tanky Garen. Not really gonna look very well for that team fight, but if they can split it up, if they can keep the Garen in the side lane, find a pick with the Vi, things look a lot better for Noblesse Gaming. And we are into the Wild Rift right now as we see junglers starting on their own respective rip buffs. So Chingy here is going to be pathing bot, whereas Wild Boar is going to be moving towards the top side. I think this is the right choice for Impunity, because you do want to keep the Fiora down early on so that Courtevoix is able to hold his own in that 1v1. He's not even approaching the wave, by the way.
Yeah, no point wasting time trying to give a potential vital proc over to the Fiora. Just going to sit back, let the wave start crashing towards him. As long as he doesn't miss the EXP, should be able to trade pretty well with his first spell here. Scarlet Petal just going to apply some pressure down the bot side. They get a little bit more information with this move, knowing that the blue buff is up. They know they have some space before the Vi comes down bot side towards the Dragon Lane. We could see an adaptation as Sorrel is also moving down, but gets spotted out by a ward.
In this particular matchup, I think Kung versus Swirl, it's going to be 50-50 in terms of who has the prio. It's about positioning around your jungler and making sure that you have the necessary reason to push up, right? If you push up too far and you don't have the support, you probably die in a 1v2. So that's why both laners are being a bit more cautious. They're not over-aggressively pushing up. Lee Sin is late here. Wild Boar is late to the top side because he full cleared his bot half. So this is going to be Courtevoix in trouble here.
Looking for the engage onto the Garen. Ignite taking down. They should be able to find this flash forward coming in from Ares. Gets the kill. It's a trade back on the side of Impunity. So they do manage to find a 1-for-1. Now down to the bot side. Good taunt managed to land over onto enemy AD carry. Pain taking a lot of damage right now. The Phosphorus Bomb coming through as well. Exhaust over onto Spaghetti. Denies the damage coming out. Impunity will be able to just take a couple of summer spells away from the other side. Now, Charm over onto Wild Ball, who's made his way back to the Skull Crab down on the Dragon side. Looking to try and pick up a double scuttle to start the game off.
In terms of trades, Impunity Esports has come out ahead in this Dragon Lane. Remember that they only burn the Ignite for the heal and exhaust on the Noblesse end. So if they look to re-engage, they should be able to find something here, especially if they do get their level 5 first, because you do want the rockets for Corki, especially now that he's picked up the Sheen. Should note that Scarlet Petal also has flash, so the on-demand CC, it's very reliable. You just flash taunt into Justice Punch, should be able to chain lock down someone on the Noblesse Dragon Lane end. Gold now leaning towards Noblesse Gaming, but again, their composition, a lot of this gold has to be centered on the Fiora. Ares needs to be ahead if they want to stand a chance of victory here.
I love this buy coming in from Scarlet Petal, already being able to pick up the Righteous Glory, gives them so much more fight potential coming in here. Wild Ball gets the kick, pushes back members of Noblesse. Scarlet Petal gets out with his life, has to use his flash though.
Not the best rotation down. You kind of needed. Oh, hold on. Ares is going to get the solo kill here. The flash from Courtevoix brings him to safety, but because the Grand Challenge came out, remember you get a movement speed buff inside that large circle. Ares knows that he has the kill potential. It forces Courtevoix to flash away.
Yeah, it does take the flash away from Garen, so Garen loses a pretty big engage as well as a disengaged tool. Runs into the problem now. Divine could look for a gank up in the top side. In this Baron lane, Dragon is going to be spawning up in about half a minute, so Impunity are looking to try and make a quick recall probably to reset and play around with Dragon. Noblesse, perfect timing, have already looked for the reset with their Dragon lane. Gonna make their way down to the bot Dragon now. Gargoyle Stone play picked up by the Braum, gives him a little bit more tankiness, and this could be the deciding factor in the fight.
Quite important because now you have to consider when they engage. Oh, hold on, rotation up. They want to dive Cote d'Ivoire here. I think they want to give up the dragon and go for this turret plus kill.
Engage exactly right now. Look for the catch onto the Garrett. They do manage to find the CC, and it's an easy kill. Taking down Cote d'Ivoire once again. Dragon started up by Wallball, looking to try and trade objectives here. Noblesse taking a page out of Alliance's book. Decide to go for the turret over the dragon. Decides that first turret is probably worth more than this Inferno.
But with the TP coming in, they won't be able to secure this. So the response from Impunity, very good adaptation coming in. They understand that, hey, you know, if we lose the dragon and if we take the dragon and we lose top tier 1, that is not worth it. So he's forced to get an early TP enchant, come back to defend it, and at the end of that play, it's Impunity that comes out ahead because they get an Inferno Dragon and they don't lose anything apart from a kill on Cote d'Ivoire.
Wow, I like this change coming in from the side of Impunity. Realize that with Garen going for that teleport, going to lose combat potential, so going to switch lanes. But very nice response from Noblesse as well, bringing Ares back down towards the Dragon lane, matches the Garen preemptively. And so now they have a good matchup against Garen. Garen only still has that Bramble Vest along with the teleport.
Yeah, look at this matchup here. Cote d'Ivoire understands that he's never going to win the 1v1. We saw how he almost died solo against Eris earlier. So the early TP is an answer. It's saying, okay, you're just going to shove the wave in. It's fine. Oh, hold on. Good kick. They might get a kill here. The moonfall in. Not even needed as they pick up the kill on to Kung. And they should be able to get Baron tier 1 here. The response from Chingy is here. I don't think they can kill Cote d'Ivoire though.
Response coming in on the side of Noblesse, looking to get a chain CC on the side of Cote d'Ivoire. He is just going to dive under the turret, looking to stay alive for as long as he can. Will go down eventually. And Noblesse looking to try and trade back for the turret, but first turret already onto Impunity's side.
So far so good. Both teams just exchanging punches, exchanging jabs and hooks across the map. I do like what they're doing. They play to their win conditions. For Noblesse, it's about splitting power on the map. For Impunity, it's about sustaining and not falling too far behind before the mid-game team fight. Earth Herald spawning, Impunity has full control of this, especially because Cote d'Ivoire has instantly respawned and he's moving up top side.
They do manage to get decent damage over onto the other end. Impunity now looking to try and pick this one up. Charm not going to be able to connect. Phosphorus Form finds decent damage onto Die. Now they're looking for a catch onto Ares. Taunt not able to come through, and both sides staring each other down. But as Rift Herald, Impunity look to have a little bit of an advantage. They seem to be the ones up towards the Rift Herald when it first spawned, but have lost that opportunity now. They have to just look to control this mid lane.
Now, granted, remember these 5v5s favor Impunity a lot more. We're waiting for Sword. Okay, he's up. His ultimate is up right now. So if Noblesse come to contest and they get caught by the Diana, I think it will be a lost fight here. I don't think they can steal it either. Noblesse understands this, immediately just backs off. They don't want to take that 5v5 because they are so far behind at this point. A lot of the gold for Noblesse is centered on Ares. He's already picked up his items right now, got the Trinity Force and the Recurve Bow, so he's going to start scaling to Blade of the Ruined King for the late game split push. Impunity, they're holding their own. They are ahead in gold, so these mid game fights are still very much in their favor.
Chingy has completed the Guardian Angel, so that's a little bit of a out, especially when they dive in deep against some of the members on Impunity. Now the question really comes in, how much damage can this Vi do before he goes down? Noblesse has to ultimately respond to some of the threats coming in from Impunity right now. I like what Pain's doing, going for a bit more utility, looking for the moral reminder early on. Already has the Last Whisper, and the Executioner's Calling. Well, actually went for the Executioner's Calling first, along with the Blade of the Ruined King finish. So it's just going to look to try and deny some healing on the side of Impunity where they can. And overall,
it's good utility. I mean, you stop them from sustaining. They're looking for a play on to Kung, who beats this appropriately. Charm not hitting, but he manages to clear the wave out with the Spirit Rush. A lot of Noblesse have centered down towards this bottom side. I don't think they really want to fight this, but with Ares going hard onto Cote d'Ivoire on the top side, using the Grand Challenge and the Ignite, this should signal to Impunity to group up and use the Rift Herald.
Dragon is going to be coming up as well, so probably looking for the window to use the Rift Herald mid lane. Go for the Dragon. and send Noblesse into a panic because now they have to try and respond to yet another objective that Impunity want to pick up.
Sword is basing it at a very awkward time. He's going to make it back to contest this dragon, but he's a bit late. Now, we do note that Kodovar's on the top side. He has the TP up, I believe. So, all members of Impunity just standing by here as Kodovar gets challenged again by Eris. He's not getting the better end of these trades. Just going to walk down. So, the call here is to sacrifice Baron Tier 1 for this objective here. And because it's so low already, it doesn't matter to Impunity Esports if they lose this. They should try to take the fight afterwards, though.
Yeah, does not connect onto Scarlet Petal, and that feels like them giving up on this dragon instead. Top lane target picked up by Ares, and so once again, it feels like Impunity have come ahead in its change. Taunt not able to connect over onto the Xayah. Pain gets out with the Feather Storm, and now they're back onto the mid lane where Pearl going to be used.
This
good
is
damage
good
coming
here.
through. They don't have the out. The King is going to send Pain flying away. Survives this fight a little bit longer. Wild Boar still going to be alive. Ares coming in for the backlines now. Rip Peril going to be charging into the mid lane. Noblesse does not have the engage to find the punish on Impunity.
Yeah, but Impunity there, they're just fishing for it, right? Even if they don't get the kill on Pain, that's completely fine because you saw on the bottom of your map, Swirl and Kodovar were taking the Dragon Tier 1 while the Rift Herald was popped in mid. So it's a lose-lose situation for Noblesse. They're late to rotate on both lanes. If Pain goes down there, it's your worst case scenario, but in the end, they only lose one Dragon Tier 1, not the worst thing in the world. The map is being opened up by Impunity now. Once they finish off this mid Tier 1, they'll start making their way into the enemy jungle, start putting vision down, and in these chokes, like I always say, Diana Galio feels so awful to play against.
Especially when they have a good engaged champion like Lee Sin, you know, who can really dive in first. Since Diana isn't going to look to pick up something like the Guardian's Angel, you know, the fact that Lee Sin could gives them some opportunity to go in. Now, fight breaking out, Moonfall looking to connect on the 3, lands on the 2 instead, and now they're looking for the kill on the Chingy. Chingy still has the Guardian Angel, tries to buy some space away for Pain. Walks into the loving arms of Impunity, who are happy to pick up that kill. Now, moving their way over to Baron. They should be able to pick this one up right on time. Just like clockwork, Impunity make a quick call for the Baron.
It's these mid-game fights, the control in the 5-on-5, Impunity Esports are just holding on so well, and in these chokes as well, Noblesse can't really walk up. Now they're looking to contest this Baron. Remember, they're very squishy. Ares comes in, immediately gets deleted, and now it's all up to Pain, all up to him to try and steal this Baron away. They have the smite, and Impunity is going to secure the Baron that will put them ahead. They're 4,000 gold up right now, and once this Baron power play is done, you can imagine that Impunity is going to have full control of this lower bracket semis.
Good attempt coming in from Pain to try and take that Baron and steal it away. I mean, Ares had to do what he could. You know, very little intel, very little information around the Baron. He couldn't really stay at that angle. Looked to try and get a flank off, and while Pain maybe couldn't try and steal that Baron away, HP bars on Impunity were really low at that point. They still couldn't do it now. So Impunity with this Baron buff up 2 dragons. Looking to siege up the mid lane that was already damaged by the Rift Herald. They have a lot of agency here. Could look to try and just collapse on the side lanes, shove out the mid lane. They have multiple dive opportunities. Look like Chingy might go down here. Now jumping over onto Kong. This Ahri has to flash away. Good damage coming in. Wild Boar still looking for the catch onto the Ahri in the enemy side. Goes golden to survive a little bit longer. Now joining in is going to be Spaghetti. Uses the Phosphorus Bomb. Finds some good damage onto the enemy side. Turret goes down. Flash away from Ares, and Kodovar turns this matchup around and says that Garen does not lose to you here.
He doesn't even need to take that 1v1 fight, to be honest. All he needs to do is sit in a side wave because of the Baron buff. All these minions will be that much more difficult for Ares to even clear, and suddenly the split push, the sprint condition that Noblesse has is erased from the board. Again, this idea of Fiora being a high-risk, medium-reward champion is starting to stand out, right? You could see how pigeonholed Noblesse is in terms of composition. Yes, he has a lot of the goal on the team. In fact, he's leading in terms of goal for his team, but he's doing very little for them when it comes down to helping them execute their win conditions because of the Baron buff, because of how big Impunity are right now. And Garen, he's already picked up the Sunfire Bramble Vest, and he's moving into the Thornmail. So things are looking very dicey for Noblesse Gaming. They're behind about 7,000 gold. The map has been fully opened. 5 seconds on this Ocean Drake, as Ares is going to get caught out here.
Ares looking to try and get away with his life. Looks like Impunity aren't going to over-aggress. Instead, just going to back off. You know, you talked about the gold difference, but as you take a look at this Garen right now, he's actually still about over 1,000, almost 2,000 gold behind the Fiora. And yet, you could see the efficiency of the items that the Garen has just turns out so much better against Fiora.
And I think the early adaptation to take the TP enchant as early as he could was the right choice because he saved his Baron tier 1, and by saving that, it allows him to just farm under the safety of his Baron tier 1, it allows his team to control the Rift Herald, so that instant adaptation by Cote d'Ivoire is just super brilliant coming from Impunity Esports. I love what I'm seeing from them. The idea to make on-the-fly adjustments is really helping them control this best of 1. Now, Noblesse, what are their win conditions that they can push forward with? Again, we talked about Ares, split pushing on the side lane being a nuisance, but apart from that, you could also look for a pick-off with the Vi, with the RE. If they can layer their Charm and Assault and Battery together and pick off maybe, in this case, Spaghetti first, get the ADC, that also helps them achieve victory in the late game.
So now with Impunity, they just have to keep going for the objectives, pick up this next Baron, and they can collapse in on the lanes. We do see Cote d'Ivoire make his way down towards the Dragon lane to try and shove out the wave. Meanwhile, Ares is going to be moving over to try and respond. The Baron's going to be coming up here, and IMP have complete control around this Baron pit.
Does Ares have TP? I want to see if he has TP here. They're sitting on a ward. And if he does, okay, it's fine. Because what I was seeing was, hold on, he might be looking to fight here in the Dragon lane. They're skirmishing a little bit, but what I saw earlier was Cote d'Ivoire was sitting very far away. He knows that his job is to TP into the fight, so he doesn't want to engage into Fiora the moment the fight starts, right? He wants to be out of sight, TPing in for his team to join the 5v5. The impact of the Garen arriving in is largely, by far and large, a lot bigger than the Fiora TPing in.
Now, so Fiora is just going to look to try and pressure the Garen because, like you mentioned, if the Garen gets into the fight, it's a bit problematic for his team. Cote d'Ivoire actually gets a pretty good window to recall here. Wave not crashing in just yet. Chom does manage to connect on the Scarlet Petal, but not sure how much more they can get done with this. You can just see Noblesse holding a pretty good defense, preventing IMP from starting out the Baron, but IMP don't care. They're going to go for anywhere.
I think this might be a bit risky here, just starting the Baron under the nose of Noblesse Gaming. They have a lot of damage, but Corki isn't really bursting it down that quickly. Noblesse now looking to make a rotation. 4 members are here.
Yep, Scarlet Petal over by the side, looking to get a taunt on the members on the side of Noblesse. Won't be able to quite find it, but they will be able to get the Baron though. Scarlet Petal will just jump out with a heroic entrance. Charm barely misses out, and a great reposition coming in from this Galio to get out as they collect the Baron and maybe are one step closer to his win.
We saw the value of the TP there. Both Ares and Cote d'Ivoire arrived, but because the Garen is tankier, he has an immediate silence, he has to execute. Him standing in front just threatens Noblesse from engaging onto Impunity, even though they're low health from taking the Baron, whereas Ares needs to take his time. He needs to chip them down. He's the guy that comes in to clean them up, whereas Cote d'Ivoire is the guy that's standing in front, staring Noblesse to walk in. So far, with the Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half, I think Impunity have full control. They're looking to take down the structures with this Baron buff again. When they don't have Baron buff, Fiora's okay split pushing, but when this is up on Cote d'Ivoire, it makes it very difficult for Ares to challenge him in the lane.
Wave now crashing in, and they have so many minions to work with, both on the bottom side and in the mid side, so it's going to be down to Die to use the Unbreakable to try and delay the siege coming through. But it's going to be difficult. Engage coming in, they're looking for lockdown over onto the Coffee. Big taunt onto 3 members on the side of Noblesse. Now joining in, while Boar finds a great kick, lines it all up. Coming into the fight, it's going to be Cote d'Ivoire looking to shred off the backline. Ares now chasing for the kill onto the Gallo. Will be able to find the next reset on the Q. The lunge to get this kill. Now the Nexus going down to 300 health. Swole looking to turn things around and jumps in on the Nexus for that big win over Noblesse.
Swirl somehow manages to get into the Nexus and steals the game away again. Like, you saw the fight, by the way. They found the priority target. They kill the Corki first, and then they kill the Galio, but they ignore the Diana. Lightning doesn't strike twice, granted. Well, that's bullshit, because Swirl steals the game away from Noblesse once more.
That's painful to see. The fact that Diana could just walk back in and, you know, it looked good for a moment there. They took down Scarlet Petal. Yeah. You could see Spaghetti was out of the fight. And so it was really just down to Wild Boar, and even him, he was so low at that point, you know, and Swirl. And Swirl just goes onto the Nexus, takes it down so quickly. The power of that Nashor's Hoof on the Diana, plus the empowered auto attacks, found it so very quickly. They broke open the base, they took it down. Kills don't win you the game. Taking the Nexus wins you the game, and Swole shows that phenomenally. 2 games against Noblesse where he's done the exact same thing. That's gotta sting.
I can't stress how important that backdoor is, because in that final fight before he got the Nexus, it was the Corki, it was the Galio that died. And when you kill off the Corki, we talked about this, one of the win conditions for Noblesse is you pick off the marksman first and then you just push it because of the way they itemize. They have 2 Trinity Forces and a Zaya who sieges very quickly, and they immediately get control of the game once the Corki dies because they can play the map so well. For Swirl to come in and steal it away and reset everything and say, nope, this game is ours, no more debate, nothing left for you to do, we're going into the lower bracket grand finals. Noblesse, they have to be feeling salty about that one.
I mean, they collapse in onto Swolt. Swolt flashes over the Nexus, finds the last few hits, and it looked like Noblesse had a chance to get back in. Instead, Swolt does manage to find this game a very solid one for Impunity, and now they are one step closer to that rematch against Alliance. They are going to be facing the loser of the match between Alliance and Celestial. That one is going to be a BO3, and then they go into that BO3 of their own to go and face off the winner of the Alliance Celestial match. I have a hard time describing this because, you know, Impunity just managed to take such a phenomenal win over Noblesse. That was, you know, it was looking good. They had solid control overall. It looked like they had a really good adaptations with the gameplay, but just the way they ended things off shows how good they are at pressing at any advantage that they have. And I really want to see that play again. So we're going to go take a quick look at the highlights from this past match that showed why Impunity are one of the top contenders for this region. Engage exactly right now, looking for the catch onto the Garrett. They do manage to find the CC, and it's an easy kill, taking down Quartervile once again.
So the early TP is an answer. It's saying, okay, you're just gonna shove the wave in, it's fine. Oh, hold on, good kick. They might get a kill here. The moonfall in, not even needed as they pick up the kill on
the side of Quartervile. He is just going to dive under the turret, looking to stay alive for as long as he can. Will go down eventually. And Noblesse looking to try and trade back for the turret, but first turret already in first. Since Diana isn't going to look to pick up something like the Guardian's Angel, you know, the fact that Lee Sin could gives them some opportunity to go in. Now fight breaking out, Moonfall looking to connect on the 3, lands onto 2 instead, and now they're looking for the kill on the Chingy. Chingy still has the Guardian Angel, tries to buy some space away for Pain. Walks into the loving arms of Impunity, who are happy to pick up that kill. Now moving their way over to Baron.
Walk up, now they're looking to contest this Baron. Remember, they're very squishy. Ares comes in, immediately gets deleted, and now it's all up to Pain, all up to him to try and steal this Baron away. They have the smite, and Impunity is going to secure the Baron that
in the mid side, so it's going to be down to Die to use the Unbreakable to try and delay the siege coming through. But it's going to be difficult. Engage coming in. They're looking for lockdown over onto the Conky. Big toss onto 3 members on the side. Noblesse now joining in while Bo finds a great kick. Lines it all up. Coming into the fight, it's going to be Quartervile looking to shred off the backline. Ares now chasing for the kill onto the Gallo. Will be able to find the next reset on the Q. The lunge to get this kill. Now the Nexus going down to 300 health. Swoll looking to turn things around and jumps in on the Nexus for the big win over Noblesse. I mean, does that count as a backdoor victory? I can't quite tell.
I mean, clip it if you want to. I'm going to count that as a backdoor victory, right?
I feel like
the way the game turned out, like, yes, it wasn't backdoor in a technical textbook sense. Like, he didn't TP in, there were minions inside the base helping him push, but the fight was happening outside, and we can't stress again how important it is for him to get the finishing blows on the Nexus there, because as we saw, Chingy actually found a magnificent engage while war on the Lee Sin, tried his best to keep the AD carry alive, but in the end, Spaghetti is dead, Scarlet Petal is dead. That's the core of your composition, right? The setup and the damage. Once those people die, what happens is Noblesse Gaming ends up getting control for the next minute and a half. They start pushing up, they start putting wards down, Ares starts split pushing because you managed to take the Baron off majority of the people on Impunity Gaming, Impunity Esports rather. So being able to close the game out there in a decisive fashion just tells me how ready Impunity Esports are to go into the lower bracket grand finals and potentially the grand final itself. It's so insane to see the adaptations from game to game.
Yeah, it's kind of that mental reset we were talking about. The fact that they were able to come back in from yesterday and showcase just phenomenal gameplay. A lot of things were tightened up. They had much clearer windows. They were able to activate different levels of strategy. And you could see that when they went for these exchanges around objectives, they were able to go and be in position for the Dragon, for the Rift Helm, for first turret. These things just stacked up in their favor, and eventually, you know, the Baron and everything was just the straw that broke the camel's back for them. So with that being said, Impunity take this win up against Noblesse. So Noblesse unfortunately will end their run here, but Impunity continue on, and we'll be taking a look at their next match to determine their opponent. It is going to be Lions versus Celestials SG. Right after this quick break, we'll be right back.
Coming at you like real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Crazy.
Come on, you. Let's dance.
I'm on it, Black Shoe! Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it! Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix. Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
You play top lane, then you play Garen. Yeah. I think the top lane role is 1v1, non-interactive. So you don't need a lot of skill to outplay, you know. Mid lane, their jungle visit you, you very unsure, cannot play the game. Then bot lane got another guy in your lane. Cannot like if he suck then you suck also. So you just play top, it's 1v1, then you play Garen, the champion got no skill shot. So you cannot fuck it up. Yeah.
For me, I think Jana, because if you have champion that you like, you will more fun with playing Wild.
So you think your girlfriend like Jana?
No, me, I like.
Okay.
Play support Straka.
No one expects the banana.
Best champion in the game. 2 buttons swing game. Max WE, no IQ.
Okay.
Best tips.
Play listen, just fight for every objective.
You beginner play Lee
I mean, Alex also need some tips as well.
So I'm the beginner here.
Need some tips.
Okay, so I guess I should practice more Lee Sin, more Blitzcrank, more Jana and Soraka also, and Garen.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the tips.
There's a difficulty for every position that you need to play. Of course, if you're talking about whether it's easier to play to get used to the game, I think Baron lane is easier because generally the heroes you get, they are more tanky, you don't die so fast, and you can participate more in engages. It's better for learning because if you're playing like ADC, get you to engage, you are new to the game, you die within the next 2 seconds. Most of the time is just spent waiting. So I recommend Baron role.
Siguro para sa akin, naglalaro sila, siguro practice nila yung mga hero na mahirap para pagdating ng panahon, kung ma-master man nila yon, magiging madali na lang sa kanila yung lahat ng hero.
I would say Garen. Yeah, brainless hero.
Yeah, Garen.
Brain dead hero.
You just Garen all the way already.
The cursed villains.
For me, I would suggest playing as a top lane because to start off with a top lane, generally it's mostly of like you sort of like get to familiarize with like a 1v1 mechanics, and this transitions into the other parts of the lanes as well. So, and not only that, and top lane generally is like a solo lane whereby most of the fights doesn't happen. So I feel that if you're going to be starting off as a new player, top lane is a generally easier role because it's more of a you wouldn't be so active in team fights at the start of the game. So this is a chance for you to familiarize with the game on the gameplay itself. Yeah.
For me, I recommend the role ADC because it is just like basic. You will just hit and run the enemies, like do the kiting.
I think the initial phase for beginners is to try out most of the champions and to see which one you kind of like, and then from there on you go on to, you know, learn what you're supposed to do in that particular role. Because at the end of the day, if someone is serious about the game, eventually they'll need to be proficient in all the roles. Even if you don't main the role, for example, like I don't main jungler, but I need to know what are certain things in the games, like the jungle priority, whether I should contest for the scuttle, whether I can win early game level 1, level 2 matchup. So all this kind of information, it takes time for sure, and takes a lot of practice and experience. So to answer the question, I think probably for me, I would feel that the easiest role to learn and to start off with is actually the support. Because as a support, you don't really have that much to do in the laning phase, especially at the lower level. So that gives you the time to actually look at other lanes like the mid matchups, the jungle, how things are panning out. Then from there, you start to make better decisions. And also another thing that newer players should do is always to watch streams of professional players, because the things that they do there and all how they conduct their micro and macro plays is all very detailed, and there's a lot of things that you can actually learn from it if you are paying attention to it.
I recommend selecting champs that know they don't use skill shots, so it's much easier to land. Like this Janna, just basically just need to target the champion. You don't need to aim. It's much simpler.
I feel like it will be support, and most likely Lux, cause her key is relatively simple. Just bind people, and she also has the opportunity to one-shot people if she gets a hit, by just throwing everything at the enemy basically. Her shield also provides some utility for the team, so I think that will be the option for new players to start out with.
I think a good place to start off with would be mid or the Baron lane, like the solo lanes. But there's a good place to like practice your mechanics and like slowly learn about the champions, and eventually learn more about like macro and about the game in general.
Garen, easy champion. Spin to win.
The scoundrels will pay.
For AD should be Kaisa, hardest carry in the game.
Probably Ezreal. Ezreal is someone with escape and still able to farm at a distance. So might be quite beginner.
Even Orianna, those that can hit opponent from very far range. Yeah, Orianna is one of them. Ziggs also. And plus, other than that, they still got the potential to carry the game as a beginner.
Welcome back to more Wild Rift action in the Sea Icon Series Singapore playoffs. We are into the final day where it's going to be our top few teams looking to try and compete to determine the ultimate victor and to determine our 2 qualifying teams moving into the Super Summer Cup for the Wild Rift series happening later in June. Bringing you the coverage is me, Grandin Gamenism. With me is Daryl Hungry, and we are looking to see how the match is going to pan out between our 2 teams in the upper brackets, Alliance and Celestials. I mean, I don't think it's any surprise if I were to say that Alliance are a heavy favorite to win the whole competition, and so this match should not be any different.
But that being said, I do want to take a look at how Celestials has improved, and a lot of credit has to be given to this roster, right? No esports pedigree, no real, like, you know, historical backing. They just play every game and they learn from their mistakes. They improve from match to match, day to day, qualifier to qualifier. Alliance, yes, they are the heavy favorites, but for Celestials to come into this matchup, if they've really grown as much as I suspect, you know, it might be a tough fight for Alliance, and they might put up a challenge against the regional favorites. So that's going to be our next best of 3 coming up. Alliance, yesterday we saw them, you know, they brought out the Rengar. We saw some interesting new drafts coming in. Let's just put it that way, right? New drafts, because they drafted the Rengar, they drafted the Fiora mid. They're having a little bit of fun, but now that it is the upper bracket finals, if they win this best of 3, they are guaranteed a spot in the Super Summer Cup, because of course it is the last 2, you know, the grand finalists will eventually enter the Super Summer Cup. So to win this BO3 means everything to them for a chance to represent Singapore later on in the regional tournaments in June.
If they win this, do they get 3 months of 100+?
Yes, guaranteed.
3 months, right? This is the money match.
Because if you win this, this is the money match. Because if you win this, you're guaranteed 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Right, because you're immediately, that's right. So you get 3 months of 100+. If you win this, you get to up your hydration game, get to do all those fun things. Because as always, this has been brought to you guys by 100+. as well as our other sponsor, Secretlab. You know, they have been so accommodating and making all of this happen, and have been so in part to be able to make the entire Wild Rift series actually be able to keep progressing in Singapore. Especially, we even saw them come in to support the show match with Impunity, who played earlier today, as well as SGAG. Moving into this next set, Alliance versus Celestials. You talked about how Alliance were having fun in their previous match. Right now, Celestials have also come in. We've harped a lot about this change in the jungle, but I feel like it's so critical for this team. The identity has been so much solidified. You know, the existence has become more defined with the inclusion of this new jungler. Being able to have aggression in the jungler is so important against Alliance, because otherwise they heavily punish you. They will set up these great windows. Now, I just worry if Celestials have enough of a window to figure out the kind of play style that Alliance has set up, which is honestly quite different from the other teams.
Yeah, Alliance as a team, their identity is very much centered on playing for objectives, playing for, trading resources rather. So they're okay giving away early objectives like the Dragon, as long as they can take something that gives them tempo, gives them early gold leads like the turrets. So we see the Rengar banned out in the first phase, and this is interesting because it signals to me that Celestials don't want to deal with it in the fact that they can't play either, right? They haven't prepared for this, so leaving it up in the pool would force them to first pick it on blue side. As a result, they will be banning it away from Shinsekai. Now, Alliance have a response of their own. They're somewhat concerned about Nico's Fiora, so they ban it out. And the Lulu here is a smart ban. I think a lot of Celestial's success has been on the Jarvan Lulu Jinx style of compositions, where they run in, they get the steroids from the Lulu to keep the Jarvan alive, the Ardent Sensor to keep Elwyn just, buffed up so he can hit for free in the backline with Jinx. Now, the first pick here, because Camille is open, it should be the choice here. You don't want to give that over to Shinsekai, who would definitely play the Camille jungle if he gets the chance. However, this does mean that Lee Sin is open. I think Alliance will be favoring the Lee Sin Galio here.
Lee Sin Galio, yeah, like you mentioned, are immediately picked up by Alliance, and so now Celestials have to look to try and respond to this. Camille could go into the jungle. This does leave open things like the Diana. You don't want to give additional engage tools to the Galio. Again, that being said, we have seen Rich. He prefers things a little bit more like the Janna, a little bit more of the Enchanters. He likes the aggression that he can give him in the bot side, not necessarily engage. But with a team like Alliance, you really cannot discount the ability to play any range of champions. So Celestial's gonna be responding, opening up with the Seraphine here to change things up with Mystical. Now they don't have the Lulu. This could be the response. Otherwise, that would unlikely to bring this, especially since the Diana's already on the board.
Yep, I think the Seraphine functions similar to the Lulu. You don't get the steroid from the Wild Growth, but what you do have is a free Ardent Sensor, Harmonic Echo enabler, and also a way to supplement, crowd control for your team with the Encore. The response here from Alliance, they're not messing around, by the way. Like, no more Fiora mid, nothing of the sort. They go for the Kai'Sa for Coden Feed, which is his 100% win rate champion in Wild Rift Icon series so far. A very, very good player on the Kai'Sa. He's probably the best in Singapore, probably, a close top 3 in the region. And Raven's Akali, we saw how he abused that champion so much yesterday in the upper brackets. I like what Alliance have. It's very well rounded. It's a lot of comfort picks, and it does a lot of things, right? One thing it does very well is find solo leads in the lane. The second thing it does is team fight very well and play to their mechanical strengths.
And we, hearing a lot from these teams, they've given a bit of an idea towards what they think works well in this game and what's strongest and what's best. Garen has been along the lines of this really simple and yet effective top laner and this Baron laner that's been able to handle with a lot of different matchups. Garen into Darius, though, is one of those that could be a little bit concerning. If Darius starts to snowball ahead, it's very difficult for the Garen to do much, because Garen, like has to get into range. When you have the Apprehend, when you have the Strike, the Empowered Strike, the big slow affects Garen significantly. And so these factors might actually make it a difficult lane for Nico. So Nico and CWJ gonna be a big skill matchup as the rest of the team looking to try and impact the map in other ways.
Judging from Alliance's playstyle, though, this Darius is more likely to get a hit than the Garen, because what normally happens for Alliance in the first 3 minutes is they see the Dragon, they make an internal decision, right? If it's Cloud Drake or Ocean Drake, they're like, nah, we don't want to fight for this, we're just going to group up 4-man, dive the enemy Baron laner, and then take down the Baron tier 1. That has been the style of play for them for the past couple of games. And because they take down the early Baron lane tier 1, it opens up the map. It allows CWJ to just push up, put pressure on the opponent because he doesn't have to worry about a turret. If you overextend past the river, you instantly die. So Alliance, they are drafting towards their playstyle. They know what they need to do. Meanwhile, Raven is going to be finding solo leads of its own. If you play Akali into a melee matchup, it's usually Akali-sided because you can proc the 5-point strike as well as your passive very quickly. You get very cheap, effective harass off, and against a Diana who has no sustain, no real way of replying damage, right? She has no way to trade against the Akali. It's going to be tough for Xiaohu against Raven here.
The only out Xiao really has is hoping that the Moonfall and Crescent Strike combo are going to be enough once Akali jumps into the Shroud and being able to out damage and maybe be able to find out where she is, you know, considering...
Even then also.
Even then,
the
right?
matchup is super difficult because I've seen this a lot of times. What happens is you channel the Moonfall, and most Diana players will get super greedy, they go for the full channel, and Raven's going to see this as like, okay, flawless execution outside of range, oh, the Moonfall is over, come back in, kill them off. So that matchup is super difficult for Diana.
Even the Shuriken toss, you know, is going to be an easy out and you can jump back into the fight after that. I want to talk a little bit about this Corki pickup from Elwin. Elwin has not been playing that much Corki, a lot more into the Jinx territory, champions and AD carries that are more towards hyper-scaling, lots of damage in the kind of mid to late game phase when you get that boost from the Lulu, or even in this case the Seraphine.
Interesting also to note that it's not just Jinx, but Ezreal was something he played a lot during the qualifiers. The problem is playing Ezreal into Kai'Sa is a horrible matchup for Ezreal. You can get solo killed very easily because a lot of your damage is dependent on hitting Mystic shots. And Kai'Sa as a champion, super mobile. Between the Hypercharge as well as the Killer Instinct, you can reposition around the Ezreal so well that he never really gets his full damage, his full kit off, right? So you can see why the Corki is the better choice here. If you fight Kai'Sa one-on-one, it's just missiles, Gatling gun, phosphorus bombs. Try your best to really DPS him down before he jumps into you. So the idea is there. I'm looking towards Golden Feet to be the mid to late game carry. Combined with Raven, the team style has been put a lot of the resources into the ADC, put a lot of the resources into mid lane, and allow them to take over the game in the mid game fights.
So let's see how these two marksmen are gonna play things out in the Dragon Lane, but if you guys back at home like to play in comfort, why not stand a chance to win a Secretlab chair as we take a look at the giveaway that we are running for the Icon Series in Singapore. You know, you stand a chance to win a Secretlab Titan 2020 League of Legends Collection chair. That's the one I'm sitting in right now. This is the Yasuo edition that I have. So you guys can pick from any one of the collection. All you have to do is clip a backdoor play, a Dragon Baron steal, or a pentakill, and we will randomly select a winner at the end of this playoffs. It's a nice little incentive for just watching some great Wild Rift action going on, you know?
Yeah.
And as always, this broadcast has been brought to you guys by Secretlab, of course, and 100+. And you can see there's a big fridge behind me. I have been slurping away at my drinks. It's very nice to be able to refresh myself with some 100+ in between games and in between the casts. You know, some you get dehydrated. This is a lot of energy I'm burning. You know, a lot of energy. You gotta find the energy back somehow.
Yeah, I love that Granite has like a big bougie fridge. He's just like, yep, I'm gonna help myself whenever I want. I have to walk all the way to my kitchen like some peasant. Like, I have no mini fridge in my room. There's no way I can get access to 100+ from casting.
This is the equivalent of pay to win, by the way, right?
Yes,
you have to find energy in all your other ways. I just need to take a sip of 100+. That's pay to win. That's pay to win if I've ever seen it.
Can I get some pay to win too? Like, where's the whaling? Where's the cash on my side, guys? Come on.
Yo, man, you can be like a dolphin, maybe. In a sea of 100+, you can be a dolphin. I get to be the real Will. Let's see who's gonna be the Will to pick up this match between Alliance as well as Celestials SG, as we should be jumping into game pretty shortly. Alliance, I feel like at this point, you know, are almost at a stage where they can't find good competition among the teams in Singapore.
It feels weird to say that.
Yeah.
But they are the team that's like, who is the next challenger? Who wants a piece of this? And sometimes they just have to put on like, I made this kind of analogy earlier, but sometimes they put on like the Rock Lee training weights. If you guys watch Naruto, like they put on the weights just so that they can get better training. And when they play against like teams they want to be serious with, like for example Celestials in this case, they take off the weights and it's like boom, you know, it drops down. It's like a ton each, and they start drafting properly. They pick up like Kai'Sa, they pick up Akali, Lee Sin, and suddenly you realize, oh crap, you know, Alliance is a really good team after they take off the training weights.
Yeah, I mean, we never really doubted they were a good team with or without the trading weights, but it's especially when they are playing conventional and playing into the style, very streamlined and very direct. You can see why they are such a powerful team. going into a lot of these matchups, it feels like it's their game to lose, and it's difficult to do so when it's a best of 3 or more. It's a lot of different of these games, you know, even if you already pick up a cheese win on an alliance, they have these other games to come back from. But the thing is, up until this point, still running undefeated, running hard all the way through the qualifiers into the playoffs. You know, they qualified since the first one. They've fought most of the teams at this point, and it seems like they haven't quite found their match. I do think that Celestials, or at least the new version, I think they were, yeah, the Celestials haven't actually faced off against Alliance just yet, right?
Yep.
So
this particular iteration, not all.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a bit of a fresh matchup for Celestials coming into this one. Celestials, a team that has been growing so much. You know, if you've ever had a shonen protagonist, yeah, they are the definition of that. You know, a new protagonist coming in. Let's see if the plot armor can hold true for this new team on the block. We talked about how they don't have much of an esports pedigree, and it's difficult, but then you come in, you know, this kind of reminds me of these underdog stories, like coming in from wildcard minor regions. You know, we are still on a small scale, but as we move into bigger phases of the competition, this is really going to start to matter, because high level competition within your home region is ultimately what's going to propel the growth the most.
If you're talking about like anime shonen protagonists, right? If Celestials is like the main character and they're leveling up every time they play a stronger opponent, and this is the team that goes in together with Alliance for the Super Summer Cup, I'll be super excited, right? Because every time they play opponent, they learn. It's like you said, the plot armor is there. It's like, this isn't even my final form, and then they, you know, Super Saiyan level 3 or level 4, and then they just go into the finals and then smash them again. Like, this is the team you want representing your region, a team that's eager to learn, to grow, to experience stronger opponents, and will not rest on their laurels. So this, to me, is the most exciting BO3 so far. Of course, the Grand Finals is a BO5, so that will not count, but this will be the most exciting BO3 for me in the playoffs.
You know, I've also been watching some of the other regions start to play out their own playoffs at this point, right? And interesting to see the kind of adaptation they've had, bringing in more towards things like the Rengar and the Kha'Zix, especially when I took a look at the Hong Kong games. A lot of emphasis around Rengar and Kha'Zix trying to play out that aggressive matchup with a lot of damage, whereas when you take a look in the Singapore side, much more focused around crowd control, being able to control the map, set up for vision, whereas there's a lot of handshake traits when you take a look at the Hong Kong region. In Vietnam, on the other hand, it's a lot more about empowering, running things like the Sona, maybe not so much the Sona, the Lux, the Seraphine.
Lux and Seraphine,
especially very high priority picks, sometimes even the Lulu coming into play. Being able to empower your team and being able to go for these trains, sieging up, has become the more or less de facto way to play for the Vietnamese side. So interesting development from all these regions. Very I'm looking forward to see how the Summer Cup pans out, because it's a time to test which strategy works best. There's so many coming in, so many different schools of thought. Let's see when things pan out.
I think at the end of the day, regardless of strategy, it's how you execute it, right? So it comes down to mechanical skill. Like, you could play the most OP strat, but if you don't hit your skill shots, if you don't manage to kill off your opponents when you're contesting objectives, it doesn't mean anything. So that's the tricky part. And Alliance, for the most part, have that base covered. They're probably one of the best mechanical players, a team of the best mechanical players in the region, so I'm not too worried about that. Again, it's the idea of innovation. They haven't displayed any of this like Lux Seraphine, you know, double enchanters, no ADC kind of composition, so that's stuff that they can definitely learn from the other regions and use to move forward into Super Summer Cup. Again, players are loading to lobby. I know you guys are excited to see the match. We are too, because especially after that banger of a first game in the day, it's the sky's the limit, right? We can only go up from here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way for Alliance to speed run this game against Celestials. At least I hope not. Right? It's
this is my mark is, if I remember correctly, against Impunity yesterday in their BO3, Impunity took them to 20 minutes on that Fiora game. So my benchmark for a team that's sort of like, you know, decent against Alliance is like, is Alliance going to GG you in 13 minutes? If the answer is yes, then, you know, follow the dichotomy, you are a trash team. If you take the game to like 15-20 minutes and you're even, like, okay, follow the dichotomy, you are a good team. Now what's the next step, you know? So that's the dichotomy I have, and that's the flow chart I have for looking at teams going up against Alliance.
I mean, it's so hard to even just hold against Alliance, because they're so focused around getting the turrets and being able to set up in these lanes, when some of these other teams are willing to give up some lane pressure in exchange for the Dragon, in exchange for the Baron early on. Alliance is a team that really heavily focus first turret and being able to pick up more, because that's how they set up for their gold lead. Once they're able to shove out these lanes, then it forces the enemy team, in this case it's going to be Celestials, to have to overextend to go and pick up these waves, in which of course they're not going to go for, because they run the risk of being killed off by Shinsekai, by Raven and the like, and CWJ. Instead they're going to end up being backed off, and this gives Alliance space to farm up, and so they indirectly get control around the objectives later on by first investing in opening up the map.
The player head-to-head I want to look out for is Francois versus Shinsekai. They both play very similar in the sense that they like to be aggressive, they like to be the ones contributing majority of the damage for the team. So Shinsekai on the Lee Sin, Francois on the Camille, they also function in similar ways, right? They want to make things happen early on the map, they want to be able to contribute to the team. They aren't power farming junglers. They want to gank the moment they have their ultimates and try to get their lanes ahead. Like I said, and like we talked about so much, Alliance wants their first turret, whether they can make the adaptation, because we saw Impunity Esports earlier today make one very good adaptation is if I'm going to get Dove in the top side, I'm going to pick up an early TP and then come back in to cover the lane, and hopefully that doesn't lose me anything. Nico on Garen, exact same pick that Cote d'Ivoire used to answer that aggressive first dive into first turret. So that is something that if, you know, Celestials are watching, they can learn, they can pick up on, and it's up to the Alliance right now to try and resolve that, to try and find a way past that hurdle. Every time there's an adaptation, you need to come up with a new way to fix it, to counter it, to play around it.
But of course, they have to be a little bit wary, because when you took a look at the game between Noblesse and Impunity, coming back from the recall, Cote d'Ivoire did manage to teleport back, but at the same time, you also saw them go for a preemptive lane swap so as to not have to deal with the Fiora matchup. So because, you know, when you run that teleport early on, you lose out on some of the items that you can build. It's a bit of a trade-off, but overall, like you mentioned, it's a good adaptation towards the early dive top side kind of strategy. You're able to save the turret, and this prevents a lot of aggression, especially once that Rift Herald comes up. You know, you can still play to pick up the objective.
I mean, you're 100% right. You lose a lot of like the money that you would have invested in items, but you're gonna buy TP and enchant anyway. Like early, late doesn't matter. You just have to take note of, okay, at this point, I spent money on a non-combat source of utility. Now I can't fight, so you know, you kind of have to swap out. That's 100% true. At least on the Noblesse end, they were able to answer it. They swapped the Fiora down too to make the response. I believe we should be jumping into game very soon. I received word from production. I believe the players should be loading in. So with Wild Rift, you know, and the Icon series going this far into the playoffs, I'm very happy to see that the teams and the players have all gotten very comfortable with just loading into the tournament realm and just playing it out.
You sure you haven't prophesized this? You sure it's from production?
I don't know, man. I feel like I see a little bit into the future coming in.
I mean, judging from that picks and bans, you know, you literally called out exactly what they were gonna play, like first pick, right? So you telling me you can't see the future? Is not some kind of like hockey level technique, see into the future like 2 seconds?
I feel like a lot of this like foresight comes from being able to take the patterns that I know from the players as well as the game into you know, casting and being able to predict stuff. But when it comes to production, I'm like completely lost, right? So a lot of this is just a random guess, like I feel like the players should be in now.
But that's also part of knowing your players, right? Who are the people that always oversleep and end up late? I mean, it's already close to like 2 p.m. I think it's 2 p.m. now. Right, so who's still asleep at this point? That's
Shinsekai probably. Shinsekai. if I had to put a guess, probably Shinsekai.
Well, we'll find out.
No hate, no flame, no shade, just banter.
Yeah.
Like probably Glazebox is watching this. Like, yeah, I think like Shinsekai is probably sleeping also.
So at least they are coming into this one. Let's talk a little bit about the format again, because you know, it is going to be a best of 3 into this game. The next one is going to be the lower bracket finals. Impunity Esports have already made their way into that one. They are going to play a BO3 against the loser of this matchup between Alliance and Celestials, and then we go into the BO5, a grand finals between the ultimate victors of the lower bracket finals and the upper bracket finals. That part is going to split into 2 actually. So if you guys are going to be watching the grand finals, it's split into 2 different portions, just to give the players a little bit of a break and a little bit of time to really recap on the kind of things they need to get done. You know, it is going to be difficult, especially for the lower bracket team who has to play a BO3 into a BO5 series right back to back.
I think it's going to be like the first 2 games first, and then we'll do 2 games, and then it's going to be a short break, and then we'll do the next 3, I believe. Potentially, if it's 2 games, and then the final one, you know, we go to a 5th game, then yeah, there's going to probably be a break in between the 4th and 5th game too. So it's a tricky it's a tricky format when you have to play like a BO5 straight up with very minimal breaks, and I think that's the test for competitors in Icon series. Like, how mentally strong are you to just recover or reset from a loss and then go back into the next game knowing you got your ass whooped?
I mean, if you're Celestials, and let's say Celestials take this game, I mean, you know, if they take this, even if we say like, okay, let's say Celestials drop this game and they go into the game against Impunity in the lower bracket finals and they win that game. They're playing 2 BO3s back to back, and then they go into the grand finals and play a BO5. So it's BO3, BO3, BO5. It's so difficult. No matter how good you want to say your mental is, you are going to be strained at that point. So just having that little bit of a space, especially if you're going to go into the next couple of games of the grand finals, and just having that space is something that you
now that you think of it, right? Now that you think of it, BO3, BO5 sounds actually pretty hard, but like it's trial by fire. This is a phrase that we throw out very loosely.
Go all
whenever
3
things
games,
go bad.
all 5 games, 11 games back to back, and you just go, well, that was the biggest trial by fire. Like that's trial by magma probably at that point.
Probably, right? You look at your thumbs like, why do I have muscles on my thumbs? Like, why are my hands so jacked? Why are my forearms so huge?
Yeah, no, you get ready for like pro thumb wrestling at that point, right? That's how you start training up.
Is that a thing, pro thumb wrestling?
Hey, you know what?
I know there's pro arm wrestling. There's like actual arm wrestling tournaments. Yeah. I've seen that one before.
There's a market for anything, man. I'm pretty sure there's a pro thumb wrestling league somewhere. Just maybe not so popular here, but you know, it could be anywhere.
Definitely during COVID, like business must have plummeted for like pro thumb wrestling or pro arm wrestling, right, in general, because it's so difficult to like maintain social distancing. Yeah, no contact. All right, finally we are onto the Wild Rift. Celestials on the blue side, the Alliance on the red side, and early game shenanigans coming through already from the Alliance. They spot out the ward being placed down. That's going to be immediately removed. So far, no different, no change-ups from what we expect. It's going to be all standard lanes, no lane swaps, nothing like that. And Raven's already putting pressure down to Xiaohu. This is what I talked about. For the Diana, very little response, getting zoned away now.
Yeah, it's about what you expect. You know, 5-point strike just has a lot of damage, especially with decent reset value there. So mid lane should see a little bit of a advantage towards Raven as the waves should get crashed in. Xiao is going to be behind on levels a little bit. This gives a bit more space over to Shinsekai. In the meantime, Celestials have set up pretty good vision around the river and around the entrance points by Alliance's jungle, so they could spot out Lee Sin if Lee Sin wants to make a play here. Wow, engage coming in on the Mystical. Mystical loses a lot of health from the Ignite, does get the shoot in time, holds off on the Honey Fruit, staying in lane, but this is getting pretty precarious here.
Yeah, like I saw the ranged minion just throw a little fireball at him. I was like, please don't die here, please don't die. That's gonna be awful if he does, and at least he holds on. So Mystical and Elwin's at least doing decent in going up against, like I called, I'm not gonna apologize for this, the best duo in the region right now in terms of Dragon Lane.
And it's like Rich said, you know, he likes monkey games and monkey engages, so, you know, fights are always welcome. He's never going to say no to that. The fact that Mystical has had to make a recall means Rich makes his way to the mid lane. And so
this is
in turn.
This is something you see in League PC where the support comes up to get you a recall timing, but what he doesn't know is that Francois is here in the bottom half, so this is going to force him away. Doesn't really use the flash just yet. They might be looking for a re-engage here. He has the damage. Raven is looking for this Shinsekai here as well.
Collapsing on the other end. They get the root over onto Raven first. Not too much HP left on the cell. With Mystical, no flash available. Gets taken down. It's first blood over to the Alliance. They turn the situation around. Looking like they had a catch onto Rich, but they find the revenge kill onto Celestials instead.
Shinsekai got the top Scuttlecrat, makes the full rotation down, and because Raven had lane prio, we alluded to this, he's going to be pushing up against Xiaohu, means that he's always going to be able to help his jungler, help his support every time they roam up. So good stuff from the Alliance, understanding the macro play, and now the bot side in the Dragon Lane, they are freezing it out. So you're going to expect Elwin and Mystical to be behind in levels as well as farm. They're looking for the engage now because Rich has the flash. He can jump onto Mystical, who does not have the heal anymore if they step up too far. So all the Alliance want to do now in the Dragon Lane is to freeze it and potentially force a kill onto the Seraphine.
Good damage from Celestials though, so does kind of hamper the plans from Alliance to look for an engage there. Celestials getting a lot of vision control. I'm really liking what they're doing, the adaptation to control around the dragon, knowing that it's going to be coming up in about a minute. Top side, Nico gonna get flashed on. Is the kick from Shinsekai. They find the execute damage coming through. Igniting down to CWJ, but he will survive with the level up. And a nice move up to the top side with Alliance responding in turn to get control around this Rift Herald pit.
CWJ actually flashes forward to position himself beside the Camille, just so not Camille, excuse me, the Garen, just so that Shinsekai can get a great kick, and they follow up with the resonating strike to finish him off. Alliance now with a 2-kill lead and close to a 2,000 gold lead as well. This is so annoying, by the way. Just walking and taking 1 or 2 camps denies EXP away from Francois, so this is making it tougher and tougher for Celestial's jungle to really do anything. And now CWJ translating his advantages towards the mid lane. He's pushing Xiaohu away.
Very critically, Rich has hit level 5 as well, so this means a very strong fight around this dragon. If Francois looks to go a little bit too aggressive there, might end up getting caught out. Clone Feet does take a decent amount of damage, so might end up being a big target going into this fight.
Should be fine. There's a honey fruit just beside him. They're pulling this dragon out because they have the timing on this. Rotating down is going to be Raven, who has the flawless execution, pops the shroud. He's already very low on health, so he's going to have to reset here. And I don't think that Alliance can take this dragon. Now, contrary to what they normally do whenever it is the Cloud Drake, they normally move to the top side, but this time they're actually looking to contest this as Codon Feet has backed off. They're coming in for the reset. They're prolonging this dragon take. Alliance potentially wanting to force this.
Rich coming in with the taunt onto the Camille. Now they managed to find the first catch onto the Galio Dragon, going to go down under 1,000. The Camille managed to secure the Dragon now over to the back end. They managed to find another kill onto Shinsekai. Chasing and changing their target over on the Raven. Raven flashes over the wall, survives a little bit longer. The silence over onto the Kai'Sa. Cordon Feet looking to take them down. A double kill for the Kai'Sa so far. Repositions over the wall. The flash coming in from Nico, but a flashback from Cordon Feet as they go on a killing spree. And it looked like a great fight for Celestials, but Alliance come up ahead.
I tell you, dude, best Kai'Sa in the region. The way he played that fight out, he positioned so well around his opponents such that they couldn't find a beat on the Kai'Sa. And look at his items, right? Beer Sword, Executioner's Calling, and the Longsword. What is this? It's Evolved Icathian Rain as well as Grievous Wound. So that Seraphine does absolutely nothing when it comes down to the heals, which is why the prolonged fight for Celestials does not go their way. The Alliance, they don't get the Cloud Drake, but what they do get is a massive gold lead from here on out, and they lane swap so that Rift Herald is going to be available to them. They're going to get top prio here. They're going to be shoving in with a very strong Codon Feet, who is going to allow and enable them to pick up the Rift Herald.
And we see what happens when you give Alliance a lead. They're able to snowball it so effectively, using this space to now start crashing into the Baron lane, looking for the Rift Herald because that fits towards their agenda best. You have to take note as well, Celestials used the package there, a very big window in order to go for that fight. Now that they don't have this really big engage and disengage tool, this Rift Herald fight are going to be a lot weaker for them. Meanwhile, they do get decent damage onto Codon Feet. We'll see how Francois responds to this situation. First start looking to go down in the mid lane though. Raven trades back 1 for 1, and that's massive.
To get the Baron tier 1, now they're moving to the Rift Herald. Like you said, a 1-for-1 trade is huge for Raven there. He times the 5-point strike together with the flawless execution. Now Shinsekai might be focused down. They do have the Hextech Ultimatum on Francois, like you said. Now he's moving in, starting up this Rift Herald. The focus is here for the Alliance. CWJ with the pincer maneuver coming in up from mid lane. The Alliance, again, they're looking to contest this.
Lots of damage from tactical sweep of Francois. Collapse coming in from Alliance. They're looking for the engage. He gets the taunt off onto the Seraphim. Mystical looking to be the target of focus. Into the backline now. Joining into the fight, it's going to be the Diana, but without the Moonfall, the use is limited. And Jess cannot chase after the kill. Crescent Strike cannot connect. Nux and Guillotine comes on down. Sends Celestials back to the summoning platform. And Alliance pick up this Rift Herald.
Rich somehow gets away with 50 HP again. It looks exactly what happened yesterday when he was playing Janna. This guy is just edging, playing all the way to the limit against Celestials, and he's always forcing things. If you notice, he picked up the early Proto Belt. It's not the Righteous Glory, it's the gap closing enchant that allows him to get into the backline, get the taunt off on Seraphine, and because Raven because Raven died, he was able to pick up the TP enchant to come into the backline and immediately kill the squishies from Celestials. Alliance, they navigate the fight so well They will pick up the Rift Herald now. This could be used to open up mid-tier 1. They're centering around the bottom half of the map right now. Codenfeed is leading the charge. He's picked up Blade of the Rain King. Now one more attack speed item is going to give him Evolve Supercharge 2. So this guy is in prime position to carry for his team in these fights.
I mean, you take a look over on Raven as well, and Raven having already completed the Lich Bane is so much additional damage. You know, it's very difficult for Celestial to deal with. The fact that Rich can just walk in so many instances, because there's no Gragas with the explosive cast to kind of displace the Galio, they have to rely on the Seraphine or the Camille to deny damage. They will be able to find the collapse over onto Shinsekai, should be able to find, on the CWJ rather, get a quick kill onto the Darius, and now they're collapsing into the top side. Baron lane looking to go down, so they're just gonna do a quick trade.
It's one pick and they get the Baron tier 1, another fight in the mid lane. I think Codenfeed should be fine here. He might actually turn this now that Shinsekai is here. And the arrival comes in.
They're looking to turn this one around here. They get the target onto Xiaowu. The hero engines will be to find the kill. Garen jumps over into the back, looking to try and turn things around. Codenfeed manages to get the snipe onto Mystical. And with nowhere left to run, Nico goes down as well as Alliance finds 4 kills.
Told you, Codenfeed, this guy's so aggressive with his killer instincts. The moment he saw Rich call for the hero entrance, he's like, yes, I'm going back in. I know I have the cover of the Galio, because if they turn on me, he hits a massive taunt, plasma stacks on everyone, Codenfeed will finish him off. And during that whole fight, he was confident too because he had both summoner spells up. When you have heal and flash and you're able to position the backline, it's, you know, full access into the squishies. And Codenfeed now 3-0-8 picks up Blade of the Rain King, picks up Infinity Edge. CWJ, he's gonna be Sacrificial Lamb, should go down here, even pops the barrier to buy some more time. Actually, good flash might turn it around onto Elwyn, but no, it forces Celestials away, so no kill for them. CWJ, he burns both summoner spells but manages to stay alive.
CWJ looking to be the target for Celestials. Meanwhile, Alliance are more than happy to just pick up stragglers as Celestials look to just walk around the map. Too aggressive to move in these angles when you have no vision of where Rich is. Even, now honestly, anybody on the side of Alliance at this point, if you don't have intel where they are, you walk into Raven, you're gonna die. You walk into Shinsekai, you're gonna die. Even CWJ, you saw what happened. They tried to collapse onto him. He almost turned it around on Elwyn. And so you have to be so cautious going into these fights. For now, Celestial's going to have to give up a lot of control around the jungle, or a lot of control around the Baron. Play it slow, wait out for his Inferno.
Look at the minimap right now. The jungler for Celestial is just going and taking whatever he can on the opposite side of the map. Now, traditionally, this is very risky, but this is the maximum value play you can make. Assuming that all 5 of Alliance are around the Baron, the only thing that Francois can do here is just to take away small camps, try to get himself some gold in order to scale
walking
up.
into the wrong neighborhood, gets caught out by the enemy team. The upper hand going to be used as well. He goes Golden Spice a little bit longer. Moonfall doesn't even have time to be channeled. And Alliance, with this kill, looking to signal for the Baron if they can.
You hear it, granted, the training weights have been removed. A shockwave that allows Alliance to really just take control of this game. They're not messing around. They're not taking any chances. They want to be in the grand finals. Another setup here. They're looking for Nico. The apprehend in.
Good damage, going to use the Protobell as well, but just looking to try and deny them anyway in. Meanwhile, Shinsekai and Codenfeed have started the Baron. They're looking to try and pick this one up. Raven will look for the execute over onto Mystical. Mystical with the heal coming through. Good damage over onto Raven. Raven with the flawless execution. Doesn't even have to use it. Just jumps back in with the Shuriken flip. Now over the back end, Frank Kwok might be able to find the return kill over onto Shinsekai, but going golden. He stays alive in stasis. And now Xiaowu has to try and find the fight against CWJ. Good damage coming in overall, but without mana, he doesn't have much counterplay left. Shinsekai flashing in with the kick. The Dragon's Rage sends him packing. Celestials goes down. Alliance come up ahead in yet another fight. 5-20. Alliance looking for this quick win.
Do you see the moment there where Xiaohu turned around? It's like, at that moment, he knew he messed up. Because the rest of Alliance just dogpiling. You see a row of like red health bars chasing him down. It feels so awful. He's looking for that 1v1, but it's never a fair fight when the Alliance are in the server. The Baron was denied earlier. I say denied, it just Alliance couldn't take it, right? Because of the TP in from Kwa. I believe he has the TP in chat now. It's on cooldown, so he arrived to try and steal that one away. But again, the Alliance, they reset. Now they're moving in for this Baron, and with no vision whatsoever, like our observer is kindly showing us, they will catch the Camille here.
Frank Kwa was so close to being to spot him out. Mystical gonna go down, and it's Frank Kwa following suit. Xiao, we're gonna get zoned out. There's just not much he can do in this angle. Using the package just to reposition and get away from that fight. Bashing forward is CWJ with the Nox and Guillotine. Takes down Nico, and it's 3 dead over on the side. Celestials, meanwhile, Baron was picked up by the rest of the alliance as well, so they find objectives and kills at the same time as the flash forward looks to the class on the Elven Justice Punch does not connect. But Alliance pick up this turret, and the pressure is on Celestials working on a timer. They have to try and play to survive against Alliance, who are looking to end this game off.
They're looking to speedrun this, right? Rich is just jumping in. He's trying to get the taunt off, do whatever he can to make it difficult for the Celestial squad to position around this. Meanwhile, the Baron tier 2 goes down. Inferno Drake has spawned. Alliance now resetting because they know they have a ton of gold in their pockets. They need to spend it. They need to pick up items. If we bring that up as Alliance move over to the Inferno Dragon, we'll see that everyone on their roster has at least one core item up compared to their counterparts. And this is massive coming in because it gives them such a huge edge in these fights. Previously, when the Alliance were fighting, they're skirmishing, they were leaving the fights with like 100 HP, 50 HP, just barely surviving. Now they're going to be stomping Celestials in these 5v5s.
Even the 5v5s, the 1v1s, whatever number you want to come up with, you know, I could even think that a 5v4 could be won by Alliance at this point. Looking for maybe catch onto Mystical. Mystical does manage to kite away. But that zones them off on this Dragon. It's tier 2 turret now looking for the mid lane inhibitor turret as well. What can they do for this? They jump in over the Shinsekai. Damage coming through. Encore does connect up to multiple members. Moonfall going to be used here if the silence does not come through. Still trying to hold on. Hero Action is going to be used. Looking for a knockup onto a couple of members on the side. Celestials Alliance with a lockdown on the Xiao. Finds good damage. And knocks his guillotine. Going to be used to take down one. And heads are going to roll in the face of CWJ and the rest of the Alliance as joining into the fight is Raven with the cleanup. They take down 1, 2, 3, 4, jumping for the last kill. Francois likely to go down here as well, doing his best to stay alive and push away the members of Alliance. But then now onto the Nexus, they find the return kill back. Camille with a big turnaround onto 2. And it's just down to Rich to try and turn this fight back. But it's Francois with a tactical sweep, gets the hook shot off. One more attack, finds a triple. And Celestials stay alive and hold on, but just barely against Alliance. With Shinsekai walking into the base in 10-second death timer. Jess ignores the Camille with 500 left on this Nexus and the Dragon's Rage to kick him away and say, I don't care, I'm picking up the win here.
Alliance again speedrunning their opponents, right? Like I joked about, once the weights are off, they play for real, and you can see the way they navigate these fights, the micro mechanics coming in. They're always surviving with a sliver of health. Like, there is no reality where Alliance are able to really, you know, take these, or no reality where Celestials are able to take these massive fights because of the goal lead and the item lead, and Alliance just add insult to injury by styling on them. At no point in the game, granted, was the gold leaning towards Celestial's favor. Just take a look at the chart. It looks like a massive downward dip. Like if you bought Bitcoin, this is what you saw last week.
Oh no, that's too soon. Too soon. You know, going into this game, I don't feel like Alliance were too concerned. You know, they definitely went into it with a little bit more prudence. You saw them go for a composition that is very stable and something that they have had a lot of practice with. That being said, it just felt like it was an overwhelming victory for Alliance. Even when they didn't have an absurd amount of a goal lead, it felt that way with how aggressive Rich was able to play, being able to pressure out against Celestials. You know, it's difficult for Alliance to really lose a matchup where even when Celestials are playing well, it felt like getting vision control, they were still heavily punished by Alliance.
It's the mechanics in these skirmishes, right? The way they play around each other is second to none. I want to throw your cast your mind back to the first Dragon fight, where it looks like, oh, Celestials actually has the upper hand. But throughout the whole fight, Coden Feet was left alive, and because of that, he's free hitting, he's repositioning, and he's allowed to single out and pick off the targets on Celestials without getting punished. It's these kind of things that make it so difficult to play against Alliance.
Now the question really has to be asked. Looking at the comp that CSG brought to the table, it felt conducive. It felt like a whole unit. You know, at some moments, we almost saw Celestials win out the fights outright. Of course, as we headed later into the game, Alliance outskilled them. The mechanics really started to come through, and the Lee Sin Akali combination was just too strong with incredible setups and incredible moments. What the Celestials kind of have to change, because the draft is probably the most obvious thing. What do they want to replace to bring in against the matchup with Alliance?
I think you ban out the Lee Sin here. It's just too big of an enabler for Alliance. The way Shinsekai plays on Lee Sin, because he's so comfortable on the champion, he's allowed to set up for his team in the lanes and in the objectives. The mobility of Lee Sin right now in Wild Rift is second to none. For those of you that don't know, traditionally in League of Legends PC, Lee Sin to use the safeguard needs a target, he needs to ward hop or jump to an ally. In Wild Rift, you don't need anything. It's just a dash. It's a straight up dash, and because of that, Shinsekai can always play on the edge together with Rich, kind of like bait them, hi guys, you want to fight? It's a 2-on-5, no worries. And then they somehow manage to escape with a sliver of health. Coden Feet and Raven are like tagged in like, like an anime moment. You guys are up, let's go. And then they come in and just split the fight up and destroy them.
Well, let's see how they want to try and adapt to that, because the Lee Sin, like you mentioned, a massive problem for them. I felt like the Camille is still a really good pick. Celestials felt like they had good awareness of what to do with that. Their damage was honestly really critical. You saw how often the tactical sweep was really able to deny them. At the same time, though, Alliance were in the right place at the right time, even as they took some of these bad trades very easily, able to pick up the honey fruit. Even when they reset, you saw when they went back off that first dragon, leaving Celestials to start it up, they came back so much stronger. You saw Kaisa coming back in with the items to get the first Icatian Rain upgrade, and so they won that fight much more decisively, even though they lost the dragon.
One thing that all teams watching this need to learn, need to adapt to, is the fact that respawn timers are so low and the map is so small in Wild Rift, right? That if you contest the dragon for, let's say, more than 30 seconds, I think it's an arbitrary number, but 30 to 45 seconds use like a right amount of time. If you're contesting and sitting around and the dragon isn't dead by then, the enemy team is going to respawn and they're going to have a second chance on their ultimates. Barring these high cooldown ultimates like Flawless Execution or Heroic Entrance, most of them will be up again, and you have to be very careful how you space around these fights, because it's like a reset, a second attempt for the team to come in and try and punish you for overstaying at the objective. And if you've been doing Dragon for like 30 to 45 seconds, your health bars are going to be significantly lower than your enemies, so that's something that you have to respect. Looking at the draft that we are in now for the second game, it's going to be Akali banned out, it's going to be Rengar again. So here your first choice, maybe it's Camille for Shinsekai instead of the Lee Sin, maybe it's Gragas. The Galio, however, is definitely going to be open, and it's definitely going to be a choice for Rich, who we saw made the adaptation. No more Righteous Glory, he goes for the Proto Belt because he knows that gap closer, that instantaneous burst, gives him a lot more options when it comes to engaging.
Especially when he has good intel on the kind of composition that Celestials were running at that point. You had the Camille, the Diana, the Corki, the Seraphine, very squishy members across the board. It's easy for him to burst them out and just find a little bit more value with the Proto Belt. So now Celestials looking to try and respond. Camille looking like the first hover, might go for the Gragas instead. I felt like the Camille was good, but Gragas is also a very valid option for them. But I want to see them come in with a high priority pick, something with a little more leeway against the Akali. Diana was decent, but the Moonfall did not find its critical moments.
So they banned out the Akali, that's the way to deal with that, right? The early hover on Gragas was right, you could go Camille too, but now you need to pick up Gragas. And the reason I say that is because Gragas provides two things. It provides an answer to Lee Sin, basically you body slam him every time he tries to dash in, you break the mobility chain. And the second thing is the explosive cast allows you to reset the fight. Imagine this situation, right? Alliance are dancing, they're weaving in and out of fights like, Floyd Mayweather in a boxing match, they're jumping in and out and they're completely fine, and then they decide to recommit in with the Heroic Entrance. What Gragas does in that instance is you throw down the explosive cast, you say, nope, if Galio wants to come in, he's coming in alone, you kill off the Galio and then you reset the fight. You don't allow the rest of Alliance to re-engage together with the Galio. That's the value of the Gragas, that's the value of the explosive cast, so you need to lock that in early. The Janna here, exact same thing. If they decide to re-engage together with the Galio, Monsoon provides a reset, and because of that, Celestials are now understanding what their opponents are trying to do, and they're drafting around it.
Really like the pickups coming in from Celestials this time around. Deny the opportunity from Alliance because a lot of these moments were quick engages, quick catches onto Celestials' side. You find the stragglers and then you convert that into an advantage somewhere else. For now, going with the Janna, going for the Gragas gives them some outs against the engage. Raven will be locking in that Diana. So Celestials, I'm looking forward to see what they want to go in the mid lane. We have seen Orianna come up as a sort of a pseudo response to Diana.
Ori is good here.
Yeah, Orianna could be something nice, especially with the Camille giving them some kind of engage. Let's see what Alliance want to go for. Darius going to be that picked up once again. CWJ had a pretty good performance on that champion in the Baron lane. Xayah going to round off the composition for Alliance, and now it's down to Celestials.
Ziggs here punishes the melee Diana, but you still are susceptible to getting all in early on. This is one of those matchups where you might want to consider exhaust on Ziggs as opposed to barrier. Barrier is not a bad choice, but you do need some way to neutralize the damage from the Diana. Alternatively, the exhaust could be on the Janna instead, but looking at this matchup, I feel like you want heal barrier instead of heal exhaust, because there's a lot of all-in potential from the Xayah and Galio, right? If they hit you with a full CC combo from Galio, which is, flash taunt into knockup and then a root from Xayah, it doesn't matter if you exhaust, you're instantly dying. So you do need the barrier heal to keep yourself topped up, and in this case, if they're taking that, put the exhaust onto Xiaowu Ziggs. Overall, the Xayah picture is an answer towards the Camille. It's an answer to a lot of the lockdown coming in from Celestials. So this is a smart adaptation from the Alliance. Big problem here, again, is the Lee Sin. Shinsekai is such a good enabler on that jungle that it doesn't matter how you want to, draft around it. He's always going to find some annoying way to find picks and make plays for his team.
And you take a look over to Colonfeed and Elwin. Elwin going for this Kai'Sa. You talked about how Colonfeed is honestly one of the best Kai'Sas in the region right now. So if he's going to be playing Kai'Sa into Colonfeed, you have to wonder if he has the mechanical awareness that Colonfeed is going to be able to have, because Colonfeed is going to know exactly the limits of what the Kai'Sa can do. And so going into this one, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Elwin. A lot of high mechanical demands on this champion, but also really good critical windows, because Xayah and Ziggs kind of fit in together well.
Yep. I talked about this matchup before yesterday, I think, where I was going through why Kai'Sa is good against Xayah. Basically, with Killer Instinct, you can reposition behind the Xayah, right? So you dodge the immediate AoE of the Featherstorm Blade Caller, you dodge a lot of the damage, and because your item spikes are a lot better than the Xayah, you hit your timings first. The 380 items in the form of BF Sword plus Vamp Scepter plus Longsword gives you Evolve the Cathian Rain, where Xayah has to wait for her Infinity Edge to really be online. She needs a bit of AD, she needs a bit of crit in order for her to deal impactful damage. So I do like this matchup for Elwin against Colonfeed. But like you said, Colonfeed is an experienced Kai'Sa player. He knows how to abuse this matchup. It's still tough. If you take off the nameplates, I would say it's like 60-40, 70-30 in favor of the Kai'Sa. But when Colonfeed is in the mix, maybe 50-50.
50-50 odds are pretty good for Celestials, I would say. They'd be happy to take those. Going into this one, Alliance are already 1-0 up. That means they just have to pick up this next game in order to make their way into the upper bracket grand finals, or even just into the grand finals for the entire Icon series. Winning this one secures them a spot not only in the Super Summer Cup, they get to be in contest for the top 3 positions, and that's a prize money in the play. If they get first in this entire competition, then they still are looking to pick up, I believe, 5 Secretlab chairs as well, and 3 months of 100 plus.
Chairs. 3 months, 100 plus, 12,000. If I'm not wrong, is the first prize for the winner.
That's
so
right,
a lot at stake here, Alliance. They want to claim that first spot. Hold on here. Really aggressive moves in.
Looking for a bit of a cheese, coming in with the Cathian Rain, gets good damage over onto Shinsekai, so he has to make the recall. Might miss a bit of a window with his clear. Instead, just decides that he's gonna stay anyway.
He should be fine if Rich tanks this one up a little bit for him.
I mean, he is Lee Sin.
Yes, yeah, he is Lee Sin. So using the safeguard, you get the spell vamp, you get the lifesteal. He's probably gonna want to smite this here, I think, to keep a bit more healthy. So keep our eyes on him. He's gonna kite this buff up. Yep, uses the smite. Now he moves over the Krugs. So what I expect to see here is a full clear on the bot side, because he's leaning towards the Krugs already. So he might want to do a bot side clear into bot side Scuttle Crab, put pressure down. And like I said, you need barrier heal here, which Celestials has taken, by the way. So it's a bit tougher to all in and kill them here.
Let's also take a quick mental note on Nico in this top lane and this Baron lane up against the Darius. The fact that Nico on this Camille, it means that there is going to be pretty good trade potential against Darius in all phases of the game, whereas if you were playing something like the Garen, it is a little bit more passive in that matchup. This also means Francois is going to be on the Gragas, and so the Gragas can look for those big engages with the Flashballing Slam. A little bit different from the matchup that you would see from the Camille, but overall impact still very high. Now bot side, Celestials, Elwin taking a decent amount of damage. They have good control of this. You don't expect anything else from the Alliance bot lane. Franco coming in,
just
gets
get caught
a
up here.
knock-up onto Raven. Raven coming in with the shield. The Satchel Charge is going to be used. Good damage coming in, and Shinsekai jumps in. 2 members onto the members of Celestials. And they get first blood, and flashing forward, Rich joins into the fight with the Ignite, taking down the Winds of War just for safe measure. And Mystical walks a little bit too far forward with the aggression that does not have any place against Celestials.
Again, that situation is like 100% Celestial's favorite, right? They find a jump, onto Raven, they should be able to kill him off, but how Alliance play that is they just style their opponents mechanically. They hit all the skill shots and Shinsekai uses the full combo. Normally you do like Sonic Wave into Tempest into Resonating Strike. What he does there is he Sonic Waves, uses the Safeguard forward, hits as much damage as possible on the prime target, and then executes them with the Resonating Strike. You can't do that in League PC unless you have a ward to jump forward, but because it is Wild Rift, you're able to gap close without using the Resonating Strike, and another 2v2 kill coming in. That's the chain CC we're talking about. He doesn't have flash, so once you get rooted by the Blade Caller, Rich will kill you with the chain CC.
Big punish on the side of Alliance to take down Celestials once again, 3-0 at this point. They try to make a bit of a play up in the top side. In the Baron lane, Nico does manage to survive off of that. I mean, just kind of deters Shinsekai entirely. But Alliance able to build a lead organically, even without Shinsekai there. They start to scale up, and you can see now, Kaisa goes back for the first recall. Picks up the BF sword, but is still a ways away from the upgrades on the Academy.
Another kill in the mid side there. I believe Raven popped the Moonfall and they were able to get the kill onto Xiao Wu. So unfortunate, but Celestial is now starting to fall behind. In terms of gold, they're 3k at a deficit, so this is starting to look tough. Items coming in too. It looks like Rod of Ages is the choice here for Raven, whereas Xiao Wu wants to go for the Luden's Echo. So he wants the wave clear, he wants the additional proc. So far, no big surprise here in terms of itemization. Everyone's just moving down what we expect them to build. But with 25 seconds on the Dragon and the Ocean Dragon, we might see Alliance here lean towards the top side and try to get something done on the Baron tier 1.
He dodged away with the Hextech Ultimatum Shield coming in for CWJ. He believes in the bleed, and Nico goes down. No amount of hoping to RNG is going to help you get out that, because the damage from the bleed is true, especially with all 5 stacks. I think with all 5 stacks, it is definitely true damage.
This is why you take Barrier, by the way. Bit of a jump in from Rich in the mid lane, but yeah, the Barrier there would have saved Nico through the bleed, and he would have been able to turn it around too, because he actually used his iframes on the Hextech Automatum to dodge the damage from Noxian Guillotine. So that was actually pretty well played. It's just that he hit the wrong summoner spells.
I have to say though, Alliance have really put the pedal to the metal and put the pressure on the Celestials, who are very far behind at this point, taking a lot of pressure. They do make their way up towards the top side, not able to find the second entry on the hook shot. CWJ survives a little bit longer now. Raven joining into the fight with the Diana, has the Moonfall up by 4 members up on this side. Looking to try and collapse onto this wave, coming in with the Proto Belt, jumps in, the Moonfall connects over onto 3, but not enough damage to follow through. Raven goes very low, has to flash away, the Emperor Hand lands onto Elwin, but jumping in with the Ruthless Predator, coming out with the Heroic Entrance to get the knockup over onto Nico. Nico takes damage from the turret, the Ignite ticking through. Rich finds a return kill back on the Camille. It's 1-for-1, but Alliance have opened up the bottom side of the map, taking everything and just breaking everything open as Celestials look to try and equalize back on the Rich. Mystical going down pretty low here. The Protobell will be the Captain Ring connects onto the Galio. Flashing forward for the secure kill, but Alwyn finds it anyway.
Yep, this is a top tier 1 going down 2 because of the Satchel Charge. So yep, that is the value of the Ziggs. Shinsekai coming in here looking to make a play to he gets the kit, but he misses the Sonic Wave. Should still be able to turn onto the Kaisa. And now with Coden Feet arriving, this is a trade across for Alliance. They pick up 2 free kills, and now they can move on to the Baron lane, because guess what? Raven has found a target here with the Moonfall. I don't think that shield is really going to help him as another dash comes through, and Raven gets a third on the top side of the map. They get a response turret, they get the bot side, they get the top side, and now they can open up this Rift Herald.
When you just watch Shinsekai come in with the lineup on the King, flashing in, styling on them, and then missing the Sonic Wave is a little bit awkward, but it doesn't matter because they find that anyway. Xiao Wu once again goes down. It's a collapse onto him by the red buff of Celestials, now on to Rift Herald. And they've taken the objectives.
In normal situations,
yeah.
Normal situations, the Zaya would be behind, but because he's 3 kills up, he picks up the Infinity Edge the same time that Elwin picks up his Q Evolve, right? So, by all measure, Alliance are super far ahead in every lane. There was a window where Kai'Sa is stronger, but look at the gold difference, right? It's 1.5k. There is no way, yeah, it's about 1.5k, I believe. So Alliance now in full control of this game. They get the Herald. Now they can open up mid tier 1, which is historically super annoying to push against a Ziggs, but with Rift Herald you can do so.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Feet is just looking to make the full use of the advantage that he can. And you talked about how he had the IE over the items from the Kai. So you have to remember that at that point, he hadn't made the recall yet. So now coming in with the Cursed Shard, as well as the Zeal, makes him even stronger. Meanwhile, Rich looking for the chains, finds the kill back over onto Mystical once again, coming in with the damage onto Golden Feet. Golden Feet jumps into stasis, the kick from Shinsekai to give some safety. And now Rich just jumps out with the heroic exit this time around.
Heroic exited, right? This guy is super aggressive on the support. Normally when he plays Janna Galileo, he do this sort of nonsense, right? He uses the Pro Belt, gets in range of the Ignite, and just takes down the opponent. Support, Herald charges down to mid tier 1. They use the Super Mega Inferno Bomb to clear it, but here comes the engage!
Nice apprehend onto 2, but over to the back end, Shinsekai looking to dive onto the members of Celestials. Tries to take them down. Rich will go down as well, as Shinsekai could not survive against the onslaught from Celestials. Good trade back, good response from the CSG side. But now CWJ looking for a bit of a counterplay of his own, gets good damage over onto Mystical, but gets caught out by the CC of the hook shot. Nico forces them back. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. And you have to remember, we're only 8 minutes into the game, but it feels like a bloodbath. It already feels like we're into the mid-game. Look at how open the map is for Celestials right now.
This is what we expect in this matchup, right? Both teams have a heavy focus on objectives, so for Alliance, they definitely want these turrets, but Celestials have made the adaptation to try and break as much of the map as possible. Granted, not as successful. They managed to take the Baron tier 1. They're still missing the Dragon tier 1. Oh, good engage in the mid side. They actually find another kill with Rich starting things off, and with them picking off Elwyn. This is Mountain Dragon for free. Alliance should not be contested here. He even drops the emote. Okay, I see you.
You know, you say good engage. Have we seen anything but good engages from Alliance so far? They've been in such good control of the entire match. You know, they've been in the driver's seat. Celestials not even in the passenger seat. They are in the trunk, tied up, gagged, and bound, because that's how this game is feeling right now. Alliance continue the pressure, continue the aggression. No Baron up just yet, so they can't even go for the objective. Lanes are open up. Raven crashing down the Dragon lane. Top lane is going to see CWJ move over to collect that. And Celestials are just looking to farm up any camps that they can. But even then, quite restricted. Not much CS to go for. Celestials, not many ways to get back into this game.
It's so early that the Baron hasn't even spawned yet, so there's nothing much for Alliance to take right now. It's kind of awkward. There's a moment right now where it's a lull, so all Alliance need to do is just walk into the jungle because they've opened up so much of the map, put vision down, and try to get picks before the Baron spawns. It looks like the Baron lane here is going to be the focus, as we saw Rich rotating up, did have the hero's entrance to try and make a play happen, but the hook shot from Nico gets him out of that skirmish, so small moment here for Alliance, another 10 seconds before the Baron spawns. They could look to take their buffs first and then move over to that objective.
Full 10,000 gold lead for Alliance as the Baron comes up, so they are in prime position to look for this fight. Shinsekai just made his reset. Redemption gonna be used to try and find some vision. Mystical over by the side, not sure if he wants to be here. Nico gonna get locked up. The Hextech ultimatum will be used, but Shinsekai holds with the discipline on the second charge of the Sonic Wave and jumps in to get that kill.
That's your Baron laner did. Best case scenario here for the Celestials is a 4v5, and Xiaohu does not have Mega Inferno Bomb. So now sitting inside this pit and taking the Baron is a lot less dangerous because you don't have the AoE nuke. They could just force it here. Raven does have the Moonfall. He's looking for a prime target. He's looking for a choke. He might just be looking to jump in here as Celestials back off.
Not sure Xiaohu wants to be there. Gonna get caught up in the upper hand, but ends up dashing away. He flashes out into safety, but meanwhile Celestials forced back under the turret, and Alliance repositioned back onto the Baron. They have good control over this, but they're just gonna look to recall. They don't have to go for it just yet. They know they have the safety to go back for the reset first.
Mystical popped the heal for some reason. I feel maybe he felt like he was in danger, but if you notice, his heal is now on cooldown, so that's a big summoner spell down. Against the execute damage from Shinsekai, against the burst coming in from Diana, you really do want that heal. Now Alliance, this two-man squad, Raven, Shinsekai lurking inside the enemy jungle. Remember, a Moonfall was all it's going to take for the rest of Alliance to crash down. Once you get them locked down, Hero's Entrance is the next spell to be used to keep them in place. Alliance, they understand what they need to do to win this game. They're scanning, they're cleaning the wards out from the Baron pit. They're forcing Celestials to continuously check into this, and because they have no vision, they have to walk up. They have to put wards down. A good kick in, finds the engage.
They get damage over onto Francois, able to find this kill. The Monsoon from the Janna keeps him alive a little bit longer, but a nice two-man taunt means that Shinsekai goes on a killing spree. Looking for a potential third, but instead, Shet's gonna back off, going for the Baron. You can just see right now, Rich and Shinsekai are playing their own game, playing It Takes Two. Because the two-man duel racking absolute havoc, and Celestials get caught out once again. A double kill for Diana so far. Raven does not have a chance to get out until the Hexa Ultimatum goes down. Now looking for this collapse onto Nico. He's dead and gone. Alliance with the sweep, the ace onto Celestials on this victory march. Looking to close things out 2-0. Just 12 minutes in speed running the finals in the upper brackets.
They wanted to take their time with this one because the Baron is up and most of Celestials have spawned. It's still so early in the game that respawn timers are like quite low, right? It's less than 30 seconds. So everyone is going to be up in time to kind of defend this space, especially with Ziggs. He's always a nuisance to push against. So Alliance respect the spawn coming from Celestials, but you know who's not showing any respect is CWJ. He's stuck around. He has a lot of gold, but hasn't spent most of it now. In fact, he's still holding on to a couple of buys, lurking in wait for Nico to walk up. He's gonna get spotted here, Nico.
Oh wow, that is some discipline. Holding there. Rich going to move forward, looking for the Windsor Wall onto Mystical. Will not be able to find it. Francois just trying to find the disengage, but the upper hand connects onto the Gragas now for look for the engage. Nico jumps in over the targets. They do manage to find the first kill onto the Gragas. The second dunk onto the Camille as well. And looking for the third onto Xiaowu. Elwin looking to go down to Raven. And Darius sends them all back in. Celestials find themselves dropping the 2-0 series to Alliance. And to nobody's surprise, Alliance is going to be your first finalist in the C Icon Series Singapore playoffs.
This game took 12.5 minutes. Second game took 13 minutes. Alliance are speed running this playoffs, and whenever they take off their training weights, I always joke about this because it's so true. When they start drafting series, when they start executing like they know how to play, it just feels so easy for them. And the combined experience, the combined mechanics of the Alliance find themselves a spot in the grand finals, and they will be the first team to secure a spot in the Super Summer Cup as well. If you're any other region watching the playoffs right now, you might be concerned going up against Alliance.
Alliance is a difficult team to deal with. They have so many strategies and such a deep champion pool to work with. You've seen Raven come in with from everything from Diana to Akali to even Katarina at this point. Being able to have this kind of flexibility means that they can work with compositions that are some just different and well, it's difficult to go and draft against them. You saw how Celestials tried to specifically ban out some of the champions against Alliance, get rid of the Rengar, but then even then, Shinsekai comes in with the Lee Sin, is able to create just as much pressure, just as much work in the map. We've even seen Fiora mid show up for Raven, so at this point, there's nothing you can really do to ban out the guy. It's just a question, what champion do you really want to deal with in the mid lane?
It's a case of, you know, pick your poison, right? If you're gonna ban out like Akali, Raven's gonna get Diana, and because there are only 2 bans per team on Wild Rift, Raven is gonna get something that he enjoys playing. Be it the Katarina, the Akali, the Twisted Fate, even to a certain extent on this game, the Diana, it all works out fine for Alliance when they get their pick of the litter. That is going to be Alliance now in the grand finals, and with Celestials dropping down to the lower bracket finals, I believe they will be looking to face up against Impunity in the best of 3 in the lower bracket finals. Winner of that will find a rematch against Alliance in the grand finals of BO5. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the highlights coming up soon. Granted, are you surprised at all that Alliance has speed ran the playoffs so far?
Unsurprised, and honestly looking forward to see some of the plays that they made once again as we jump into these highlights.
Coming in for the reset, they're prolonging this Dragon Take. Alliance potentially wanting to force this.
Rich coming in with the taunt onto the Camille. Now they managed to find the first catch onto the Galio Dragon, going to go down under 1,000. The Camille managed to secure the Dragon now over to the back end. They managed to find another kill onto Shinsekai. Chasing and changing their target over on the Raven. Raven flashes over the wall, survives a little bit longer. The silence over onto the Kai'Sa. Quarter feed looking to take them down. A double kill for the Kai'Sa so far. Repositions over the wall. The flash coming in from Nico, but a flashback from Quarter feed as they go on a killing spree. And it looked like a great fight for Celestials, but Alliance come up ahead.
This.
Lots of damage from technical sweep of Francois. Collapse coming in from Alliance and looking for the engage against the taunt off onto the Seraphim. Mystical looking to be the target of focus into the backline now. Joining into the fight, it's going to be the Diana, but without the Moonfall, the use is limited and Jess cannot chase after the kill. Crescent Strike cannot connect. Nux and Guillotine comes on down. Sends Celestials back to the summoning platform, and Alliance pick up this rebound. On the side, Celestials, Alliance with a lockdown on the Xiao, finds good damage, and Nox's Guillotine going to be used to take down one. And heads are going to roll in the face of CWJ and the rest of Alliance as joining into the fight is Raven with the cleanup. They take down 1, 2, 3, 4, jumping for the last kill. Francois likely to go down here as well, doing his best to stay alive and push away the members of Alliance, but then now onto the Nexus. They find the return kill back to the Nexus. They find the return kill back. Camille with a big turnaround onto 2. And it's just down to Rich to try and turn this fight back, but it's Francois with a tactical sweep, gets the hook shot off. One more attack, finds a triple. The base in 10-second death timer. See Jess ignores the Camille with 500 left on this Nexus, and the Dragon's Rage to kick him away and say, I don't care, I'm picking up the win here. Damage coming in, and Shinsekai jumps in, 2 members onto the members of Celestials, and they get first blood, and flashing forward, Rich joins into the fight with the Ignite, taking down the Winds of War just for safe measure, and Mystical walks a little bit too far forward with the aggression.
So yep, that is the value of the Ziggs. Shinsekai coming in here, looking to make a play. He gets the kit, but he misses the Sonic Wave. Should still be able to turn onto the Kai'Sa, and now with Coden Feet arriving, this is a trade across for Alliance. They pick up 2 free.
Kai are playing their own game, playing It Takes Two, because the 2-man duel racking absolute havoc, and Celestials get caught out once again. A double kill for Diana so far. Raven does not have a chance to get out until the Hexa Aluminum goes down. Now looking for this collapse onto Nico. He's dead and gone. Alliance and Darius sends them all back in. Celestials find themselves dropping the 2-0 series to Alliance. And to nobody's surprise, Alliance is going to be your first finalist in the C Icon Series Singapore playoffs. I have to say, Celestials, especially in that first game, managed to showcase quite good strategy overall. Yep. They drafted well in both sets, adapted pretty well. The second game, it looked like Alliance really hit their stride, and as a team with so much pedigree, it's unsurprising that they were able to clinch a 2-0 victory. But I am looking forward to Celestials in next match, going up against Impunity Esports. That's going to be a real banger.
Very, very close fight, I think, between Impunity Esports and Celestials, because Celestials, after playing Alliance, like we always talk about, they learn from the mistakes, right? And what do they take away from this matchup? Maybe Francois learns that Lee Sin is, pretty OP. He starts picking it up. He might have the mechanical prowess to play it against Impunity, and against Wild Boar, that's something that is going to be highly contested. So that BO3 is going to be the next banger coming up. The winner of that goes back into the Grand Finals to face Alliance in the best of 5. But for now, guys, we will be taking a short break, allowing the players to get ready to get everyone back into the lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
No one is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Shoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! gunpowder won't fix.
Climb as high as you can, and that by playing maybe 2 to 3 champions on it, so that you are able to maximize how good you are on those champions. And I think the most important one, which I cannot emphasize enough, is don't be toxic. Be friendly to everyone, because you don't know who is gonna be your new teammate and who's gonna be your team captain or whatever. So imagine there's these people realize that you're very good, but you're very toxic to him, and he realized that, oh shit, this guy's very toxic. Scold my mother before, so he wouldn't want you anymore lah. So just be friendly, mute chat, play game, play well. Yeah. Yeah, he think about himself. He's a very good.
What the?
Ano lang po, more grind po sa team. Yan lang po.
I think it's quite different when we play even in ranked games and in scrims or even in tournaments. So it's always good to have experience in scrims first before even trying out on tournaments. Even though you are queuing a 5v5 ranked game, the complexion of the game, the gameplay is totally different. So it's good to experience scrims before going on to the tournament level.
Just join out.
Yeah, just join.
Yeah, just join only.
Just try.
Either you get or no vulgar, right? Either you get right or you just maybe make it to the semis or whatever. Just join for fun, no? I mean, it's free, what?
For teams that are actually first starting out, I would say I'll give like advices like probably you can practice together as a 5-man rank at the start to get to know each other more and build up that synergy before you proceed on to playing like screens and etc. Like with my current team right now, how we start off is that before we proceeded to screens, we actually played 5-man rank to actually know what are each other's comfort picks and hero pool before we actually move on to screens, and we figure out what are we lacking and what can be improved on more.
I think a tip is not be afraid to join your first tournament. I think everyone has to start somewhere, and it'll definitely be an eye opener for everyone that joins for the first time. Like for me back when I first joined, it was pretty intimidating because there's a lot of strong teams out there, and you know that you probably won't make it very far. But in the end, you just have to start somewhere. You just have to take a first step. If not, you'll never be able to enter the competitive scene for any kind of games, not just Wild Rift.
Yeah, I think I'll just add on for those that actually those first time joining this type of tournament, I think I just feel like if they want to join, as long as they got an objective in mind, like what they want to achieve throughout this tournament, and when they get into the game, they know what to do and they have a plan, right? I'm pretty sure they'll do better and they'll actually pop off. That's what I feel. As long as they know what to do and have an objective, they most probably have a higher chance of winning also, even though they are first time and not really experienced in this style of competitive gameplay.
It's true that the team that you're playing with might not be your permanent team or whatever. Just if you guys are experiencing it all for the first time, there are some players who maybe after losing a tournament or losing it too badly, they have some pride issues or whatever, and they will just stop playing. So it could matter a lot to some people. So it is really very important to put in your all for the sake of the team winning, and not just say you yourself having the best KDA in the game and stuff like that. Yeah, and then not everyone just okay, let me maintain my 0 deaths here. Just give me a second. This is my first tournament. Let me look good for my first tournament. And I think that's something that's gotta go, and you gotta really not play it like a ranked game where you're trying to get MVP or you're trying to carry the whole game by yourself.
Some tips would be to communicate effectively with your team. Have one shot caller instead of having 2 or 3, so that everybody can listen to that shot call and then they get the objectives and then win the game. Right. So yeah, communication is really important to winning the game, I feel. Having someone who can draft your team composition is very, very important, because you don't want to have a draft whereby you are actually cancelling each other out. So probably if you're doing an AoE outie like Orianna, you probably wouldn't want your Gragas to be outing at the same time as Orianna. In the competitive scene, when 2 teams face off, it's very much a push and pull. So you need to understand when you have to give certain things up, when you can contest for it. And I think that is one of the most important things in the competitive scene right now, because all too often we see teams where they refuse to give up the first dragon, even though they could, because they are not ready for it, and as a result, that enables them to snowball further and further into the game. So that is something that I feel that teams should take note of, especially.
Don't tilt. It's always a fresh experience entering a tournament for the first time, and I think the most important thing is to have a good mentality going into it. After all, if you tilt, then there's no way you can come back. Just focus on doing what you can do, and there's always hope.
I agree that mental is something that can determine whether like a team will succeed or not. And if they are unable to maintain their like strong mental throughout the game, they will definitely like blow up and not be able to like succeed.
Try your best and have fun.
Yes, correct. Don't need to be scared of getting smashed by us. Yeah. So yeah, just have fun in the game. Yeah, because this game is very fun. So just play, even though we still smash you all, but then just have fun, okay?
As things build up to its final climax to the grand finals, as Alliance is waiting for their opponent. The winner of this match in the lower bracket grand finals between Impunity and Celestials in this BO3 will get a second chance. Both teams have dropped 2-0 to Alliance. So far in this competition, they're looking to try and claw their way back up for a spot in the Super Summer Cup. As we take a look at our brackets once again, Impunity and Celestials have come a long way. Celestials just dropping the game against Alliance are now playing their second BO3 against Impunity to try to get back in. Can't quite hear you, Hungry. I think you might want to check that. Alright, he got it.
Alright, there you go. I got it, okay. Yeah. So I was about to say, if you are Celestials here, you probably want to clean this up as quick as possible because it's kind of mentally fatiguing, right? If you just played 2 games and then now you go to full distance 3 and then you have to potentially play 5, that is 10 games in a row. So Celestials, as much as they can, they do want to clean this BO3 up as quickly as possible. Impunity Esports, they got some time to rest, they got some time to reset. That's not to say that they are, coming in cold though, because they are still, they did still play against Noblesse earlier in the day, so they have some warm-up games already. They are ready to go and jump in. Looking into this best of 3, I'm looking towards the junglers here to really decide the fate of both teams. We saw Wildboar had a fantastic game on Lee Sin earlier today. Francois, however, on the Camille and the Gragas as well, has had some troubles against Shinsekai. So if anything, this is the time to to clean up all the mistakes that they made.
It really does feel that way because, so far what we've seen are very strong jungle differences. As we go into these games, we're taking a look at the picks and bans between Impunity and Celestials SG. Two teams that have had to face up against Alliance, and you could really start to see a bit of a gap between Alliance and the rest of the region. But with that being said, Celestials and Impunity, a team and a matchup that anybody could win. It could go either way. Yep. I'm looking forward to see
this is a coin flip, 100% coin flip. You said jungle difference, right? Regardless of PC or mobile, like one thing still never changes. Jungle gap never changes, Brandon.
Jungle gap. It's honestly really real, especially with how impactful things are right now. I feel like the team that's able to pick up the Lee Sin has a big difference. I feel like with Wildboar and Francois, both of them have very high priority jungles in their pool. Being able to go for the Lee Sin, the Diana, the Camille rather, and even things like the Gragas, just being able to have a lot of impact on the map. Really liking what I'm seeing so far. We do see the bans come through. It's Fiora and Diana on the side of Impunity. Going to be Gragas on the side of Celestials, and they're looking for the next ban right now, getting rid of a couple of strong ones so far. Galio gonna make its way through. Do we see that first pick for Impunity?
I don't think Akali is the last ban here if you're Celestials. Like, no one on the Impunity side has ever shown that they play a good Akali, so this is, if anything, a bit of a wasted ban. First pick here should be Camille. You take that away from Francois. You don't really have to put it in the jungle because Cordova should be able to play it too, and then you can next pick the Lee Sin for Wildboar if you feel comfortable. Again, it's the idea of like these flex picks, right? And because Camille has been taken away, Francois is just going to default to the J4. I do like this Cataclysm into Hero's Entrance. It's very good area control for team fights. Now you start drafting alongside that. You could take the Orianna for Xiaohu, you could take the Xayah for Elwin, and start setting up these 5v5 compositions. Xayah, however, will be picked away. Impunity Impunity, like I said, Camille is a flex pick, so they can take the Lee Sin jungle here.
So much pressure from both sides. You know, you give up the Java and the Galio, and you end up taking Camille and Lee Sin instead. And honestly, really strong pickups from both teams right now. Francois has shown that he is a little bit more comfortable with the Java as opposed to Lee Sin, especially in their previous matchup. There we go, Jinx Lulu bot lane, the matchup that has won them a number of their games. So now Impunity going with the Zion. Let's see what they want to go for. Scarlet Petal. He's played a lot of Galio. He's played a lot of Alistar.
You need to, if you're picking the Alistar here, you need to pick, I was about to say, you need to pick a mage in the mid lane or assassin in the mid lane that can kill off the Galio, right? Something to punish and really help you chain CC him so that he goes back to the summoning platform. The problem with the Alistar is he's not very good 2v2 in lane. You get bullied out, you get poked, you get disengaged on, but what he really excels in is helping his team get things going on the map, you know, forcing objectives, jumping on your opponents in the mid and top side. So between the Camille and the Ahri, they both have lockdown, they both have crowd control, they both have ways to supplement the Alistar. So I do like this from Impunity. It's just that Scarlet Petal, he needs to pick up the early Righteous Glory enchant and start roaming as early as level 4.
I do think we see that coming often from Scarlet Petal. You know, he sets up really well with the Righteous Glory in positions that Celestials can be punished from. We saw in the matchup against Alliance, they weren't quite prepared for that with how aggressive the enemy team could be. Just waiting in the brush once you walk a little bit too close, face check it once in a while. That's all it takes. So I really like the Javelin pickup coming in as well. The Master Standard gives them vision of these brushes, gives them vision around choke points and areas that they otherwise have to face check. Now to round off the composition, it is going to be the Garen for Nico. We saw CWJ run the Darius matchup against the Camille, but Garen has shown to be a very good pickup into Camille as well.
So when you look at this matchup, it's a skill matchup, right? Similar to Darius, there are ways to dodge the ultimate damage from both Darius and Garen with the Hextech Ultimatum. However, Darius does have more. Garen does have more tools. Darius, the OP combo.
The OP combo.
Garen has more tools to do with the Camille. When it comes down to silencing her and preventing her from escaping, I do like this a bit more from Nico. Also, you have the ability to take these like short trades, right? You think about how both teams want to trade into each other, or both top laners want to trade into each other. If you silence Camille and spin on her, you just back off. She's forced to commit forward with the hookshot if she wants to continue the trade, otherwise she loses outright. And once hookshot is down, that's her only form of mobility. She has no more escapes, so you can kind of bait it in, allow your jungle to come in and find that kill as well. So I do like this Garen pick coming from Nico.
Unfortunately, we're not playing TFT, you know, or maybe fortunately, because God King is a unique trait. You can only have one of them. Garen and Darius have been incredibly popular in this competition so far, as really good responses to things like the Fiora, the Camille, and even just in general. The Camille, like you mentioned, is going to be a little bit more vulnerable once the hookshot is down, but the Camille does need the hookshot to trade against the Garen, so let's see if Francois is going to be able to make use of these windows. We've otherwise seen how well he's able to continue pressuring the mid lane, as well as the AD carry being able to solo kill them. That being said, Ahri coming in for the side of Impunity. This means they have a lot more safety and should be able to disengage from a number of these engages from the job.
You have two picks here that you really want to kill off with the Ahri. First is the Lulu, second is the Xayah. If you chain lock her down with Charm into the rest of your team just collapsing, she doesn't get the Feather Storm off. So that's a good way to really start fights, right? Either kill off the Lulu or the Xayah first, and then approach the team fight. In terms of 5v5, I always say this, Ahri is not the best because a lot of her damage is linear skill shots, and if you miss the Orb of Deception, if you miss the Charm, you are pretty much not a champion anymore. Like, you pretty much rely on hitting those two spells to start things off, so it's tough to fight 5v5s. I think for them, they really do need to look at the picks, you know, maybe abuse the Camille lockdown, use the Ahri to start something off, use the Alistar to really start something off, and then once you get 1 or 2 kills, reset, approach the fight from then on out, continue looking for those engages, those charms, those lockdowns with the hookshot, and then, you know, fight from the back. Whereas for Celestials SG, very straightforward. Just run at them with the Jarvan, use the Wild Growth, use the Hero's Entrance, and then lock them down in that area of control, and then fight from the back with the Xayah.
So looking to try and disperse this out of Impunity a little bit, Celestials do have a pretty decent composition for that. Just have to be a little concerned on Scarlet Petal being able to join in and engage with the team. As long as you're careful not to get hit by the charms, you still have quite a bit of outplay potential there. For now, we are getting ready to jump into the Rift as this is the first game in WO3. Lower bracket grand finals means that this game, a lower bracket finals between Impunity Esports and Celestial SG as Alliance is definitely one watching this match to determine who's going to be the opponent.
Yep.
As well as the other finalists to go into this, I believe with this match, we are going to determine the third place in this competition so far.
Yep, it's gonna be, I believe, second and third here that's gonna be determined, but more importantly, the second one, right? So the team that wins this, the team that wins this second is the one that goes to Super Summer Cup.
Because second, we determine second here, because second goes against Alliance, and Alliance wins that matchup, right?
Yeah, I guess if you want to put it that way, right? I mean, for the most part, Alliance are the heavy favorites as we are onto the Wild Rift. Impunity Esports on the blue side, Celestials SG on the red side. Now, junglers are starting on their own respective rip buffs, so we've seen this a lot with most Lee Sin players and most Jarvan players. They do like to start red and do a full clear of that quadrant of the jungle so they can get something going. But more importantly, there's a lane swap in effect, right? So we didn't really talk about this, but because the Baron lane turrets are a bit sturdier, it's harder to take that down. But what this does afford is stifling. You put Cote d'Ivoire very far behind because he can't farm, whereas Garen is going to be able to soak up EXP under his tier 1. When it comes down to utility and value, it's better to have a slightly stifled Garen than a slightly stifled Camille, because Garen is a tank. He's still going to do Garen things even without items, as we see a first blood coming in, a good roam from the Lee Sin, punishes Xiaohu, and they get things going for Swirl.
And even for all the attempts to try and find a play against IMP by going for the lane swap, we still see First Blood head over to IMP as they collapse into the mid lane. Now Scarlet Petal making his way up towards the top side. Frank in a bad spot, ends up getting caught out while Moore is in position. The Charm lands onto this job, and he goes right on down. Impunity with the collect onto the second kill of the game.
But Celestials had the right idea with the lane swap, but for it to be really effective, you need all your lanes to just be like stable, no one dying, and then you abuse the Garen power lead as opposed to the Camille. Now, Xiaowu is going to be able to use the Justice Punch to get out. There's a tricky little thing that you can do, which is you can flash in front of him to prevent him from dashing away, and because Xiaowu doesn't have flash, you probably net yourself the kill there. Cote d'Ivoire is going to try his best to pick up the EXP, and you can see the difference in terms of health. Like right now, the Impunity Baron lane turret is at 2.8k. Look at the bottom side for Celestials. I'm pretty sure it's slightly lower than that. Yep. And it's also because that they spent Impunity has spent a lot of time roaming along the map, punishing Impunity.
I mean, didn't really want to go for the engage onto Xiao without much mana on Swirl now gets the charm over onto Francois once again. Scarlet Petal joins into the fight, and they have to wonder what is the support doing over here all the time. Gets that kill, another lockdown onto Lulu. Mystical goes down, 2 kills, heads over to Impunity as they're hunting for the third. Xiao in a bad position, could see Scarlet Petal joining in pretty quickly, while Boar will not be able to find the damage. Charm connects onto the minion and not onto the champion, and so Swirl cannot continue with his aggression.
You know what this tells me? Celestials lane swap, but they don't know the full scope of how to execute a lane swap. They're not watching out for the timings of when the Dragon duo bases and comes up for a roam, so they're getting punished very heavily right now. Impunity, by virtue of just playing this lane swap better, they understand how to garner a lead just by turning on their opponents. They are up 2,500 gold right now, and I feel like a lot of this information comes from Cote d'Ivoire. It comes from the experience on the Impunity Esports squad. Cote d'Ivoire, of course, no newbie to mobile games. In the past, he used to play, I think the game was Vainglory. Now it's not so much popular anymore, but because of that, he understands how to play around, you know, these unique situations.
The thing is, right, and I can get where Celeste is coming from. You know that you, this is a best of 3, this is only the first game, this is a chance to try out new things, as Scarlet Petal walks in, the death squad from Impunity coming in. Mercenaries taking down the Celestial members, collecting the bounties, and just snowballing ahead. And Celestials, like I mentioned, I get where they're coming from. They're trying things out. You know, this is a best of 3. They have 2 more games, even if they drop this one. But that being said, you know, are you really willing to give up the chance? And to lose another game against Impunity means that you're out of the competition. Frankly, if you get second place, you still have a chance in the Super Summer Cup. And so, more chances to play, and even on an international stage. I think they should go for a little bit more of a conventional strategy, but it's too late for that. We're already deep into this game. Let's see how things pan out.
Cote d'Ivoire trying his best to just clear the wave because he knows that, hold on, good Hextech Ultimatum actually locks him in place.
Coming in with the Hero entrance as well. They do manage to get a knockup onto Cote d'Ivoire. The taunt comes through. Nico takes decent damage. The Ignite now going to go down. Xiaowu might just die here, but does manage to flash out in time. Nico joins back in, gets the kill. They lose the Dragon, but pick up first. Well, it looks like actually not even for starter, because over the bot side, Wild Boar making quick work of that Dragon turret.
And those are the changes to 2v1s that we saw a while back, as the Ari here might just get caught out, has one more charge of the Spirit Rush, manages to get away with the Chara, but with the Dragon Lance and the auto attack, they get that kill there. Actually, Francois forced to flash away, but they get a 1-for-1 trade. I don't think they micro the aggression properly. That's a mistake. That is a big mistake from Celestials.
Disaster for Celestials. They burned the flash from Francois. They burned the flash away from, I think, Nick, from Xiao. You know, all these guys have just using the flash to get out of the turret aggro, and you still just see it goes back onto Nico in the end. He gets killed off, and what looked to be a really good catch onto the Ari after all that, dying to the turret in that angle is unforgivable, honestly.
It's largely because he had 3 charges of the Spirit Rush to get away from the aggression, right? So he pulls them in so deep that Celestials are forced to commit if they want to get the kill, and they get the trade. It's been a chaotic game so far, so let's take stock of the situation, right? Kills-wise, Impunity are up. Structures-wise, Impunity are up. They've also managed to gain control of the mid-wave, and now the Herald spawning means that Impunity can turn towards that objective. You can see because Spaghetti has picked up an early static shift, he's always going to be pushing up quicker than the Jinx.
Let's see what Franco wants to get done here. Once again, IMP looking to try and collapse. Scarlet Petal moves into position with the aggressive Righteous Glory Alistar. Lots of movement speed means he can get in their face quickly. Bottom side already collapsed in. You can see Quadroa not going too aggressive to try for a greedy play. Instead, just going to be content to pressure out the other lanes. They rotate over the Rift Herald. Scarlet Petal just going to zone him out.
He should be fine holding against 3. The question comes whether, you know, if he survives the initial onslaught, Impunity turn and just kills Celestials. Looks like the red side here not looking to contest this objective. In fact, gives it over to Impunity for free. Earlier, Impunity Esports also picked up the Ocean Dragon, so they are, by all measure of the game, a hit in every lane, in every objective. They are looking to put this stamp of dominance in this game 1.
They definitely want to be in that space, you know, in that hit space where they say, yeah, we can take down every other team. Alliance is a challenge, but we know that we have the means to defeat these other teams at least. So going to be showcasing a dominant performance against Celestials. As they look to collapse onto Nico, will find decent damage. The Charm will not be able to connect as the flash away from the Garen. Ignite ticking down. Xiao in position with the taunt. Gives some safety to the Garen. He gets out.
Yep, 2 misplays there. They didn't use the Ignite from Swirl.
I don't think this is right. Francois engages, has a Gargoyle Stone Blade, so he survives a little bit longer. Cactus knocks down over on the 3 members on the side of IMP, but they're so very tanky. Wild Ball jumps back in, the second dash from the Spirit Rush. Should be able to find something here. Nice 2-man taunt, gets a catch over onto the Ari. Charm finally lands over onto Mystical. Nico now joining into the fight, so very low on the side of Celestials. And it's going to be Elwin that actually finds the kill, that breaks open this fight. Celestials happy to take up that 1 kill after all that happening.
As long as Francois locks at least 2 members in the Cataclysm and pops the Stone Plate, he should be tanky enough for the rest of his team to collapse. And the nature of their composition on the Celestial side, hold on here, looking for a bit more. But the nature of the composition on the Celestial side is they just need 2 frontliners. They need people to hold the fort so that this powered up Jinx is able to get the kills that they need in these skirmishes, right? As long as he's safe hitting from the back line and throwing out rockets, he should be fine dishing out damage. And of course, he's getting steroided up by the Ardent Sensor Lulu.
Dragon started up by IMP Celestials. Their recall timing does not give them an opportunity to go in contested. And now the map looking pretty open for IMP. They can walk wherever they want. Turrets down on the Dragon side. Now we're just looking to break open this outer tier turret in the mid lane.
Look at the items right now. What they do need is a Redemption on Mystical and a Locket on potentially Xiao Wu, because they need the additional skirmishing power. They need the additional health, effective health from the heal and the shield to go up toe-to-toe against Impunity in these 5v5s. Remember, we called it out during the draft. Impunity is a hit, but they don't excel in 5v5s. If this is a composition where they maybe had the Orianna instead of the Ahri, by this gold lead, yes, they win a big team fight. But because they have the Ahri instead, it's not as easy for them to just run over Celestials.
I mean, at this point, honestly, I wonder whether or not over Redemption Twin Shadows might be good for Mystical here because they walk in often to Scarlet Petal, and then Scarlet Petal gets engaged in them, and they lose all that initiative. So
I mean,
could be a decent situational
you have the Master
item.
Standard.
Yeah, still
you have
the
Demacian Standard.
Yeah.
You have Demacian Standard, you have Zap from the Jinx to check brushes, right? And the Winds of War to give you information. So Twin Shadows is effective at not getting caught, but when you buy the item, right, what happens is you're not playing to win, you're playing to not lose. You're playing to not get caught. You need items that help you win these team fights so that you have control of objectives. So I think Redemption and Locket, probably the better choice here, as a Baron is going to be checked by Francois. He's going to get charmed in, but he's a very tanky boy, so he should be fine. Meanwhile, Impunity trying to get control of vision in this river. Their composition relies on spawning members checking, and the only two targets they can really burst down is Elwyn and Mystical. So you need vision of the Jinx, you need vision of the Lulu in order to hit the charm and get the kill.
Look at Elwyn pulling back as soon as he loses vision of the enemy team. You can see Scarlet Petal almost make his way into the mid lane, almost got the catch onto the Jinx.
That's not who you want.
Yeah, do find a bit of damage onto Francois, but it's not exactly the target that they're looking for.
Observer is showing us the vision right now. They only have one ward towards the bottom half of the river, as Garen will get caught out, and still, because they have Demacian Standard, the flag from the Garen, if you're not familiar with the names, it always reviews vision inside the Baron pit. He has to chuck it up. He has to chuck it every time it's on cooldown to give them information. Even if you hit a charm onto Francois here, his team should be able to collapse as now they turn towards Nico in the bottom side of the map. I don't think they have the damage to kill him. Again, Celestials, they're anchored by these two big, beefy tanks that 5v5 still look good for them.
I like what they're doing right now. They're holding on, playing it slow. They want the Jinx to scale up, pick up the items that they need. Even if they can't find these fights, being able to scale up organically is okay for them too. Of course, this does mean that Baron and Dragon are going to be given up to Impunity. Let's see if they have any plans to try and stop this. Otherwise, IMP, the ones to begin the Baron first. Celestials, without much information, might be going over the check.
I think they could try and sneak this away, but if they get discovered, they lose this very heavily because the engage from the Jarvan and Gallo is so good, and now they're getting caught in the jungle. They don't have vision of the Baron though. All Impunity needs to do is just shove them away.
No intel, but look at Spaghetti, he gets executed, and the Lee Sin going down as well. They managed to find a kill over on the Scarlet Petal. Baron already down to 4k. They flash into the pit, looking to try and pick this one up for themselves. They do manage to get a bit of damage over the Swole. Going to hit the charm over onto the Jinx. Flashing back into the pit. Francois trying to survive this. Wallboy jumps in, has the smite. Won't be able to want to use it. Swole gets it instead. They manage to find the Baron in the end, but at what cost? As Celestials come back with a few more kills. Looking to jump in to get kill onto Lee Sin as well. Lee Sin cannot find the recall in time. Flashing forward, Elwyn tries to trade back, but ends up dead to the hands of Wild Boar. He dodges away from the flag and drag, but still gets taken down by the taunt in the end. The taunt will find it. Now Nico in the mid lane trying to stop Quadrivar, but they cannot do so. This Camille is so slippery, dashes away with the hook shot, gets out, and Impunity almost lost the entire lead with that Baron play.
The only person left the Baron is Quadrivar, and that is completely fine because he's going to be continuing on the side lane, split pushing. It was touch and go there, not going to lie. If Impunity lost the Baron, they probably lose the game because the side lane pressure comes from both the Garen as well as whoever is just pushing alongside him. So now, this Infernal Dragon, very important. The tanks are in the front line, they're soaking up damage. Scarlet Petal doesn't do anything to the Garen or the Jarvan. We're looking towards the Jarvan to force the engage. This open area is actually really good for Celestials if they can find the control with the Cataclysm and the Hero's Entrance.
Jinx still looking to pick up the blue buff first, now jumping in as he engage onto the back line. Great damage over on the Elwyn. Elwyn has nowhere to go, gets stunned up, and now CSG, no damage left, only has the front line, going to get slaughtered by members of Impunity, who are on the chase, hunting them down, finds the damage, they take down the Galio, and now on to Nico with the damage from Swole. They should be able to find this, a few more hits with the Will-O-Wisp. Cannot quite get it, but they still have a chance over onto Francois. Scarlet Petal goes a little bit too deep, and it's count for dinner for CSG if they can find this. But instead, Quadrivar joins back in, going to get kited out. Gets silenced by Nico, and decent damage overall. They do manage to find the kill onto the Camille. But in the meantime, mid lane goes down. Dragon is up, and with the respawn coming in from IMP and the reset from them as well, they might be able to make it back in time before Celestials can go for this Dragon.
That was a massive Dragon's Rage coming from Wildboard to just knock the tanks back, and a good charm in. It's still the Garen, it's not who you want, but in that area, if the engage was a little quicker from Celestials, they actually win their fight. It's a shame, or rather to the credit of Wildboard, he manages to peel them off, and they find the picks onto Elwin and Mystical, and now he's frontlining for his team Celestials. If they steal this one away, Impunity will be in a big position.
Won't be able to quite find it. Now they get a characters and lockdown over onto the Xayah. Spaghetti in a bad spot. Frankfurt going to get kicked away. They are still looking for the remaining kills onto Celestials. Celestials still have quite a bit of health by, but Elwin in the wrong spot. Does manage to get the reset in time. Gets killed off by Scarlet Petal though. And Celestials barely managed to find a 2-for-1 with the Dragon. A close fight. They back off, leave the AD carry to fend for themselves. Elwin does manage to equalize a bit more though.
There's still another 40 seconds or so on the Baron, so he'll be spawning in time to contest the objective. And we saw how Impunity were a bit undecisive about how they want to play around that objective. Looking at the items right now, this Jinx is well and truly online. Blood of the Ring King, Runan's Hurricane, and Infinity Edge. These are the 3 core items you need to pop off. Elwin's positioning has been a little bit sus, not gonna lie. Sometimes just running forward, he needs to be behind his tanks. He needs to be in a position where they're able to protect him. We see the Locket being picked up by Mystical. No enchant just yet for Elwin or for Xiao Hu, and this is what is going to make or break the game. Instead of buying that Zeal, Elwin should have gone towards the Zhonya's Hourglass. I think that item helps him so much if he gets charmed or if he's even in a position to get picked off. So now, extending on the bottom half is going to be Court d'Ivoire. He's pulling Celestials over, and they're not taking the bait because they know if they show 3 members on the Dragon lane, this is a dead Baron.
I mean, Elwin is in such a difficult spot because, you know, you mentioned how he has to be playing on the back end, but even when he's there, Sword has been so effective at being able to dive there, going for the kills in the back line, and so he has to play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit further forward, but because of that also, like you mentioned, getting punished from that side, Court d'Ivoire just going to go straight for the turret. You can see Nico trying to clear out the wave, but great damage onto the inhibitor turret. Let's see if they can get the catch on the Camille, but this means the Baron call from Impunity.
Okay.
Do manage to find it, the flash away from the Camille. Now this Baron started up by Impunity. We still see the Galio in position along the Jinx teleport coming in from Camille. Jinx over the back end might be able to find the collapse onto this. The traps won't be able to connect. Now jumping in, the hero entrance will be used. Camille just walks right out of that one. Gets the slow off, gets the taunt. Now they're looking for the reset. The kill will come through. Heads over to the Jinx. Baron is already in the hands of Impunity. Charm does not manage to connect onto much. Scarlet Petal still very tanky. Soaks up a lot of damage for the enemy team. Celestial's looking to try and chase back, try and turn things around at 3. Man, knockup from the Alistar slows down Celestial's pursuit. But IMP get out with 3 members alive and the Baron in their back pocket.
You can see how it's so difficult, even with a 6k gold lead. Impunity are just narrowly edging Celestials out in these fights, and it's because of their composition. Again, the big problem is the Ahri. The later it goes, the less value she has because she's not able to one-shot this squishies anymore. Now that Elwin's picked up the rapid fire cannon, he has the extended range too. The good news is for Impunity Esports, they still have Baron on Swirl and 2 other members, so they could split up the map and make it such that Celestials are hard pressed to defend. The mid inhibitor also did go down earlier, so now they have to deal with super minions coming in through mid lane. Celestials, they're playing on the back foot, but they're not out of this one just yet. Again, all it takes is one fight, and their composition is designed to do that. Take these 5v5s, allow Elwin to pop off. The next core item coming for Elwin has to be the Zhonya's enchant. It has to be that or the GA. Otherwise, he's going to get punished. One pick onto the Jinx, a collapse onto the carry, and this game is over.
Instead, Ghost of the Merc Threats wants to be able to deal with some of this crowd control coming in with that tenacity. Doesn't look like he has the gold quite to buy a straight up enchantment, so just going to be content with the boots. Court d'Ivoire is going to be baiting out a little bit of Celestials. Elwin does dodge away from the Dragon's range, but without enough follow-up, cannot go for the lockdown onto Impunity. Now let's take a look at what they're doing over here, because Francois in a bad spot. I think he failed the flash and going to get caught out. Impunity pick up a kill down on the bottom side. Now, sieging this turret is going to be an easy task. Playing for an easy position. Elwin has to flash away, and look at the damage on the Mystical.
The reason why Impunity can just walk up is because they know one half of the tanks are dead, right? And the other half of the tanks is in the Baron lane. So now this Elder Dragon, Impunity will be marching over, looking to take this one, and There's still another 30 seconds on Francois. It's 19 minutes into the game. Respawn timers are very high right now, so Celestials, I don't think they can contest this. If they walk into this choke, they should be going down to Court d'Ivoire here. This is a horrible idea.
Going for this engage, Mystical goes down right away. They find damage over on the Scarlet Petal by Alvin, looking to go down as well. No, Guardian Angel's beat is immediately dead. And jumping in is going to be the Garen. Nico looking to make a captain's play, but still sees his life flash before his eyes. His Impunity picks it away, and they're taking the game too.
Don't even need the Elder. All they need to do is march down this Dragon lane, clean up the waves. Francois is the last member left alive, but he's a tank. There's nothing left for him to do. And it is absolute dominance for Impunity in that final fight. They baited Celestials out into that choke. And like I said, it was a horrible idea. You don't have your tank. You have to walk up into Court d'Ivoire, who, guess what? Gets a free Hextech Ultimatum on the backline. That allows the rest of Impunity to collapse on the Elwin, collapse onto Mystical. No amount of wild growths or shields or boosts is going to keep him alive, especially because he doesn't have the Zhonya's itemization difference coming in, allowing Impunity Esports to pick up the first game in this best of 3.
Best of 3 looking to be in Impunity's favor in dominating fashion as well. Celestials try to pull out something different, something that we haven't quite seen before, the early lane swap to set that up. But honestly, lane swapping is something more than just a simple idea of bringing the laners into the opposite lane. It requires a specific skill set, understanding what you need to get done, because it also gives up priority around the dragon. And from there, you know, they try to make plays with Francois up in the top side, but when you have a Camille with so much mobility, with the CC, with the tactical sweep that can clear waves, it's difficult to find the agency to get the dive off. And because of that, Impunity with a great defense and response to the lane swap, Celestials don't find dividends on that play. Let's see if they have something else in store for us, or if they're gonna stick to the usual strategy. I think yeah,
you could go with the same draft, right? Just don't do the lane swap and play your team fights a lot better. The itemization has to be fixed here. The big problem is when Jinx hits 3 core items, she's at her strongest. Anything else is just the cherry on top of the sundae. From then on out, you go full defensive, because a rapid fire cannon isn't going to do much for you. You know what will do a lot for you? A GA or a Zhonya's enchantment, especially in Wild Rift, where that stasis can be bought by anyone and it doesn't take up an item slot. Like, you should be going more defensive and knowing that and trust in your team to hold the front line while you get caught, so that you can output the damage. So very suspect there, the build coming in. Game 2, if you fix all of that, I think Celestials stand a very good chance, but this Game 1 is not the standard I was looking for Celestials SG. It might be the tilt, it might be them getting smashed by Alliance that forced them into this weird position, but overall, they need to fix that and fix it quick.
You know what, I feel like this is what I was gonna say. When these kind of strategies don't really work, you know, we kind of have to say like, yeah, maybe don't bring it out. But every time, you know, we say like, oh, they are down now in the lower bracket, you know, do they have some kind of secret strategy? This is a secret strategy. You know, they are bringing something new to the table and they're looking to try and pick up the win against their opponents. Of course, a bit of an issue as well is that usually you want to bring this out in that BO1 where the opponent's a little bit more surprised, but you know, in this BO3, we can see how when it backfires, you still have some room to work with. So I think it's time to default back to the strategy that's worked well for Celestials. Like you said, the composition as a whole looked pretty solid. The Jinx and Lulu worked well. They were able to build up the lead organically. Jinx hit pretty strong points of power, just needed a little bit more survivability, because when you saw they collapsed onto the Jinx, Elwin was dead and is just down to the front line on CSG. It's very easy to kill all of them. So going into this next game, as we move into picks and bans, we're hoping to see probably the same compositions, but with some varied playstyle.
For the Impunity Esports side, like, playing the Ahri is greedy. It worked out that time because your opponents messed up the lane swap, so you're able to find early advantages. If you go even in the mid game, you will very quickly see the Ahri fall behind and do absolutely nothing, so you need to respect that and start drafting a bit more teamfight oriented mid laners. Maybe something like the Orianna might work. Even if you wanted to go for Ziggs, Diana, all these are options as well. Just default away from the Ahri. In fact, I even go as far as to say Annie is probably better than Ahri, just because you have that, you know, initial engage together, Scarlet Petal, and it's a lot more respect given to your opponent. The Ahri, when it goes even, is unable to find picks, just feels like an awful champion to have in your roster.
I mean, the Annie especially, because, you know, the fact that the first spell is on, it's a skill shot now, is able to charge up the stun at any point, so you can just walk in, get the proto belt off, and it's a big stun with the bear. It kind of fits like a bit of a pseudo Orianna in some senses.
That's the idea.
And it does well if you're looking for a siege composition that needs a little bit more frontline to be able to pick up the turrets. That being said, I don't quite see Annie being a priority pick for any of these
Maybe
sieges
not,
yet. Maybe not
Also,
yet.
can I take a moment?
But the prophet
Can I
sees
take
it
a
coming.
moment?
Yeah.
Get a moment to address the chat. Someone said, Hungry Cast, you look like my father. I'm gonna take that as a compliment because I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but I'm just gonna be positive and put a positive spin on it. Maybe just the more mature age look. I am like 26, turning 27 next year, so it's not like I'm super old, right?
You know, there's a bias, you know, to say like people with authority, you know, people that are giving good information usually come from your parents, right? So maybe he's giving
Thanks.
Yeah, he's good advice from Hungry Cast, the dad of the Wild Rift scene in Singapore. We do see the bans from both sides coming out. The Fiora and Diana on Impunity side. Celestials get rid of the Gragas right away. Might see the Galio being banned as well. You know, it was pretty problematic in the hands of Scar Petal before. I know that the previous game he played Alistar. Could want to get rid of that, but you know, there's still too many priority picks they want to ban. First, Camille getting removed. Not willing to let Quadrivar get that. So let's see.
You remove Camille here, that more or less defaults from Quan to playing Jarvan. We've seen it before, I like it. The way he executes is fine, sometimes he gets caught out. It's more of a personal thing as opposed to like an execution thing. You just like, your mind gets a bit spacey, sometimes you overextend. But still, overall, the Jarvan is the right choice. Banning out the Camille, allowing him to play that is a good default here for Celestials. Now, the Galio, like you said, should have been banned out, I think, but Scarlet Petal is just gonna take that for himself, or even Swope. You know, they could play Galio Jarvan if they really wanted to, or rather Galio Alistar too, if that's an option.
Of course, and so now for Nico, they should be looking to try and pick up a strong pickup with the Lee Sin could be very nice, you know, not moving towards the Jarvan this time around, taking that away, especially since we saw what Wild Boar could do with it, getting rid of that powerful pickup. And Swaz maybe looking for a strong mid laner right now. You know, the Ziggs is still open. Not sure if that's something that Celestials like to play for. Overall, I feel like they go for more skirmishy team fights, not so much the objective play style. Could go for the Lulu, a little bit high priority on this one. Don't quite see Impunity picking that up for themselves, so not sure if they had to go for that early on, but we'll lock that in.
I like Lee Sin Lulu here. It allows you to play a variety of like AD carries, right? Now you can play Jinx, now you can play Varus if you really wanted to for additional utility. You could also play Xayah and have a lot of PO, a lot of independence when it comes to your draft. Impunity here, because the Lee Sin was picked away, I do expect them to go maybe something like a Jarvan. Vi is probably like the bottom of the tier list, but I could see them doing it. It's not necessarily the worst pick in conjunction with the Galio, especially because Impunity have shown how they can play that composition. There you go, that's the Varus. They probably foresee the Jinx being on the Celestial side, so they want additional lockdown. The Varus is a very good utility pick. It sets up for the Galio, right? Chains of Corruption into Hero's Entrance is usually very good engage, very good peel, and now you can put some of the damage into the mid lane and the Baron lane, because now your engage is held with your marksman.
Yeah, good engage with the marksman with the corrupting chains. It does actually supplement the Vi here, so Vi does feel a bit more like a viable option, because with the corrupting chains, it's not always relying on Vi to be the one to lead the engage. Instead, Vi can act as sort of peel for Wild Ball when they look for this sort of engages. For now, Celestials probably want to draft for some disengage. The Whimsy is only going to be part of that answer. The Jinx, the natural response, it is one of their preferred pickups. It does well in a lot of their games. Let's see what else they could go for. Gragas already being removed, so that's a big one they don't have to work with.
Now you're looking for a Baron laner that's stable or a mage to help supplement this teamfight style. So Orianna again being open, Ziggs being open, both go very well with Jinx because you have a lot of chip damage, a lot of poke damage, allows her to get the resets with the Super Mega Death Rocket and the rockets in general, right? So I think Ziggs and Orianna probably really good here. If you were worried about Cote d'Ivoire, you could just pick up the Garen and say like, yeah, we'll save. We'll go for an easy matchup against Cote d'Ivoire, pick a tank, and then last pick the mid lane for the best matchup possible.
I even wonder whether or not something like the Seraphine, you know, running that double heals enchanter type mid and bot lane could go well with Elwyn and the playstyle that they're looking to try and go for. Garen will be the pickup, so they still leave that option for themselves moving into this one. Impunity now looking to round off the composition.
The reason why the Seraphine isn't the best pick here is because you have no self-peel. So if you get caught by Chains of Corruption, or the assault and battery, you instantly die, right?
Right.
You force your support to use the wild growth on you, and that's not ideal. So I don't really like Seraphine, whereas for Orianna and Ziggs, they do a lot of their damage from quite a distance. In fact, all Orianna has to do is just sit behind, wait for the engage to come in, and then shockwave them if they overcommit. So that's the reason why I like those two picks, not so much in Seraphine. It is very punishable, it's very greedy. So here from the Impunity side, like I said, they could go for the Jarvan, but okay, they're actually gonna lock that one in. So it's gonna be Jarvan Ziggs here. Maybe go for the support Jarvan. I don't think that's too bad. Otherwise, it could be Baron Lane Jarvan here, and then you have support Galio.
Okay, Baron Lane Jarvan, interesting choice. I do feel let me try and figure this one out. Okay, Ziggs goes into the mid lane.
Support Galio, yeah, support Galio.
Scarlet Petal. Okay, they're doing it for us. They're moving it around for us right now. So likely support Galio, and then they bring the Vi up to the top side, perhaps, into the matchup.
It has to be jungle Vi. There's no top.
Okay,
you can't play top Vi into this matchup.
It doesn't. Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense. Okay, so there we go. They do actually end up rotating for us, so that we get a pretty good view of how they want to play this one out. Celestials are going to look to see their final pickup. It's the Akali coming in for Xiao Wu in the mid lane. A bit of a different
this matchup is pretty brutal for Akali early on because of the empowered auto attacks and the bombs. But if you can make it to level 5, you actually roam better than the Ziggs, and you create this kill pressure for the Jinx to get reset. So it functions similar to what I was looking for, a pick that could chip people down, help your Jinx get the resets, but it's a lot greedier, right? Because anytime you try to enter the fight, if they zone you away or they lock you down with Chains of Corruption, Taunt, or Assault and Battery, the Akali doesn't have much space to navigate the fight. So it's very greedy, but I could see what they're trying to do.
At least the Celestials now, they have that secondary damage source, don't have to purely rely on Elwyn, so even with the heavy focus on this Jinx, they could still have some space to work with. You know, we see what happens when Spaghetti gets a hit on the Varus. The piercing arrows are so accurate and so pinpoint, will do a lot of damage. They have to be careful of that. They have to try and kick back at a range and look for the fights they can go for. I do worry that they seem a little bit short range though, and that could be a bit of a problem. Maybe a 1-3-1 kind of stack. You send Garrett to the side, Akali to the side, and the rest of the team just kind of peels in the mid lane.
Exactly that. Yeah. Exactly that. You have Garen and Akali in the side lanes, and against their respective counterparts, they should be coming out ahead. Normally, we look at Garen, he's like a very stable sort of Baron laner where you don't really fall behind unless you make a big mistake. You shouldn't be going down solo 1v1. So you have him in one side lane, you have Akali in the side lane. That's Akali very slippery, hard to kill also. And then you exert pressure on the side lane. Meanwhile, for the Varus Ziggs, I just expect them to be pushing. Like, just push and throw skill shots, and then whatever sticks, they have to back and recall, right? There's no way you survive piercing arrows and bouncing bombs, especially if this is lethality Varus, which we've seen a lot I think in recent times, more so on the PC than on Wild Rift.
But even then, we definitely seen it come about. I think in some of previous matches, if memory serves me right, we saw some games yesterday with Varus, and they also were playing more towards lethality side. We did see some of the tier come through as well. But usually, I felt like the games ended before tier really became a full item. For now, we get ready to move into this game, and Impunity is looking to go up against Alliance in that big grand finals. It's a difficult one. They still have to win this next game against Celestials. But with the banner passed, with the torch handed over to Impunity from every team so far, let's see if they're able to bring it all the way. Celestials still have a point to prove though. One score, one game down. They need to win 2 back-to-back.
I saw the first game as like, maybe Celestial was experimenting, trying something new, maybe you try to catch your opponents off guard with the lane swap, but didn't work out, right? So this time they have to go back to default. Just play standard Wild Rift. Don't worry about trying to cheese your opponents, and immediately we can see that Elwyn's moving down towards the dragon lane, and so is Mystical. So this is thumbs up for me. I'm happy to see the standard play. Quotaval levels up the dragon lands early, and if memory serves, it still does armor. It still cuts the armor of the opponent that goes through, so overall still pretty good.
You know what else is also really good? IMP's poke onto the CSG forces Elwyn to walk the long way around. They've gained control of the bot side, forces the Jinx to lose a little bit. It's really just zoning them out very well right now. Actually comes back in time, so it doesn't miss any of the CS or EXP, thankfully.
Okay, so look at the summoner spells right now. Swirl went for Exhaust, where Spaghetti went for Heal, and Scarlet Petal went for Ignite. So what this tells me is there is a certain level of precaution thrown towards the Akali, worried that she's going to one-shot the Ziggs later on when level 5 comes, which is why you need the Exhaust.
And just gives good value overall throughout phases of the game, because even as Fred said, Francois is going to come in, you know, still having the exhaust reduces a lot of the impact that the Lee Sin is going to be able to make. Just good choice running defensive summoner spells as opposed to aggressive ones. Scarlet Petal does have the Ignite, however, so could be a good means to secure some of these kills. Right about the window for some of these teams to make a bit of a play. We see CSG up in the top side with Java getting information as well.
They are both spotted walking into the river, so the mutual exchange here is like, you take top Scuttle Crab, I'll take bottom Scuttle Crab. The question is whether they exchange portions of the jungle. Francois could walk in to take his opponent's rip buff, there's a ward there, so they're just going to be vertically jungling right now. This is the first time we've seen vertical jungling in Wild Rift, by the way, so they split portions of the map. Right now, the bottom half belongs to Impunity Esports, the top half belongs to Celestials, because by virtue of numbers, Impunity has 3 members bot side, Celestials has 3 members top side, so that's how the map is going to be split.
Yeah, it's going to be a blue buff exchange from Impunity and Celestials. We also see an interesting move from Nico to walk down over just to get that ward and losing a little bit of pressure in the lane, but you see that Cote d'Ivoire is just going to respond by moving back. Don't want to overextend in a matchup in a situation where they don't quite know where the enemy team is. Just preparing for that. We do see a bit of a move coming in from Francois. Does have the Dragon's Rage, gets good damage over on the Sword. Sword has to flash. Now looking for a bit of a re-engage. Exos coming through, and joining in is the Vault Breaker with the last auto attacks to find the kill. It's the blue team with first blood as IMP find this mid lane play.
A dash away from Francois will keep him safe, but again, like I said, the Akali pick super greedy. There's so many good ways to lock you down, be it Assault and Battery or just the taunt from Scarlet Petal, that if you overcommit, you're not really going to be as slippery as you think you are on this Akali. So good first blood being picked up by Impunity. They punish Xiaohu, who is super aggressive on this Akali. Spaghetti is actually going to be able to get the solo kill here. They don't expect the level 5 damage coming in from Chains of Corruption plus Piercing Arrow.
That's
another
not
kill
what's
picked up by
supposed to happen.
Esports.
Yeah, that's not what's supposed to happen. And now Elwin in the bad spot, even with the Honey Fruit getting caught out. That is going to be Super Mega Death Rocket used as Elwin survives with the barrier with the flash. The Honey Fruit with clutch timing, else Scarlet Petal was in position to look for the kill there.
Now that Mystical comes back down, I think Elwin should be able to push this wave
Arrow,
up
though?
and get a recall. Arrow does not connect. I don't think there's enough damage there, especially the shield on top of the Jinx.
without
Like
the
if
shield,
you get
baby.
the
Now we do see Francois making his way back into mid. Swole just going to clear out the wave now that it's crashing into him.
He still has the kick. He needs to make a play every time the Dragon's Rage is available. I think that's the best way to play Lee Sin, right? Every time you have Dragon's Rage, force a gank. Because you're so mobile on Wild Rift, because you have so many ways of jumping behind your opponents, this is probably the best way to do it and best way to impact your lanes. Now they're going to try and proxy this top, the Baron tier 1, because they want control of this. They're going to trade the objective over. It's Ocean Dragon, so nothing really lost here as all 5 members actually come up. Okay.
This might be a little bit overambitious. If you send all 5 members down up to the Baron lane, then you're going to give up the bot side along with the Dragon. We see what Alliance often does. They go for the first turret exchange, but as a result, you know, they don't like to give up the Dragon turret. Even if it means they give up the Dragon, don't like giving up the Dragon turret. They do manage to take 2 though. But the response coming in from IMP, especially with the Ziggs, is going to be very strong.
You can't forget that your opponents have Ziggs, right? So if he's left alone, he's going to be sieging that one up. Xiaohu uses the flawless execution, the second charge to get away. There's no real avenue for him to get the solo kill there, so he's just going to back out. Overall, turrets traded 2 for 2 on both sides, but Impunity are the ones that are hit in terms of gold because they did get the kills earlier as well as some additional farm. But the more important part, granted, here is that mid tier 1 is taken by Impunity, so this opens up the map. Rift Herald is tough to contest because Impunity Esports now have permanent priority in the mid lane.
And this priority is going to translate over to the Rift Herald, which is coming up in about half a minute. And using that, not only are going to be able to siege up the mid side with the Ziggs potency, they should be able to pick up this Baron lane turret as well. It's just very good translation from a small advantage in the mid lane. We do see a bit of a catch on the Court of War, but he's just going to be get out with the Dragon Lance and the Master Standard combo.
Jarvan is basically budget Camille, by the way.
Oh
as they
no,
set up this pick.
Elwin walks into the wrong spot, gets caught out right away, and the chain CC lands, comes through, Impunity take him down. And now looking for the turret. Celestials have to try and respond in some other way, but they don't have anything they can get done. We do see a bit of an engage coming through as Francois looks for this return kill. Secretlab comes in with a hurrying entrance. They do manage to find a little bit more damage, jumping in with the kick. This was a Sonic Wave. They take down the Ziggs, and so it's a 1-for-1 exchange, but without the jungle, without Smite, this Rift Herald goes over to Impunity.
You can see why I do like the Vi here in this game though, because there's a lot of supplementary lockdown. You're not the first one in. A lot of your teammates will go in with you. So it's not like you're jumping in and suiciding, right? The rest of Impunity should be backing up while Boar. So this is one of those instances where Vi feels good. Especially because you can lock down the Akali, right? As long as she just doesn't have Shroud and she's trying to kite around the fights, Sound Battery is always going to be good. Impunity now with a 4k or close to 4k gold lead as items have been picked up. Let's take a look at that right now. The enchants are probably going to be what's important as we approach this next fight.
Now just going to take things a little bit slower. Enchants should be completed at this point. I'm curious to see who's running the teleport early.
There you go.
Yeah, so we do see it on the Garen. So Nico looking to try and respond where he can, instead going to a side lane. You can see him going towards that very long Baron lane. I'm not sure how much impact that's going to make, considering the kind of pace of game right now. By the time he teleports in, Impunity could already have killed off Elwin, Xiaowu, Mystical. It's very difficult for him to find as much value, whereas you look at Impunity's side, they're holding off on it. They're playing it slow. They only have the Righteous Glory for Scarlet Petal, who's going to be able to make a long impact, or just walking into the opponent's faces, gets the taunt off, gets the Justice Punch.
You know what's an interesting thing here is the fact that Court of War on this Jarvan, like I said, is like a budget Camille, right? You pretty much do the same thing as he's looking to force here.
He does manage to find the engage, gets good damage over on Xiaowu. Xiaowu has to flash away, uses a Shuriken flip over the other end though. They take down Court of War. He goes a little bit too aggressive without the engage from his team. Jumping back, they try to use the corrupting chains. Impunity will not be able to find a return kill. Celestials come up ahead in this fight, but Mystical solo has to make a recall, and now they're looking for this Dragon coming up in 10.
They need to delay this. They need to keep Celestials away from the Dragon and get control, because right now, Court of War is going to be respawning, and even though he doesn't have ultimate, he's still a tank that you need in front line. They're going to catch onto Nico. That's a very tanky Garen. That's not who you want. As Celestials are posturing for this, they managed to make their way through the river entrance.
Looking for the engage over on the Elwin. Hero entrance is going to be used. The barrier comes in as well, gives him a little bit more survivability. The Lulu doing his best to try and keep him alive, but still goes down. It's going to go over the Galio. Now over on the other end, Nico gets caught out between multiple members of the enemy team. IMP collapse onto this Garen. Joining back in with the second charge of the Shuriken flip is going to be this Xiaowu. Looking for this return kill, but Sen running for the hills as the execute coming in from Ziggs. Just barely misses out. The Dragon Lance not able to connect as well. But Dragon goes over to IMP as they force Celestials away. Both sides didn't have the ultimates there, but IMP's ones came up just in time. Celestials now looking at the lineup. See that their ultimates come up after a fight, whereas IMP managed to use a few of theirs in that fight.
This is why you delay the Dragon, because immediately Court of War can pick up the TP enchant and just go into the backline, pretty much near anyone that's diving, right? And Celestials don't have the tools to answer that. Xiaohu's looking for this solo. He has the perfect execution. That's the second cast. I don't think he has the damage, especially with Super Mega Death Rocket just whizzing by. If that connected, Court of War dies, but now CSG, they're grouping up as 3. They're looking to siege this Dragon tier 1. The piercing arrow makes quick work of the wave, and the rest of Impunity are collapsing.
While Francois is looking to try and pick up the mid lane though, while Ball gonna make his way over to the mid side, gets the lockdown off, and he flashes right into the arms of the Ziggs with no blue buff to jump away to. Is likely going to go down, gets a bit of a speed boost. Scarlet Petal looking to flash on the wall, gets the taunt off with the Winds of War. Gets that kill and a takedown. Francois once again. Nico over in the side lane, looking like Impunity wants to start up this Baron. He gets a bit of vision, but what he doesn't realize is that IMP have already started this up. Spaghetti over on the back end. Watching for this flank, Quadrivar joins in. They know where the enemy team is. Nice taunt over onto 2. Xiao likely to go down here. Goes into the Shroud. Survives a little bit longer. Jumping into the back. Looking to take down the Java. Java goes down with a second charge of false execution. They bring down Vi. Reviving in the stasis for now. Should be able to get out. There's no good engagement. Celestial Scarlet Petal just zones them out with his presence.
The mistake there was Quadrivar overextended. Once you use the Cataclysm, you need to rejoin your team. You can't stay that far ahead and expect to survive through Jinx and Akali damage. They managed to get a good pick at the start onto Xiaohu, but he pops the Shroud in time. Still, Impunity, they are ahead in terms of gold. They got control of mid. They're going to be able to shove this one up. And the advantage always is the fact that they have mid tier 1 up, whereas their opponents don't. So once you push this wave out and you shove it, it's going to review anyone from Celestials dealing with it in the mid side. It gives you information of where everyone is. And as a result, you can make better decisions.
And better decisions have honestly been the name of the game. Both sides have been making proactive moves to try to respond. You can see Celestials playing a lot more towards the top side of the map, trying to go for the turrets. You see them make an adaptation to their play by trying to break open the Baron lane. Impunity, on the other hand, have been making the move to go for more objectives around the Dragon with the Baron. But it comes down to who can make the better decision in that particular moment, that frame of time. Both sides have valid strategies, but in any given moment, one play is more valuable than the other. And so far, Impunity are 3k. Go ahead.
Jinx.
Might be able to find a catch over onto the Jinx. Does get the lockdown. All the hero entrance going to be used as well. They should be able to find this. The knockup comes through. The barrier coming in. Wild Boar gets caught out by the traps. And now they lock down over the Scarlet Petal. Looking to take him down now quickly. Quadrivar in the mid lane. Trades back against Xiaowu. Xiaowu takes a lot of damage. Focus back up onto the top side. Jinx picks up the kill. Xiaowu goes golden. Survives a little bit longer. Jumping in with the dunk. It's going to the Garen. 5-point strike does not connect. Neither does the split back. That rocket as the arrow finds its mark. Takes down the Akali. They go 1-4-2 as they manage to take down Stroll as well. Wild Ball waiting by the back line, doesn't realize that all Celestials are right in the face of his team already. A little bit too far away, still looking for engage back. Elwing drops so low with the piercing arrow, walking into Wild Ball. He doesn't realize it's coming. Going to get killed off. The Whimsy going to be used, but it's not going to be enough as the Vault Breaker finds its mark. The damage coming in as they look to try and trade back on the Wild Ball. Wild Ball stuck behind this wall, tries to walk back into the wave, tries to walk into Mystical's face with the shield coming in, survives a little bit longer, trying to pick up the fruits. And able to find 2 kills in the span of that time is a great road bump to slow down Celestials, who haven't been able to find all too much this time.
You need this dragon here. There's nothing on the map that you can take like conceivably without going down. So the dragon is the freest objective here. You can see that already setting up for this play. It's going to be Scarlet Petal. He has the taunt and he has the positioning to catch anyone walking up. Xiaohu is at power point now. He's doing a lot of damage. He's killing off and solo killing the Zig. So you need to respect the Akali as the taunt comes in. That reviews him and guarantees lockdown.
But he still gets hit up by the taunt, by the damage, the knockout coming through. Xiaohu almost dies in that instance. Has to pick up the honey fruit. You can just see IMP. They have means to respond with the piercing arrow, with the damage follow up from Scarlet Petal. They just seem to be able to take down this Akali threat, even as the Akali scales up. Now onto Dragon. Celestials looking to try and zone this.
This sequence of events is why Akali is a greedy pick here. Like, being able to be slippery is one of Akali's biggest traits, but getting caught, the taunt just reviews you in Shroud, getting knocked up and punched with the Galio is also a big issue. And Winds of War, don't forget, damage reviews Akali. So the Winds of War being an AoE DPS over time is very tough for the Akali.
Over onto the Lee Sin. They got a 2-man taunt. They look to go down onto Mystical. Mystical has to flash away. Locked out over onto Alwyn, who tries to flash out, but he's immediately caught out with the hero entrance coming in as well to get the knock up over onto the Lulu. Wild Growth stalls for a little bit longer, but it's not enough. IMP take 2 kills away from Celestials, and Celestials forced to run for the hills, looking at Garen. He's trying to go for the turret, but Francois responds in turn. Mystical trying to play for the back of the pit. Xiaowu in position to dive in as well. Goes golden, survives a little longer, but a taunt going to be able to come through. He tries to flash away. Twilight Shroud giving him a little space to walk from. But looking at Wild Ball, there's nowhere else he can go. Vlog's execution cannot get the steal off. Lulu cannot do it with the Glitter Lance, and so it is going to go to Wild Ball. They pick up the Baron. Now they're onto Nico without much more lockdown. They decide not to overextend. Just gonna make recalls work, back to base, pick up the items, and keep the game going.
Pop quiz, Grandin. What is the issue here on Celestials? What is the item that's missing?
Item that's missing.
Zhonya's enchantment for the Jinx again is these 3 item spikes that without the defensive item he just keeps dying instantly. Oh, it's so tilting. He has all the damage but he can't stay alive past the assault and battery and the hero's entrance. He hasn't learned from his previous mistakes, granted.
It seems a little bit problematic for CSG right now, trying to get the Jinx up to a strong point, but just suffering to the harass on the side of Impunity. Now IMP just going to collapse with the Baron. They have swirled, playing the mid lane. You know, we talked about Celestials who want to play a 1-3-1 while Impunity are willing to play 2, and they decide that they can play better, considering the fact they have the Ziggs, they have the siege potential coming in. Francois might just go down with the Ignite with the arrow, sniping him from half a screen away and then some.
Scarlet is super tanky, by the way. He's like more health than Cordova at this point, and he's just leading the charge for his team. This is a dead turret. They're gonna walk mid and escort the wave in, while Cordova is just casually proxying the top tier 2. Doesn't really care.
Yeah, doesn't have to deal with all that right now. Just gonna look for a lockdown over on the Xiao. Xiao gets killed off right away. Celestials loses their mid laner. No mid laner, no jungler, no way to defend. And we just see IMP walk into the base, escorting the minion waves in. Nico trying his best to clear out what he can. But you look at Mystical, you look at Elwin, they're getting poked out. Very little damage taken on the side of IMP. They can just look for the win here. CSG nowhere to defend. 2,000 left on this Nexus. They're looking to end the game right here, right now. And IMP take the 2 up against CSG.
And they will find themselves in the grand finals for a rematch against the Alliance. Again, the second match, Elwin failing to pick up defensive items. This is so tilting for me, right? You can see the difference in itemization. Hopefully we can bring that up in a couple of seconds, because he fails to understand. Spaghetti has the Zhonyas. He knows the only thing he has to do is stay alive and throw arrows. If they catch me, if Akali can kill me, I lose the game for my team. So what does he do? Picks up the Zhonya's enchantment. Whereas for Elwin, he's like the main core of the late game DPS, doesn't even look towards the Zhonya's as defensive itemization. This is a big problem, and this is largely what cost them the game. And for the most part, I kind of talked about the Akali being a risky pick at the end of the draft. You could see what happened there. Multiple times getting locked down by the sound battery, getting locked down by the taunt. You don't have that level of evasion because they are able to keep you in place and review you through the shroud. So this Akali pick becomes a bit of a non-factor in the late game.
They managed to take down the Akali using the champion picks that they have really well. We did see that Akali was picked a little bit later. Akali has had some really strong moments in this competition, so understandably, you know, even this game, not finding its mark exactly 3 and 4, it still had pretty good damage and was able to take down Swold in some of these instances. It just came down to once they really started hitting that later part of the game, Scarlet Petal, even as the tank was dealing some decent damage, Cote d'Ivoire with the Dragon Lance as well as the Master Extended gets a knock up onto him, plus the piercing arrow. It was just very good damage that didn't require them to specifically target Xiao Wu. The fact that Celestials couldn't really take a game off of IMP kind of shows something, you know. This is not unexpected. The fact that IMP are a team that honestly is probably the last bastion of hope to find a game against Alliance. Going into the grand finals in the next set, they have been so strong in their competition. The only ones they've been losing games to have been Alliance. I think they've already faced them like twice at this point. First in the first qualifiers, the second time in their brackets, in the upper brackets. It's been a different.
It's quite brutal. Yeah, it's going to be very brutal, right? And that's going to be the next best of 5 coming up. Impunity need to take some time to reset Alliance. Are the final rig boss waiting for them? In the grand finals, it's like, why do I suddenly hear boss music, right? When you're Impunity winning this match. With that, guys, we have the highlights ready for their BO3. We'll take a look at how Impunity Esports managed to secure the victory against Celestials SG. They're getting caught in the jungle. They don't have vision of the Baron though. All Impunity needs to do is just shove them away.
No intel, but look at Spaghetti. He gets executed and the Lee Sin going down as well. They managed to find a kill over on the Scarlet Petal. Baron already down to 4k. They flash into the pit, looking to try and pick this one up for themselves. They do manage to get a bit of damage over the Swold. Swold going to hit the charm over onto the Jinx. Flashing back into the pit. Francois trying to survive this. Wallball jumps in, has the smite, won't be able to want to use it. Swole gets it instead. They manage to find the Baron in the end, but at what cost? As Celestials come back with a few more kills. Looking to jump in to get kill onto Lee Sin as well. Lee Sin cannot.
This open area is actually really good for Celestials if they can find the control with the Cataclysm and the Hero's entrance.
Jinx still looking to pick up the blue buff first, now jumping in to the engage onto the back line. Great damage over on the Elwood. Elwood has nowhere to go, gets stunned up, and now CSG, no damage left, only has the front line, going to get slaughtered by members of Impunity, who are on the chase, hunting them down, finds the damage, they take down, they still have a chance over on the Francois. Scarapetto goes a little bit too deep, and it's count for dinner for CSG if they can find this, but instead Quantify joins back in, going to get kited out. Gets silenced by Nico, and decent damage overall. They do manage to find the kill onto the Camille. But
And now he's frontlining for his team Celestials. If they steal this one away, Impunity will be in a big position.
Won't be able to quite find it. Now they get a Cataclysm locked down over onto the Zaya. Spaghetti in a bad spot. Francois going to get kicked away. They are still looking for the remaining kills on the Celestials. Celestials still have quite a bit of health by it, but Elwin in the wrong spot. Does manage to get the reset in time. Gets killed off by Scarapetto though.
Can contest this. If they walk into this choke, they should be going down to Court of War here. This is a horrible idea.
Going for this engage, Mystical goes down right away. They find damage over on the Scarlet Petal by Albin, looking to go down as well. No, Guardian Angels, but he's immediately dead. And jumping in is going to be the Garen. Nico looking to make a captain's play, but still sees his life flash before his eyes. His Impunity picks it away, and they're taking the game too. The Lulu doing his best to try and keep him alive, but still goes down. He's going to go over the Galio. Now over on the other end, Nico gets caught out between multiple members of the enemy team. IMP collapse onto this Garen. Joining back in with the second charge of the Shuriken Flip is going to be this Sawu. Looking for this return kill, but Sen running for the hills as the execute coming in from Ziggs. Just barely misses out. The Dragonlance not able to connect as well. It might be able to find a catch over onto the Jinx. Does get the lockdown of the hero entrance going to be used as well. They should be able to find this. The knockout comes through. The barrier coming in. Wildboar gets caught out by the traps. And now they lock down over the Scarlet Petal. Looking to take him down now quickly. Quadavara in the mid lane trades back against Xiao. Xiao takes a lot of damage and focus back up onto the top side. Jinx picks up the kill. Xiao goes golden. Survives a little bit longer. Jumping in with the dunk. It's going to the Garen. 5-point strike does not connect. Neither does the support back at that rocket as the arrow finds its mark. Takes down the Akane. They go 1-4-2. Arrow walking into Wildboar. He doesn't realize it's coming. Going to get killed off. The Whimsy going to be used, but it's not going to be enough as the Vault Breaker finds its mark. The damage coming in as they look to try and trade back on the Wildboar. Wildboar stuck behind this wall. Tries to walk back into the wave. Tries to walk into Mystical's face with the shield coming in. Survives a little bit longer. Trying to pick up the fruits. Hooked out. Very little damage taken on the side of IMP. They can just look for the win here. CSG nowhere to defend. 2,000 left on this Nexus. They're looking to end the game right here, right now. And IMP take the 2-0 up against CSG. A great run from Celestials to make it all the way here, but in the end, there can only be one to face Alliance in the grand finals, and it will be Impunity. The top two teams in the region meet once again in the grand finals, looking to play it out. They already secured the top 2 spots, I believe, in the Super Summer Cup. That being said, though, I believe 3rd place heads over to Celestials, who also find themselves a nice little $2,000 prize, along with 3 months worth of 100 plus. So a nice run and a nice reward for this team.
And you can't fault them, right? This is a team, like we called out, without much of an esports pedigree, without any official backing. For them to make it this deep into the playoffs is an achievement in and of itself. And not to forget, we still have another season of Icon Series coming up later in the year. Hint, hint, wink, wink, just letting you guys know you can participate. Celestial should definitely try to make a run for that one as well. But for now, let's focus on the grand finals. It's going to be the Alliance up against Impunity Esports in a best of 5. Winner, the victor of this, is going to get $12,000, 5 Secretlab chairs, as well as 3 months worth of 100 plus. Once again, brought to you by our sponsors. So that's going to be coming up. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going for a short break, giving the players some time to reset and get into the lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Change of arrangement.
at you! Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! Let's do it! Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock! Dust 'em, Pix! Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
I don't think so, because I think we're just operating at a different level, right? But I think at the moment we are just improving, every week.
This roster is our best roster so far because we have 5 players that played competitively in a very high level in League of Legends. So the other teams, they do not have that much experience in League of Legends also, and the way we play Wild Rift is very similar to League of Legends, which is a very established game already. So even for them to catch up, they have to take quite a long time for them to be able to get to the same level.
I don't know much about their subs. I know that their mid is Challenger, yeah, and then because we're friends with Sarah, then he say he solo kill Raven, so maybe their mid is pretty good, because I know he played Yasuo. He plays a lot of champions that some of the other millionaires typically won't play. I don't really think that's much of a threat. I'm not really sure what the roster changes are for Impunity. From what I heard is that they are from the Vainglory scene, some of their players. So what I can expect is that maybe they are good mechanically, their movements and all that, but I think overall we still have, as Alex said, also the advantage based on experience and game knowledge.
I don't think any of us here really care who we fight in the finals.
I don't mean to sound cocky, but we don't scream any Singapore teams because I don't think they are worth our time.
I guess just keep practicing, don't give up, knows who's better at you and learn from them.
Never stop. If you stop, everyone will go above you.
We go Hai Di Lao, have a meal.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So that's where some of the money will be going, I guess.
I guess I would donate it to the less fortunate people like MPL and IP.
Welcome back to the final set, a best of 5 game series between the top 2 teams in the region. It is Impunity and Alliance. Going to battle it out, both teams have already secured their spot in the Summer Cup for the Wild Rift series. That being said though, they are still playing for that big prize pool of $12,000 to the ultimate winner along with 5 Secretlab chairs. I think Shinsekai is already rocking that himself, so he's gonna have a full set. And for you guys back home, this is your last chance to win your own Secretlab chair. All you have to do and follow the instructions that we have on our Facebook, but the breakdown is clip something on Twitch, either a backdoor, a Baron or Dragon Steel, or a pentakill. Let's see if we get to see a penta this time around. We saw one from Raven when he played Katarina. Let's have a good game this time again, Hungry.
Yep, hopefully Raven gives us a chance, at least one penta during the playoffs, and maybe you guys can clip it and stand a chance to win the chair like Grandin mentioned. Just want to touch on a little bit, you can see how confident Alliance are in the interview. They're like, oh, what are you going to do with your winnings? And then Shinsekai's like, I'm just going to donate it to the less fortunate teams that don't get the winnings, like NBL and Impurity. I'm like, okay, if that is how confident you are, by all means, if you can walk the walk, you can talk the talk, you better be able to walk the walk. And I think Alliance are definitely here to put on a clinic for us. If you're any other region watching right now, I feel like a lot of the Icon series is going on concurrently, but if you're a team that has qualified for Super Summer Cup already, you might be looking towards this particular set of matches for some information on your competitors.
I've been able to talk to Shinsekai before, and as a player, he feels like he's one of those that doesn't necessarily have the sheer mechanical talent where some people are able to pick up on information and develop new strategies very quickly in 1 or 2 games. He needs some time, needs to really go into the specific matchup and figure out. And so he's a player that puts in a lot of effort to get to the point that he is. And so I have to put in I have to give a lot of credit and a lot of respect over to Alliance for the kind of work they put in since they've been brought under this banner. They've been able to do a lot of impressive things and grow a lot. I really like the addition of Golden Feet and Rich in the bot side. It's really anchored them down. They become incredibly powerful in this region, not just in Singapore. I feel like across the board, they definitely have become a strong contender in the region.
I think that's the main thing we want to talk about, right? The fact that Alliance, for them to have such a dominating performance in the playoffs in Singapore, is an indication of how well they will do in the regional playoffs when it comes to Super Summer Cup. But that is, that all remains to be seen later on, because right now we are looking at their match against Impunity. Remember, it's a best of 5, so as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, the sort of rotation will be as such. We'll be playing 2 games and then, go for a short break, and then the 3rd, 4th will be the next set, and if they somehow happens to be game 5, then we'll go for another break and then do the 5th game then. So a lot of action in store, a lot of games to watch. I think this is a first best of 5 we've casted for our so far, Brandon. How are you feeling? Excited to see it go all 5 games?
Oh yeah, for sure. I do have a little bit of concern for Impunity though, since they just played 2 games, so probably gonna feel a little bit tired. I mean, this is going to be a long set for them, but in all honesty, I feel like going up against Alliance, you need all the preparation you can get, and the fact that they did manage to get 2 games in against Celestials, they have to be feeling pretty good. Got a good 2-0 against them. The first game, very strong, very dominating. Second game ended up really clean as well. They were able to just close in and play the composition to its full abilities, and they brought in some different variation, a little bit of spice to what we usually see from the Impunity side. Playing the Ziggs, it shows that they have evolved and adapted to this. We should be getting into picks and bans pretty soon. Alliance are just looking too good.
Even bringing in the Jarvan Baron lane, I feel like that in itself is an adaptation, right? Because they noticed that, Francois always plays that Jarvan jungle whenever Camille is taken away. We're just going to take Camille and Jarvan, by the way, so you don't get to play anything in this game. And I do like that. I do like the way they've been innovating so far. One thing to point out too is that when it comes down to it, I think Impunity should be treating this as a serious sort of scrim style of play. Like, even if your league's behind, even if you're super far behind, what matters is the practice you get here. Because we heard Alliance say in the interview, and it was Raven that said this. He said he doesn't want to sound proud, but they don't scrim Singaporean teams just because they're not worth the time. And it might be true, because a lot of the local teams are not at the skill level of Alliance yet. So just practicing against them feels like it's just a bot game for them, right? If you're Impunity here, this is some worthwhile practice to be taken seriously, and against Alliance, if you take them to all 5 games, I consider that a victory in and of itself. There's a running joke right now between the casters that ever since Grandin has come onto the broadcast, it's been nothing but 2-0s. When I was casting with Fish earlier in Qualifiers 1, it was like, oh yeah, we go 3 games the whole day, and then Grandin comes in 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I'm like, what's going on, man?
Well, I have to just say, we do see a bit of a gap between some of these teams, and it looks like the level of preparation and this skill that we have creates a bit of a divide in our games. This kind of feels like we're stacking up. It's not really so much of a gradual increase in the level of skill. It feels like a step, every step of the way. And Impunity have been walking and climbing up this stairwell, this staircase towards Alliance and into the bigger region, because every opponent along the way, it's a big wall to overcome. But when you do, you improve and you increase yourself to that next level. Alliance and Impunity, for those that are not aware, have played once before in a previous set. Alliance came up 2-0. I think in Qualifier 1, they also met against each other, where Alliance came out as that first seed.
Yep. They also played in the upper bracket semifinals, so 2-0. I think the hit-to-hit now is something like 4-0 or 6-0, if I'm not wrong, in favor of Alliance. So they're actually pretty far ahead by a large margin when it comes down to the hit-to-hit. We are into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the final match for today in the C Icon Series Singapore playoffs. Right now, off the bat, the Gragas banned out, the Camille banned out. Impunity show respect to Raven. They ban out the Akali. All right, I'm liking the adaptations coming in. And the Janna as well against Rich. This is very good.
Yeah, Rich played Janna in both games in their previous set against them yesterday. So this time around, coming in with a bit of an adaptation. Now looking to go in with the Galio. We did see a bit of priority around Rengar from Shinsekai when they played out these games. Raven even played Fiora one set. I know you talked a little bit to Glacialx, their coach, about this pick afterwards. I'm kind of don't see it happening so much this game around as well. Alliance are going to look for the Rengar still for sure.
I think the Rengar is good here because
Rengar's
you see the Varus on the Impunity side. Like immediately your eyes should be lighting up if you're Shinsekai, because you are able to one-shot the Varus even before he gets Chains of Corruption off. So I think this is a very good matchup for Shinsekai to delete the squishies against the Lee Sin. All you have to do is just note down his pathing. If you arrive to the gank at the same time as Lee Sin as Rengar and he engages first, the Rengar jumping in actually gets the lead in this matchup. He's the one with the advantage because he's able to take him off guard once his skill is on cooldown. So I do like this from Alliance. Diana here for Raven, instantaneous. So this should be a support Galio coming in for Rich. Now they need to decide what they want for their marksman. Kai'Sa is up. Kai'Sa is a choice that Coden Feet has opted to every time they like to take the training weights off, every time they want to play serious and go hard against their opponents. Kai'Sa has been the choice. Darius has also been picked up earlier today by CWJ. This is a very classic Alliance draft.
The Prophet strikes again, calls the Kai'Sa pick, probably even before Alliance knew they wanted to play Kai'Sa. Alliance was still thinking, do we play Kai'Sa here? And then Hungry's like, yeah, Kai'Sa is the only choice here. They go for it in the end. Darius, as
suddenly the eyebrows like twitching. They're like, oh yeah,
like,
yeah,
wait,
Kai'Sa.
I feel like somebody's saying Kai'Sa right now. As we've already seen, Darius up at the top lane for CWJ. He's an anchor for the team. Alliance's belief and principle towards the game is that the Darius has its own impact. It should be an isolated lane for the most part. Yep. They want to bring resources over to Raven in the mid with Shinsekai coming in to support. Meanwhile, on the south, Impunity, they round off the composition, going for the army and the Garen. Want to mention Scarlet Petal having gone back to this Alistar, a composition they know that works. They've managed to dominate games where they've been playing with Scarlet Petal on this engager.
Yeah, the Alistar is actually a really good answer against the Galio, because once they saw Galio and Diana, they knew that Galio was going to be in a support position. So what the Alistar provides here is disengage against the Galio taunt as well as the hero's entrance. It's so predictable, especially because you're slow during the taunt, that Scarlet Petal can just headbutt the Galio away, deny all the engage, and then re-engage with his team after that, especially because they have the Garen, they have the Unbreakable Will from the Alistar. These two tools that Impunity want to abuse for this frontline allow Spaghetti to get the poke off. Their composition, again, it is terrible at 5v5, but what it excels at is finding picks. You hit the Chains of Corruption, you hit the Charm, you hit a very good Dragon's Rage, knocking a Squishy into your team, you find the pick from there, and then you team fight afterwards. Alternatively, you could just try poke him out with linear skill shots, right? Use Orb of Deception, use the Piercing Arrow. These two tools that Impunity have will be very effective against Alliance, who, for all intents and purposes, only have CWJ as a bruiser, not really a real tank, and Rich, who won't be building a lot of tanky items until later in the game, so they don't have someone that stands in front and says, yes, I'm going to absorb the poke, I'm going to be here frontlining for my team.
Absorbing poke is definitely going to be an issue. I could see Rich still having some HP to be able to just soak up a quick burst and maybe still survive after that, but like you mentioned, poke is going to be problematic for Alliance. Thankfully, on their side, I feel like with the Diana, with the Rengar, they still have some outs. Yes. So like you mentioned, when you see the Varus come out early, the Lee Sin come out early, the Rengar can get snowballing ahead. It's very easy to jump on these priority targets. Going into this one, what's most important for both sides is to have that jungle timing. Understand where they are. 3 to 5 seconds can be the difference between winning a 2v1 gank versus a counter gank coming in. And once you lose initiative, very easy to end up getting swept. And the early leads we've seen both teams can capitalize on.
The one thing that Shinsekai has displayed during this tournament, if anything, apart from mechanical skill, is his understanding of jungle timers. He knows how to play in the matchups and clear his jungle according to what his team needs from him. So for example, if his team only wants to fight at, say, first objective, he'll do a full clear gladly and then come down for an ult to get a kill in the side lane and then get the objective, right? But if he wants to skirmish early, what he'll do is he'll do a 1 quadrant clear, which is buff, camp, and then start hitting a lane early on to snowball that guy, recall, or even going for invade afterwards, and then make the opponent's jungler very cautious about where Shinsekai is. So the way he flexes his jungle path, the efficiency for the jungler of Alliance is something that tends to give them control in the early to mid game.
And so having good awareness of that is a big advantage for Alliance as we move into the Rift. Alliance on the blue side, Impunity on the red side. As we start off this best of 5 series, both teams looking to try and end this one off. Impunity, the last bastion of hope, to take down the overlords of the Singapore region. Let's see how they do here.
Jungler's not getting any leash here, actually, both starting on red. So again, this is what we'll see as CWJ is punishing Cote d'Ivoire already, because he has the bleed stacks. He's going to be doing more damage. Fun fact, when you collect bleed stacks, you get additional AD, so Cote d'Ivoire is always going to have the upper hand outside of the wave.
Also does really well to deny the Garen passive, prevents him from being able to pick it up any faster.
Yep.
Shinsekai is just going for a pretty standard clear for now, going to actually switch sides. So they're just going to end up missing each other. Shinsekai actually trying to apply a bit more pressure towards the Garen, which is going to be a bit interesting because the Garen is now being shoved back.
Notice that Shinsekai opted not to take his Crux. So what he wants to do here is actually get 4 camps real quick and then hit to the top side as well. CWJ almost solo kills Cote d'Ivoire. Wildboar is already here lying in wait, but he's only level 2. Shinsekai is going to hit level 3 after, yep, now he's at level 3. So he's going to be coming up to make this play for his team. Cote d'Ivoire, he needs to stay alive. He needs to hold out for this 2v1 to punish CWJ walking up.
Look what he's trying to do. Apprehend comes through flash immediately from CWJ.
no!
Sonic Resonance not going to be able to connect the barrier coming out. Wildball taking a decent amount of damage, has to flash away, but is still able to find the first blood with the red buff burn. Shinsekai not in position to look for that counter gank. He is level 4 now, so he gets control around both Scuttle Crabs.
Because he didn't hit the Sonic Wave, they're both forced to burn their flashes. The solo kill comes in for Raven in the mid lane, not even level 5. He finds the kill onto Swirled, and that is not what you're looking for as Impunity Esports. A level 4 solo kill coming in for Raven. He's going to get the ball rolling now. A lot of the damage will fall towards this Diana, this Kaisa in the mid game, so getting started good and strong is imperative for Alliance here. Double Scuttle Crab being picked up by Shinsekai too.
A little bit too late from IMP. They walk in, but by then Alliance have already reset. You can see exactly what I mean. The jungle timings, when they're going to move over. 1 second late. If they had moved in just in time, they could have denied Rich's recall, and that takes away his flash. Without the flash, that's a big engage tool away from the Galio. You could then look to try and make a play around the Dragon. Mid lane going to continue to be the aggression point for Alliance. Raven stepping forward, challenging them. Now looking for a catch over on the Scuttle Pedal. The damage comes through, and with good damage on the Ignite, taking down one more hit is going to be enough. Quarter feet overextends. Walks in to Spaghetti. The Ector's coming in, flashes forward the last hit. Jumping in is Shinsekai that finds the return kill, takes away the Genes of Corruption as well. But 1-for-1 exchange
Very good
back.
kiting.
Yeah,
for
very
Impunity. But you think about it, that's an uncharacteristic mistake coming from Coden Feet, right? You flash forward trying to get the last hit on to Scarlet Petal, but he was in range to really hit that last auto attack. So because of that, he overextends, he gets punished. Yes, Shinsekai comes in to get the revenge kill. He's going to get his passive all nice and stacked up, but that should not have happened for Alliance. In fact, if anything, you just back off and wait for Shinsekai to come in to clean up Spaghetti. So another mistake coming from Alliance. The first one was CWJ overextending in the Baron lane, and now Alliance overextend in the Dragon lane too. 30 seconds on this objective now, getting caught in the river though.
Fight breaking out a little bit as they get the engage onto Rich, while Ball just gets good damage onto Alliance's side. Raven not quite looking for this fight, just wants to get control over the mid lane. 3 members on the side of Impunity collapsing in on Raven. Raven going to just willingly ignore that for now. Wow, engage coming in. They're looking for the catch over on the CWG. The Apprehend brings him right back. Cote d'Ivoire might have gone a little bit too aggressive. Flashing forward, CWJ does get the kill. Brings down the Noxon Guillotine and sends Cote d'Ivoire back to base.
That is a barrier bait of the highest order coming in from the top laner of Alliance. He manages to survive by using the Honey Fruit, and then he pops the barrier at the last minute to really bait him in even further, using the Apprehend, flashing forward, getting the burn, the bleed stacks, and then killing him off with the Noxian Guillotine. It makes up for his earlier misplay in the top side by finding a solo kill of his own, and now he's going to walk down because Dragon is up. Alliance, they want to contest this. They have the ultimate from Raven. They have the ultimate from Rich. This is going to be disastrous if Impunity don't know where Alliance is.
Wow, big 3-man taunt. They do manage to find the first kill over onto Rich with good damage coming in. Alliance now joining into the fight. They take down the backline as they look at kill off Spaghetti right away. Raven gets the second kill onto the mid laner with the Noxon Guillotine landing on the Cote d'Ivoire. They kill them all off. Scarlet Pearl stuck in the Dragon Pit with nowhere left to run. It's a double kill for Raven. A 5-man sweep for Alliance. 8-3 Alliance with a 5-minute ace.
5 minutes in, they aced them, and like I said, you know, they are in a lot of trouble if they don't know which angle Alliance is approaching from. They got baited out by Rich, who was coming from the bottom of the river through the Dragon lane. He hits a massive taunt, and it allows Raven and the rest of Alliance to just collapse on top of the Impunity squad. I don't think that Spaghetti should be walking up here. Shinsekai
Wellboy is coming into position. They dodge away from a few of the spells, but Shinsekai is still going to get locked up. Doesn't quite have the damage to find the return kill. Does get his boots now, so it's a bit of an exchange.
And the enchants picked up already. It's double proto belt, right? Normally you don't see this on Darius on Summoner's Rift, but because it gives you that movement speed boost without really taking up any additional slots, it's a good gap closer for this particular pick as he's going to go on Spaghetti.
It's a great gap closer as it helps him lock down onto the enemy Varus Spaghetti. Caught out by Rich and CWJ. He almost managed to find the recall, but they knew exactly where he was, finding this window to punish them. Now Rip Terror is going to be up. Let's see how these teams play around it.
Shinsekai's late to the Rift Herald. There's a window here for Impunity to just set up, and I think they need to get vision down first and then punish Alliance for coming in late. This is the issue with like some of the weaker teams. When they are early to the objective, they don't put vision down early enough, so they are not able to really punish opponents for walking up. As Shinsekai, he's going to jump on in.
Taking down Scarlet Petal right away, despite the ultimate not going to be enough. Rich gets knocked back, bouncy castle between the enemy sides, but still finds the kill onto Scarlet Petal. Now they might be able to get a turn back onto IMP if IMP steps forward a little bit too much. Rift Herald looking like an easy pickup for Alliance now.
If that situation was reversed, right? Impunity had the wards down. If they were able to punish Alliance for walking up, they actually win that fight.
Here we go.
And now they're jumping in again.
Just gonna back off actually. Ridge couldn't quite find the angle for the taunt. Shinsekai now in position, could just jump on if they get too close into range, while Boar playing it safe with the Sonic Strike. Now moving in, Quadavra tries to go for it. Shinsekai does manage to secure the Rift Arrow. They don't quite have to re-engage. Both sides willing to just back off. Alliance take the Rift Herald away. Waves crashing in their favor. They already have first turret and 6,000 in gold.
I don't think there was any situation where Impunity contests that, because if they walk up past the river, if they walk up into the Rift Herald area, Raven's on the flank. He's ready to jump. He has his flash available with the Moonfall, so he's quite okay just jumping in and starting to fight up for his team, especially with Rich behind him with the hero's entrance. So Impunity there maybe overstaying a little bit, something we call a sunk cost fallacy. They commit too much time into trying to get the Rift Herald that they feel like they are compelled to stay. They feel like they have to try and get something there.
Reset coming in from Alliance. They still have yet to make too big of a cross-map play, you know, just going for these incremental advantages and just taking the fights to Impunity when they feel like it, have been winning out overall. Now Quadavra looking to be the next big target. They're looking to try and take him down, manage to get decent damage onto him. Right away he jumps into the bush and 4 men collapse to take him down. Kaisa picks up the kill credit for that one. IMP respawn in turn by going for this Dragon lane turret.
This is a good cross-map play for Impunity. They understand that they're not strong enough to fight, so they split the map up. It's Lee Sin and Ari pushing the Dragon tier 2, but the collapse from Raven is here though, as well as the Galio. This is going to be disastrous for Impunity.
They do manage to find the taunt. Gets good damage on the wild ball, but look at Raven. Raven can't join back into the fight. Rich now trying to zone away, dodges away from the charm. Meanwhile, in the base, they're just taking down this inhibitor turret. Not much they can do with Shinsekai. Dishing out damage back onto Quadavra. Scarlet Petal hiding, trying to take down Golden Feet, but Golden Feet just walks away and he couldn't do much more after that.
Yeah, but now they find another pick here. He uses the Spirit Rush, he uses the first one out, Apprehend brings him back in, and Swirl has 2 charges left to get out of that fight. That's a big ultimate used by Impunity in an over position there where he had no business being, just walking up into the river without any vision at all. And the reason they were doing that, right, it seems like an int play, like, oh, why is Impunity walking up? Well, it's because Inferno Dragon is now on the board. It's up for both teams to contest, and you need to be there early to set up vision as Ari, so you can hit the charm. Right now, the Fog of War turned off. You can see they only have like 2 wards. One in the enemy red buff, one in the river. They need some wards along the river exit and entrance in order to hit those charms, in order to force Alliance into a bad fight.
And they are just forcing Impunity, actually, the ones to take a bad fight, getting caught out, rooted up by Shinsekai. Garen goes down and Quadavra loses his life now. Alliance make their way over to Dragon easily. You talked about how Impunity had to step up because the Dragon was up. Doesn't make too much of a difference. Now the collapse in between the 2 turrets. No. They get the catch on the Varus right away. Even with the corrupting chains, it doesn't stop them from going in. Rich has to flash out. Now we see CWJ caught out between multiple members on the side of IMP. Turning back around, the move forward is massive on the 3 with the damage coming in. It's Golden Feet into the backline, taking down the Ari, looking to try and take down Scarlet Petal as well. Couldn't quite find it, but still going unstoppable. Raven once again making magic happen, takes down Impunity in an incredible fashion.
Impunity had like a come to Jesus moment there. They thought they could fight that fight, but Raven coming in with a massive moonfall and somehow still managing to get out with his without dying is insane for Alliance. Now they're up 11k. They have all the dragons. They've controlled the Rift Herald earlier as well. All they need to do now is pick up a couple of more objectives to close this game up. You could imagine that tier 2 is the next focus, and so is the Baron. They feel like they're so far ahead, they don't even need like the defensive enchants. They're all just going pro about just rushing in their opponents.
Rich is back for more, and so is Shinsekai. They want to go for this catch here. the sign that they can't quite do it. So Quadrivar looking to try and flash away, but ends up caught anyway. Scarlet Petal now running for his life. Chains of Corruption going to stop CWJ in his tracks. Just guy backs off as
Baron
well.
here.
Yeah, looking like Baron might just be the pickup for Alliance. You just want to crash out this mid wave while they rotate over. Already cleared out the vision. Let's see what Impunity has in store. They can't quite go for this. Wild Boar is moving over to try and deny this, but they spot them out. They know they're coming. They know they're moving over, and Rich in position to try and deny this. They get a catch over to Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal does get out, but meanwhile the Baron already started up a lot of damage onto it. Nearly taking out Wild Boar right away. And now Rich just going to zone them out along with CWJ. They pick up the Baron. Alliance in such a strong lead. 12,000 gold at 11 minutes, almost 12. In prime position.
1,000 gold a minute, Granted. This is how insane Alliance are, right? When they put pedal to the metal, they don't stop. And this is signified in the way they play. Like, who else builds 3 proto belts, by the way? As a hold on, Coda
Great
Feet, he might
damage
just
on the
die here.
Coda
He's
Feet.
getting
He gets caught out. Yeah, that's going to be the hero entrance going to be used. They do manage to get a knock-up over onto Quadrivar. Quadrivar likely to go down right now. Still managed to get out. Not enough damage to follow through. Wild Boar survives a little bit longer with the golden, going golden. Shinsekai chases after Scarlet Petal. Should be able to find this kill. Now we're back over onto the Garen. They're trying to look for this Garen. Quadrivar tries to run.
It's a support soloing the Baron later. This is an awful feeling, right? Yes, you lose Coden Feet. Yes, you lose CWJ. But guess what? Alliance will win the game as long as Raven is there to start the fights off. Another emote coming up and another one and another kill. That is game number 1 going to Alliance.
A solid game 1 from Alliance. And it's in a position that looked even. For just a quick moment, they turned things around and kept snowballing a lead. Sky in a very different story this time around. 6-1-6. Raven as well, 6-0-6. You can see the difference compared to the game where they're playing for the Rengar Fiora. This time around, it's about being able to take down the priority targets, and they recognize that. Don't really have to focus around the turrets as much because once they're dead, they can't exactly defend. And so they play very well around the Impunity weakness.
If we see the goal graph, you were absolutely spot on with that one. There was a moment in the game during, I think it was, about the 1 to 2 minute mark where it was okay for Impunity because they were holding even, they were managing to get the solo kills, they were managing to get the ganks, but once Alliance comes online, right, they understood what they needed to do and they were able to really punish Impunity, especially around that ace at the 5 minute mark where they were able to get the dragon afterwards. That is the essence of Alliance. If you want to see what Alliance is about, go and watch that fight, right? Rich sets it up for his team, Raven comes in, cleans up, and Coden Feet, because there's no pressure on him, he's just free to hit whoever is in front of him and clean up the fight.
And you can tell, even up to the 4 minute mark, 1 to 2,000 gold ahead for Alliance. You know, Impunity could easily claw back from that. We've seen how well they've been able to maintain a steady position, but then at some point, there's too many ganks coming in, the pressure was being applied, and you can see that even with a couple of the kills, the pressure around mid lane, Raven getting a solo kill in the mid lane, you know, for the most part, the gold difference was very, very minute. It just started to snowball out of control once Shinsekai came online. You saw how he was trying to path, going for his jungle camp, skipping out on the Crux, but then going for the double scuttle afterwards. He picked up level 5 and his impact on the map was phenomenal.
I think what you need to do here is you probably want to ban out the Rengar, you probably want to ban out the Lee Sin, and then force him onto something like maybe Camille or even Graves, which is not the best jungler right now. Just put him in an awkward position because Shinsekai has been the main engine of the Alliance success, and that's tough to deal with. That's tough, especially if your own jungler doesn't have the experience of like pathing well, he doesn't know how to min-max his itemization. Shinsekai, every time he bought an item, he was like powering up, right? It's the steps of build-up for the Rengar, and every time he gets a kill, it adds into his bonus AD too. So you could see how the snowball really gets going for Rengar every time he finds an early kill, and granted, you know, he played the map very well, was able to get those early kills to set his team up for success.
I feel like even if you ban out the Rengar and the Lee Sin, you know, you have to kind of prioritize going for the Jarvan then if you're going to be on blue side, and that gives up a couple of power picks away. The Galio is going to likely come through, maybe Gragas as well, and so it feels a little bit disadvantageous for IMP to have to just ban out these junglers specifically because of how impactful Shinsekai is. I would like to see the Rengar being banned out if they can go for the Lee Sin, you know, and force Shinsekai to go for something like the Jarvan, something a little bit tankier, less impact, or a different playstyle, because we've seen how good he is on the Rengar. Maybe by forcing him on a different playstyle, something a little bit more supportive, looking for engagement, not necessarily kills, could potentially change the way Alliance have to play out.
And it's just an environmental issue, right? The lack of bans available on Wild Rift right now, coupled with the massive champion pools on the Alliance, makes it so difficult to draft around them, right? If you ban out Camille and Lee Sin, then he still can probably play like Rengar, he can probably play Jarvan, he can probably play Camille, right? There's so many problems in terms of what you want to focus down for Impunity, that maybe you just draft what works well for you. Maybe you don't, you ignore what works well for your opponent, try to play your game instead of trying to throw them off their game.
Maybe the focus on Rich's Janna isn't quite what they need to be banning out. I understand that Rich on Janna is a difficult champion to deal with, but then again, you know, I feel like it doesn't necessarily warrant the ban. Scarlet Petal, that game still had decent amount of impact, but you look at Rich, the way he was playing, that's how Scarlet Petal plays in a lot of his other games. So finally on the receiving end of that stick, it's very unfortunate to see. I do hope that they don't end up going back to the situation where they were playing the 2 games against Alliance before earlier in the competition, and where they switch out from the Alisara, the Galio comp entirely.
Start doing like Seraphine.
Yeah, and switching back into something that's more like a support style. I do hope they stick to this, because I feel like they have some of the makings to for success, but just not quite there yet.
Well, the good news is for Impunity Esports, this is a best of 5. That's only the first game. They still have another game at least before they are on match point. So there is some, you know, bandwidth for them to experiment, figure things out, maybe try and poke and prod at the Alliance and see if there's any weaknesses anywhere. Spoiler alert, I don't think there is at the moment, apart from just mechanically outclassing them on an individual level. In the interview, we heard Shinsekai say, yeah, this is the best 5-man roster we had by and far. And I definitely do agree. I think the Alliance right now have I would say top 3 players in every position in Singapore at least, and then, you know, regionally I would say top 5 easily.
We're looking at a pretty interesting situation overall in this competition. You know, Alliance is still running undefeated. Now at this point, it's looking like there just isn't a team that can really take a game away from them. Even Impunity, earlier on in the competition, were very, very close to sending Alliance that first L. Now at this point, Alliance have kind of cleaned up, you know, put the pedal to the metal. They've set things right. The stage is set for them, and they are looking to go undefeated into the international stage.
The game where Alliance almost took an L was because of Glaciox's quote-unquote Galaxy Brain Draft, where he went for the Fiora mid. I'm like, yeah, if you want to do that, sure. But it's always going to be a touch-and-go process, because your win conditions are so niche and so specific. Granted, they won that game, but still, you can't say like, oh, Impunity were this close to taking down the Alliance, because there was a draft that was meant to be very competitive. It's not something that once you get a lead, you just smash your opponents, right? So Impunity, I think, like I said earlier, the plan here is to just play their own game. Don't focus on throwing your opponents off their game, just focus on your own game instead.
And for now, Impunity is going to start off our picks and bans.
I don't think you need to ban Renekton here.
Yeah, Renekton ban does not seem very important in a game that does not allow Renekton just yet. Rengar and Akali, these are the champions that we are hoping to see banned out. Alliance now responding with the Galio. Don't want to give that first over to Impunity. We saw how well they could run it with Rich. Don't want Scarlet Petal to do the same.
What happens here is if you ban out the Gragas on Alliance, that allows Impunity to play Lee Sin, and Shinsekai is now forced to play Camille in response. So it's this swap up between like who wants Camille, who wants Lee Sin, right? And Shinsekai is proficient on both, whereas Wildboar, I feel like he's better on the Lee Sin. So this is a stylistic difference between both teams.
Let's see how comfortable he is on this. We have seen how impactful Shinsekai is with the Lee, being able to flash over, line up the Dragon's Rage, being able to get this catch onto the opponents pretty frequently. Mid lane pick is also open. Do we see a repeat? Do we get the Diana again? Orianna has been a little bit less popular recently. Ari has actually come up in popularity. Yeah, I think Janna could just be the pick from Alliance, if not the Diana here.
The thing about the Diana this early on, like, yes, it's a power pick for Raven. We saw how valuable it was in game 1, but Rich is just so good. He's just so damn good in the Janna. Like, I feel like you can't pass it up, right?
Maybe at this point, Alliance is just saying, we don't think you're going to play Janna. If you play Janna, we know how to punish that. So just going to let that through. Vi and Xayah. You know what we have to say about Vi, Hungry? You know what we have to say about Vi?
This is not a good Vi game. I don't think you have enough AoE collateral support for you to play Vi, especially because your opponents have a Janna. Like, the moment you use Assault and Battery on anyone that isn't Janna, she pops Monsoon and just resets the fight. So this is bad Vi game coming in for Wild Boar. I would have liked if he played Camille jungle and then maybe picked up like Garen for Cote d'Ivoire. Maybe you pick up Darius for Cote d'Ivoire. It would have been okay too. Rounding out the third and fourth here is going to be Janna like we predicted, and Varus for cold and feed, so no Kai'Sa. Instead, he wants the poke, he wants the utility, and rightly so. You could see their composition actually doesn't have a lot of crowd control because he went Janna, so you do need something to help Raven get into the center of the fight, and it's going to be Chains of Corruption.
And you have to mention as well, going for the Xayah Rakan.
Oh, GG go next.
It's very awkward to see this because now Xayah, you don't really want to see so many tools to try and peel for her, and with this Corki as well, I'm a little bit curious as to what exactly the plan is going to be. If they jump in with Cote d'Ivoire and they try to follow up with Wild Ball and maybe we see some engage with Scarlet Petal, do they actually have a way to try and fight this one out? They just seem like they have a squishy front line that gets bursted down. Righteous Glory should be a quick, easy pickup for the Rakan, but after that, I'm quite curious what the build is going to end up. So many damage threats on the side of Alliance.
The problem with Rakan and Wild Rift, like I was telling, I think, some other caster I was talking to about Rakan, he's in a very poor position right now because the things that you do are a lot harder to execute, and things and other champions like Leona, like Alistair, like Galio can do the exact same thing. What Rakan provides is, yes, mobility, but also a hard engage and appeal. And for the most part, you know who else has that? Leona, Alistair, Galio, they all have better options. Like, it's so tough to execute the quickening into Grand Entrance. And if you are Alliance here, you see this Rakan, it's like, yay, someone's looking to engage on us. All they need to do is tell Rich when to pop Monsoon. All they need to do is tell Shinsekai when to kick someone out of the fight, and it fully resets. And then Impunity don't have an engage, a solid follow-up engage anymore, right? All of the choices that they pick here to force fights are too telegraphed. That's the big problem. And with Alliance, you can bet sure as hell once they see the telegraphed engage coming in, they are prepared to fight.
Of course, on the other end of the stick, we have to wonder why Impunity go for the Xayah Rakan. I have to say, it probably looks like it's for that strong 2v2 lane matchup.
Yeah,
but we see Alliance. They are not a team that's afraid to start rotating topside, picking up the first turret, give up Dragon. They are willing to go for these exchanges. So the fact that you're trying to play for a strong 2v2 matchup doesn't seem quite right for me. And Rich can easily rotate mid lane. You're looking at Corki. He only has that Valkyrie to try and get out, and so he's oftentimes going to be shoved on the wave, especially as they range into melee matchup. Rich comes in, bada bing, bada boom, you're dead.
Yep. The upside here is like, at least Impunity are playing to their comforts. I see this composition, I'm like, okay, you guys know what you want to do, and you're going to do it well. Against Alliance though, if they have the fingers to do so, if they can't execute this composition properly, there is a chance of them winning, right? But again, like you said, it is tricky. Alliance can always dodge this 2v2 in the bot side and say, yeah, we're just going to send the Xayah and Janna into top just before the Rift Herald, take down the Baron tier 1, completely sack the first dragon, and then your Xayah Rakan has very little value, especially because when Rakan is roaming around the map, he's still very squishy. People always forget that Rakan is squishy early on. If he gets caught out by Raven or Shinsekai, or even CWJ for that matter, he instantly dies, whereas Rich, he has insane mobility from the movement speed and 2 strong disengages. So it's safer, it sounds weird, but it's safer for the Janna to roam the map than it is for the Rakan.
And you have to consider, I guess, the damage that maybe they're trying to overload with the composition that they have. You're running Corki and Xayah. When you lock them all down, the Hextech Ultimatum, it's good damage, with the Grand Entrance, but then there's one big problem. Hextech Ultimatum actually spreads them out. It pushes them out of the range, so now you're not clustered together and you don't have a good moment to use the quick link with the Grand Entrance. You're stuck in a spot where you're just throwing out the feathers and you realize there's nobody to pull it back from apart from the target stuck in the Hextech Ultimate. So
the synergy with picks that go well with Vi is usually like Orianna, it's like Galio, it's AoE spells that force your opponents to be very careful about where they position, especially with Vi. But when you have Camille, the reverse is actually true. You want the ability to pick off targets by splitting the fight up and then jumping whoever gets caught out. So there's anti-synergy between the Vi and the Camille, which is why every time I see them on the same roster, I'm like, yeah, this is not going to work out.
So a few problems that we have to iron out on the side of Impunity as we move into our second game. Alliance already took that first win. Impunity trying to pull out something a little bit different. Haven't seen the Xayah Rakan bot lane from them before. They're looking to make it happen as we go into the Rift. Game number 2, Alliance is leading the match.
Right, Impunity Esports here. It's an early group up actually. They find Rich, they chunk him out, but they don't get anything beyond that. Whereas Alliance, they'll have some information right now about what skill Corky started with, as well as how they're going to be looking to play this level 1. Interesting rotation down. They might be looking to get some vision just in case Rich walks into that brush. Grand entrance into the... Oh, hold on. Engage onto
Colon feed. The Ignite taken down over on the Spaghetti. They manage to fight back, but Rich just looking for the aggression. Gets the lane that he wants. Rich talks about how he wants to fight it out, how he wants the monkey lane. This is it!
Yep.
Level 1
100% monkey lane. CWJ is actually going to go very low here. Again, the adaptive shield going up against Darius is big value. Hold on, another engage. Rich might die
looking
here.
to go too aggressive, gets second down, and now Scarlet Petal in a good position to find the kill here. Wild Ball might just be able to find it. Flashes over the wall with the Vault Breaker, isn't quite able to find its mark. Kodafi flashes out too, and Alliance lose their support.
Yep, that 2v2 like we talked about, working out very well for Spaghetti and Scarlet Petal. It was designed to be a bully lane, right? You go up against Alliance, this is what Impunity wanted. Play their own game, play a 2v2 that works out. For this to scale though, they need a lot more of that.
They do definitely want to look for those strong fights while they still have the lead. We'll look to see what kind of adaptation they want to bring in. CWJ going a little bit too aggressive. Doesn't realize Wild Boy is on the side, and so is Scarlet Petal. Shinsekai on the wrong end. Now CWJ going to get locked up by the hook shot. Flashing forward, but still gets knocked up by the grand entrance. Taken down. Impunity doing all the steps right in this early game.
Yep, this is the right move, and because the wave is pushed up, Shinsekai either chooses to dive or steal a camp away, and both of them are kind of lackluster options. I don't think he can really get anything done unless, oh man. By the way, he still had flash. Oh no, he had barrier, but he mistimed it. Ah, unfortunate.
Spaghetti does use his barrier, but is mistimed, so going to lose a Summoner spell for not all too much. Shinsekai still not level 5 yet, but stealing this camp away. You said he could either go for a dive or steal camp. Why not both, says Shinsekai.
Yeah.
Waiting for a potential repeat back onto the Xayah. Xayah still doesn't have much. Spaghetti looking to get caught out.
The way you play it out is Xayah is you throw two feathers in front of you and then you auto once, and then you pull the Blade Caller barrier and then walk away, right? He didn't set up for the root, which is why Alliance was so easily able to dive him under that Dragon Tier 1.
Didn't require the flash from the Lee Sin at all. CWJ now once again looking to be caught out. Might just see the engage coming in from Cote d'Ivoire, as well as Wild Boy here. Raven was in position, but now they're looking to give Shinsekai the onus to prevent this gank or the counter gank. Here we go, fight starting to break out a little bit. That's going to be the tactical sweep joining into the fight. It is Shinsekai, but a lot of damage already on the CWJ. CWJ does use the barrier in time. Good trade, it's a 1-for-1 so far. Cote d'Ivoire still up. Shinsekai losing a little bit in this fight. Redemption coming through, dodges away from the tactical sweep. Finds that kill, and they get a 2-for-1 in that angle.
This is what happens when you join in after the gank breaks out, right? You come in with a counter engage, and even though your teammate might die, in this case he did not, I believe, you're still able to get control of the area.
Played it still cap into Redemption for Rakan, whereas it is going to be the swiftness boots into the Redemption for Janna. So a lot more mobility. You saw that roam come in, made a pretty big difference. The Redemption coming out and landing on the Cote d'Ivoire really sent him into execution range for Shinsekai. And so being able to pick up that kill easily, 3-0 in this Lee Sin has the Ghost Blade. Let's see what he does with it.
This is Mountain Dragon. Not sure if Alliance really want to full contest this. They could always, as we saw, opt to swap up towards the Baron lane and trade turret for Dragon. The composition, however, if you choke, if you play the choke up,
yeah, trying to.
Scarlet Petal missed.
A little bit unfortunate.
Unlucky.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Now it gives Alliance the opportunity to go for Dragon since they know where the enemy team is. But they're just gonna go for the crab first. Gonna start the Dragon up only now. They pick up the package. Let's see what Impunity you want to do.
This is going down very quickly. Alliance with the Resonating Strike and the Smite should be able to claim this one. So they don't actually invest anything to get the Mountain Dragon there. It was completely free, no contest either. So that's a free objective that Alliance gets for approaching 5 minutes in, and they are up in terms of gold. If you're Impunity here, you need to focus more on the bot side. Like, you need to get this Zyrakan going because you drafted for this 2v2, and twice you've been dove, twice Spaghetti has been killed off. You need Impunity to spend some attention and try to get this Zyrakan a hit.
What's Wild Ball looking to try and get done here? Rich is in position, but so is Shinsekai. And so it's going to be a difficult 3-on-3. We take a look at the gold count right now. Alliance up to 1,000, jumping in with the dunk flashes in with the final sweep. Should be able to find this. Wow.
That guy's insane. That guy is insane. He managed to hit the final decimate, right? The outer circle of that Q on Darius, that's bonus damage. So that was insane coming from him. Knowing that the bleed will finish him off too. Like the discipline. Knowing that if I hit this, massive nuke and then burst him down, he's gonna die to the bleed stacks is crazy.
You thought it was over. You thought that he was done once he used the guillotine, but he comes back in with the decimate and wow, just so much pressure coming in from Alliance. You see them pick up first turret, now they're moving over to Rift Tower. Raven keeping the pressure in the mid lane, gets the Moonfall, almost gets a solo kill onto Swole. Shizukai coming in from the flank, should be able to find this. He does dodge away with the Valkyrie, but still ends up going down. Redemption going to be used, but it doesn't stop Shizukai. They jump forward, Rich looking for the solo kill on the quarter wall, gets the Monsoon off, but ends up killed anyway. Piercing Arrow does find its mark, cannot get the kill though, just not enough damage. They do push him off, they pick up mid lane tower as well.
He's like past tier 2 as a support, and meanwhile Shizukai getting caught out here as the flash over.
Does get good damage over onto the Vine, they take him down, and Scarpel just can't find the entrance.
Oh, that's a fuse bad, man. You're gonna like Shizukai is at what, 10, 15 health? He hits the full combo together, Raven coming in. Oh, not Raven, excuse me, a Coden Fee coming in. Able to pick that one up.
Well, Raven did join in as well. Raven was a big source of damage. Rift Herald is up right now. Let's see if Alliance wants to go and try and pick that one up. A little bit of a different game this time around. Impunity came in strong, set things up well, got the solo kills in the lanes that mattered. You look at Camille, 3-2, has the Triforce, is a bit ahead. Was a bit ahead of his matchup, but now with the Darius going for that Triforce, having this along with the Hex Tank Proto Belt, this surprisingly far distance that he can travel is very difficult to deal with.
If you're playing Summoner's Rift, like this is the equivalent of the poor man's Strikebreaker, right? It's a dash, it doesn't give you any stats compared to Strikebreaker, but it allows you to gap close on squishies.
Now jumping in over on the Scarlet Petal, looking to be able to take him down right away. Does get the Dragon's Rage, one more auto attack should be enough, but he finds it instead with the Sonic Strike. Now the lockdown over onto Raven as Raven turns things around onto the Vine, coming in with the Moonfall, but isn't even necessary. As they manage to take him down without it. Now moving down towards this Dragon Lane turret. They are taking everything and the base too.
But that moment where Wildball died, there's like why you don't play Vi in Wild Rift. He had to jump in with the Vault Breaker, and a lot of your damage is offloaded on Vault Breaker. You need to hit a target for it to really count. So you can see why I don't really favor this Vi pick for the most part, especially if you don't have the support of your team.
I mean, you think of Vi as a melee champ, but Vi is a super melee champ because the only thing that you can consistently rely on for entry is definitely going to be your ultimate. And once the Assault Battery is over, then you use your Vault Breaker to really kind of set up and the damage afterwards. Raven dodges away from the Grand Entrance as well as the Vault Breaker. What incredible reactions from Raven.
It feels so bad to play into that, right? You set up, it looks like a free kill. There are 3 people in mid lane looking to jump on the Raven, but then he jukes away with double dashes. And now with this Dragon spawning, I think Raven might be going on to this, the charm onto Raven. Not a lot of damage, so he should be able to get the kill.
They get the Moonfall coming in, the Crush Strike will be to connect. Now they get one, now looking for a second. The Monsoon coming in as well, the Wild Boar goes down. Now they're chasing after Spaghetti, but Spaghetti flashes away. Jumping into the backline, they use a hashtag ultimatum. The shield coming out, going to be able to keep their team alive. And Raven's still up. Shizukai knocks Sword back. They take him down as a trade back for the jungle, but 4 dead over on the side of IMP, 2 dead on Alliance. They're more than happy to take this exchange. Dragon going to be up as well. They can reset and come back just in time.
Did you see that sick insect from Shizukai? He's like going down anyway, he knows he's gonna die, so he makes it a 1-for-1 trade by kicking Sword into his team. It doesn't matter if they don't have the jungler because they're still able to push out the lanes, push out the map, and now converge on top of that Cloud Dragon. Now Raven, he's gonna be starting this one up for his team, the rest of Alliance should be joining in here. 20 seconds on the Baron. Impunity, their composition is starting to fall apart. Again, they needed to win the 2v2s at Zyra Khan. Yes, they got an early kill, but with Shinsekai coming down to reverse all the advantage, they're starting to not... They don't really hit the timings that they want in the mid game.
Missing out on those windows to play things better. Alliance now using The Rip Herald to the mid lane, trying to get some control here as they walk over to the Baron. This is great use of it. Usually you see Rip Herald setting up for the Dragon. They say we can just use this for the Baron instead. IMP forced to make the response. They're walking over. Look at this fear. They are so cautious to walk in. They walk out, but that's not quite the right play.
They at least have the Scuttle Crab vision, so they know it's not being started yet. Then Impunity have a small window here to force because Raven is on the Baron lane. They have a numbers advantage for now, but not with Cote d'Ivoire moving down to the Dragon lane. So Lions are regrouping. They're looking to take down this Baron tier 2.
You do have
if they force this, they have 5 members. They should be able to win the fight.
Looks like Darius is going to actually recall to try and respond to the push coming in from Cote d'Ivoire. CWJ matches the Camille now. The rest of Alliance just maybe might make a reset here, decide that it's not worth it. Not much can be found in this play.
Zhonya's already picked up by Shinsekai. A redemption earlier we saw for Rich. A couple of core items also done for Raven as well as Coden Feet. So Muramana was done, and with the Rabadon's Death Cap, that Moonfall, if you can catch 2 or 3 members, that's a win condition in itself.
Moonfall is honestly so impactful so far. Raven has set them up so well, and you see how well it's able to interrupt Wallboard and Scarlet Petal when they try to engage in, and the Moonfall interrupts them. You know, it really changes the dynamic of the fight because now they don't have much more they can do. They rely heavily on those 1 and 2 spells. Without those, they become less than a champion in all honesty.
Look at where Raven's positioned. He's looking to flank either mid or bot. Whoever overextends first, he's going to come in from the back and hit a big Moonfall. So that's your concern as Impunity now. Every time Raven is missing, does he have an angle on us? Especially because he has Flash. Like, is he able to gap close onto the backline and just completely wreck us before the fight even starts?
Redemption used to scout out the Baron. Doesn't seem like they're going to be starting up just yet. They do manage to get the kick onto Wildboar, take him down. Now Baron looking like a very real opportunity. CWJ moves in on the Scarlet Petal. Scarlet Petal gets the knock-up. Rest of the team coming in though. Raven joining into the fight pretty soon. They do manage to get the upper hand over onto 2, jumping in. They do get out for now, but over at the back lines, Raven is almost dead. Cote d'Ivoire joins in, looking for the catch over onto Rich. CWJ so very low at this point, has to flash away even with his burial. Oh my goodness, Raven gets the fruit just in time, able to survive. They manage to trade back onto the Camille. And Rich, what is he doing? This absolute madman gets everything. They take the Baron in the meantime now, trying to chase after Codenfeed, but Swirl loses 60% of his health in 1 arrow.
That is a supportal combat there. Rich, this guy is super aggressive. He would just flash in, he would just use the Ignite. Yep, no big deal. I'm going to solo the Camille. While all that was going down, Alliance for 2-manning Baron, and because it is Varus, it takes a bit longer, but eventually they do finish it off. Shinsekai 7, 1, and 4 is able to sustain and tank through a lot of the Baron damage. Impunity now with this 8k gold deficit, they need to find an answer. There was a small moment there where they could have fought the fight, but at the best case scenario was a 3-on-5, right? They were unable to really find any kills. Raven with a clutch
Talking
move
about
onto the
kills, we're looking for a catch on the Shinsekai, but he goes golden, survives a little bit longer. Cote d'Ivoire looking to get caught out now in exchange. Shinsekai looking to try and take him down. The redemption is going to be used. He dodges out for a decent amount of damage. And still, they get the kill onto this Camille. He's dead once again. Dragon's up, but they don't even have to go for it. They have the Baron Power Wave coming in. Waltzing into the base. Alliance looking so dominant. 7 and 17. 11,000 gold ahead.
Garrett, granted, this is why you buy Zhonya's. This is why you buy Zhonya's enchantment.
This is why you don't play Vi. It's what, 0 and 5, 0 and 6, hasn't won a game yet, I don't think. Raven jumps in, immediately deletes. Spaghetti sends him back into the base as they break it open too. Now moving on to the Nexus. They're looking to try and take this one down. Wildboard doesn't have much more he can do. They do manage to get the knockup over onto the enemy team. Technical Suite connects onto a couple members on the side of Alliance. Raven goes golden, survives a little bit longer to trade back. 4 members strong on Impunity. They try to defend as best as they can. But Alliance ignore them all and go for the Nexus. They take it down 2-0.
It's a game point now, ladies and gentlemen. Impunity with their backs to the wall. Alliance have shown that they are not to be trifled with. 2 games in a row, they ended before 15 minutes. And for the most part, after the mid-game, they seem to be in full control of how they want to close the game out. you could see right now 18 to 9 in terms of kills. Shinsekai again the MVP. They build a bit different this time. It's not all full proto builds. They understand they need that sort of stasis to buy time for the team to come in, and as a result, Shinsekai and Raven both buy the Zhonya's enchant, but that item, low-key, is the most OP enchant in the game. It's such a good, like, free get out of jail free card.
It's been able to deny the Vi ultimate, the Camille ultimate, Camille hookshot, so many things on their side. You know, you could see Spaghetti, he optimizes towards damage, doesn't go for the Hourglass enchant because he's thinking, yeah, I'm Xayah, you know, I have my Feather Storm, I can get out of these situations. But what happens still, you know, by the time you come back out, you're still dead because they're just gonna load the CC on you afterwards. You know, you need that little bit more space. Whereas with Alliance, yes, they have the gold lead so they can afford a bit more, but if you look at the timings that they buy their enchantments, much earlier compared to what you see on the side of IMP. So far, only Teleport and Redemption on IMP side. They missed out on some windows with the Vi, with the Corki. I feel like that cost them a lot.
This composition really relies on the Corki and Xayah to be popping off, right? So there were two win conditions. First one is you win your 2v2 in the bot side. That was good and done until Shinsekai came down and reversed the advantage, and then so need to get to Infinity Edge and Triforce, right? Mana Immune is a bit of a troll item there. It takes too long to scale up. By the time it's completed, you don't really have the damage that you want, so the money should be invested into Triforce, Rapid Fire Cannon, Infinity Edge. These three core items plus Zhonya's, you're golden. You're okay to fight. So I think a bit of a questionable itemization coming in there from Swirl overall. Also because his lane was pretty difficult, right? So he doesn't really have the gold that he wants. It's the best budget item that helps suit the situation. Overall, Impunity now in this final game, they need to dig deep. Otherwise, Alliance are just going to end up speedrunning them again. It seems like a running joke, but Alliance are the indomitable team so far in the C Icon Series Singapore playoffs. Hard to really beat them, honestly.
They're looking for a 3-0 sweep against Impunity, the second best team by almost all accounts, a team that was regarded as our last hope to maybe take a game away from Alliance, and Alliance are showing here why they just can't be underestimated, why they are prepared to play on an international stage now that they've secured a spot in the Wild Rift Super Summer Cup. It feels difficult being Impunity here. Hopefully they get to do a little reset as we go into our break and try to just come back with a little bit more clarity towards what they want to do. I feel like the Vi has just not been the answer for any of these teams. You know, Jarvan, whatever, just play something else, man.
Please,
you know,
please.
If it doesn't work, then so be it. Let's move on. And so we're gonna move into our break, get some time to rest and reset. It's a quick little one as we move into our next game. Game number 3, Alliance and Impunity, the grand finals of the Wild Rift C Icon Series in Singapore. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty! that a little gunpowder won't fix.
there are two regions that I think we are most looking forward to play against, which are the Taiwan region as well as Philippines.
Definitely the Philippines. They are currently in like Southeast Asia with Philippines. But if we were to go out of Southeast Asia, I would say Korea.
Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Philippines, as well as like Thailand, Vietnam. So these basically these 5 countries.
For me, it'll probably be the Philippines. Since I was from the Philippines, I'm really excited to see how my home country is doing.
Either the Philippines or the Taiwan.
We don't have a preference.
BTR.
Yeah, bro.
Indo.
BTR. Oh yeah, Indonesia.
Yeah. So most of I think the Taiwan team, for at least for me, is one that I'm looking for the most, because I think Flash Wolves looks like to be one of the best teams, not just like in their region, right, like in the world. So I want to know like how they stack up, not just like us playing against them, but like see them play against other regions also. Yeah. And then Philippines is just like one of the more like so-called right now like best in SEA, right? Like, that's why most people call the Philippine teams. That's why.
I've seen like top teams like Next Play, Omega, Sunsparks, and etc. Like they played really well, and be able to play against them would allow me and my team to gain more experience.
I think the teams in these countries, I mean their scene has been pretty competitive, and we've been getting caught on all the action happening in their regional, their national tournament. So I think they're all pretty solid, and we really want to have a chance to actually play against these teams to just see the differences and also like the similarities between the metas and just the playstyles.
Because the Chinese scene as well as the Philippines, they have very, very strong teams. So it will be kind of a challenge. So it will be good to face off against them, and we'll see how we pit against the rest of them.
For me, it's Indo, because the PTR team don't like us. We got some issues with them.
Not the team, like just the nuts.
Yeah, BTR nuts.
And it's the last game. Tensions are high for Impunity to try and take one away from Alliance. Let Alliance go undefeated throughout the entire Wild Rift Sea Icon series in Singapore. If you're still not aware of what's going on? Well, we just came back from a little break. We are recharged, came back with a nice little drink. I'm bringing the action. I'm Game Listen. With me is Hungry. We are going to take a look at the match, the third game in this best of 5 between Alliance and Impunity to decide which team is going to be the best in Singapore to take away our big prize pool. As always, this broadcast has been brought to you guys by 100+, and I just took a look as well. We're also able to talk about their non-carbonated alternative. I just want to say I really like the active version, right? Like the non-carbonated one. Yeah. And you can get the powder too, and you can make it in concentrate. 100+ concentrate. That's what I like to drink.
If you put you get the powdered one and add it to your normal 100+, so it becomes like a 100+ dinosaur.
Oh my god, that's Hungry. That's a bit too big brain.
Marketing idea.
That's a bit too big brain. I don't know if we could handle that kind of knowledge, that kind of information, as well as
this
our
is the
partner
dark technology.
The secret tech, the things they don't want you to find out. This is like the stuff you see on the banner ads. 100+ does not want you to find out this hack. As well as our sponsor Secretlab. If you are wanting the gaming comfort, casting comfort, whatever you want to do, if you're looking to go all the way, and for Impunity that means playing a best of 3 against Celestials into this best of 5 against Alliance, they need to send something good. This is also your last chance, the last match they are going into to go and
potentially last match.
Potentially last match. I gotta get a little
who are we kidding?
Let's find out. To get a Secretlab chair of your own, a Titan 2020 edition, League of Legends version. If you guys aren't aware, I'm sitting on the Yasuo edition myself. I can feel my inner Garena coming out as I run it down the mid lane. 0-10, baby. Let's go. Brought to you in the Icon series. Secretlab, you want to win this chair for yourself? All you got to do is clip a backdoor moment, a Dragon or Baron steal, or a pentakill. Let's see if IMP or Alliance have it in them to make one of those plays happen.
As always, Grandin's sitting on the League of Legends Yasuo edition. He's living in luxury. He's casting in luxury, right? He has that big fridge of 100+ man. Meanwhile, I'm on like the default stealth Omega, just a casual one. If I want 100+, I have to get it all the way from my fridge. Grandin's living in luxury. Meanwhile, I am a mere peasant.
But it's okay because at least you have the option. It's there with you, so you're still doing okay. It's no Titan 2020, but what do you have? The Omega. It's there. You're still somewhere there. You want the 2020. You want the Titan League of Legends style. You can't get any of the 5 designs they have. You could go KDA, Arias, or whatever you want. Let's get ready to jump into picks and bans. Alliance versus Impunity are at a breaking point. Impunity want to find this game because it sets the momentum for them. We've seen how teams can come back from a 5-game deficit, in a 5-game series from a 2-game deficit, reverse sweep all the way. But Alliance, they want to end things right here and now. They are confident. They have made the plays that we expect from them. Slow, methodical. When they need to, they accelerate and they set things up. They are looking to go undefeated here.
Now in this third game, we joked about this, but I'm quite serious. I don't want to see a Vi here, with majority of the focus being, relatively similar from Game 1 and Game 2, right? No big changes in terms of bans. They don't want to let the Lee Sin through. They don't want to get the Rengar through. It's going to be Camille first choice here. You know what? Give it to Wildboar. Give it to Wildboar. Get Cote d'Ivoire to play Darius. Get Cote d'Ivoire to play Garen, right? You don't want the Vi here. That's the worst case scenario. Alliance, however, because there is the Janna open, they might just be opting for the Janna here. Okay, we see instead the changes in the ban. So instead the last ban here is not going to be the Lee Sin. Instead it will be the Gragas, whereas Camille, I believe, no? Okay, Lee Sin here. Interesting.
Goes for Lee Sin instead, and so Alliance let that one through. Camille could be the pickup from Alliance. Maybe they want to go for that. It's a big brain trade for the junglers potentially in this matchup, or they could bring it over to CWJ.
Yep, they could do Camille Baron Lane like you highlighted. I was about to add in, right? But that's the option they have in their composition right now. They can flex it around. In terms of tier 1 junglers, the only really viable option left is like Jarvan, I guess, that could be played by Shinsekai in the jungle. So I feel like this is going to be a Shinsekai Camille. Triforce into Guardian's Angel, very good build, allows him to play like he wants, very aggressive in. For Impunity now, they will be hovering the Alistar locking in for Scarlet Petal. I do like that pick. And the Xayah for some self-peel against the Camille is a good choice. So you dodge away from the Hextech Automatum, use the Featherstorm, buy yourself some space, and then nuke him down with a Blade Caller. This is a very quick pick and ban phase, by the way. Immediately going through for the Janna and the Kai'Sa. We talked about Janna into Alistar, right? You have some good ways to disengage, force the Alistar back. If he decides to look at you funny, you think he's gonna headbutt pulverize you, just drop the Howling Gale, push him back. Monsoon is also a great reset. It applies plasma stacks to everyone caught in the knockback, so Coden Feet is gonna have his chance to just reposition.
I really don't like what's happening with Impunity here. They are hitting all the right marks, going for the champions that they've been so well known for. Even the Katarina pickup to go into this game. Fiora, we've mentioned time and time again, it has its issues, but at the end of the day, when you're in these kind of situations, you just have to trust in your top laner to play it out. Go for the Fiora. If they want to do this, CWJ might end up picking the Malphite, a very strong staple pick against Fiora. A little bit before this meta, we have been seeing Garen a lot more prevalent going into these games, but Malphite, traditionally, just a very strong setup with a good ultimate can help Impunity, or can help Alliance rather, find the setup onto Impunity.
Diana the Katarina here. Again, another skill matchup for Raven and Swirl. If you manage to Shunpo away from the range of the Moonfall, you can re-aggress by using the Death Lotus. So I do like what I'm seeing, but there's a lot of reset. There's a lot of ways to deny Katarina entry into the fight. Namely, Unstoppable Force as well as Monsoon are the main, the big suspects here. If Sword wants to enter the fight, you have to wait for those ultimates to come down first to basically be used before you can jump in. The Lee Sin early lock-in should be paying dividends for Wildboar, especially against Camille. Although Camille can lock him down, we expect Wildboar to be more aggressive early on compared to Shinsekai. So the action does not stop for Impunity. They need to go early, they need to go quick, get the Katarina snowballing, get the Fiora snowballing.
I like the angles that Wildboar brought in last game. Even on the Vine, he was able to find agency in the Baron lane. Got a couple of ganks onto CWJ, brought him down once. The problem was in the mid lane. Raven got a solo kill. Down the bot side, even though Spaghetti and Scarlet Petal were able to get a kill onto Rich early on, they couldn't translate that lead into something significant. For now, we do see a bit of a change. Scarlet Petal a lot more inclined to be able to roam around and match Rich in a number of these movements. We talked about how Rakan has the weakness because he is deceptively squishy. What you might not realize is that he actually takes a lot of damage. Without a lot of resistances, his HP gets melted like butter. And so with Janna, now this time around, as well as the Alistar can match her a lot better, find some pressure in the mid lane, and give some breathing room, finally, to IMP.
This is one of those situations where the Alistar doesn't want to sit in the 2v2. You want to be roaming around and helping Swirl early on, set up the plays against the Diana, because most people might not know this too. You can cancel the channel from the Moonfall, so if you can get in together Swirl and get something going, I think that's probably the best case scenario here. If the Katarina gets started, it's hard to stop it. We've seen this before in like Summer's Rift, right? League of Legends PC, the game is going fine, everything's chill. Next thing you know, Katarina hits a Quadra and then she's popping off. So those are the things you have to be worried about if you are Alliance here. It's the last game for Impunity, or potentially the last game. I'm happy to see them pull out unorthodox picks just to throw a wrench into Alliance's plans. The Katarina is a good option. The Fiora is also a good option.
And so Impunity are finally in a position that we could see a comeback from. So far, been playing into Alliance's hands. Alliance this time around don't quite get the advantage they want from the draft phase. As a team that has so much experience and so much knowledge of the game, they've oftentimes won out the picks and bans outright this time around. Coming in here with the Malphite's a bit of a different pick, a bit of a different flavor. Let's see how they work this one out. Game number 3. Alliance just need one more to win it all. $12,000 and 5 Secretlab shares on the line. But both sides are going to make their way into the Super Summer Cup. I think Alliance did mention they were looking forward to playing some of the Taiwanese teams and the Philippines teams. Actually, a lot of these teams coming into this.
I'm curious to see how they stack up against the international competition or regional competition, because Alliance looks so dominant here. It's like comparing apples to oranges when you try to go as far as that analogy. It's tough when your leagues and bounce ahead of your current competition. So that should be interesting in and of itself once we approach the Super Summer Cup. What we have in front of us, though, is Impunity with some early cheese. You smell the premium aged Gouda. They're going for an invade onto Shinsekai to set him back early. I think this is the right play. Can they get this, though?
This is how it is. They get the knock up onto Shinsekai, find good damage overall. The smite going to come through from Shinsekai, give him a little bit more survivability. Flashes back into the safety of his turret. They get out now, moving over onto this rip buff. It denies Shinsekai some space, but it also slows down their own tempo. And without much wiggle room, Spaghetti going to get shoved in.
Yeah, now it is double range matchup. You can see they're just chunking him up, right? The moment he walks up, you throw Zephyr, you throw a Captain Rain. No real response coming in for the Xayah, who can't really trick back. So this is tough right now. Alliance, they need to push through the bot side and start their snowball. Oh, this is awful. Shinsekai, he has the base early on as Raven. He's going to find some aggression here. Try to turn it over onto Wild Boar, but nothing really doing there.
Just taking a bit of damage, isn't all too concerned because he's just gonna go and pick up the honey fruit right after. Does take a little bit of sustain out of the lane though. Bot lane wasn't able to create too much of an advantage using that space. We are looking to see how the top lane matchup goes because Fiora has taken control of this one, sent Malphite back already. And so with this kind of lane control, you see Malphite being able to pick up the early Bramble Vest. Fiora is going to have a small window where it's a little bit weaker. So moving in, but guess what? Shinsekai is in position. They're looking for this catch back with the barrier coming through. They should be able to find a kill on the Raven with the Ignite taking down. Rich joining into the fight now. They get a great reset coming in. Sword has the damage to come in. Bodies kills. Shinsekai. Rich almost gets killed away as well. Wild Boar not quite able to find yet another kill.
But that's exactly what you want as Impunity. You get 2 quick kills early on for Swirl to start the snowball. Now, in terms of items, I think he should be moving aggressively into just building full damage. Nothing to even question. Don't even need any survivability at this point. Just go full haunting guys into potentially a death cap later on. Even the Infinity Orb looks good for Swirl. Raven has to be careful in these trades. Doesn't have both of his summoner spells just yet. CWJ on this Malphite, we talked about it as a matchup that goes towards the Malphite the moment you buy Bramble Vest, because the item not only cuts the healing from Cote d'Ivoire, it also gives more damage for Malphite.
Yeah, just being able to clear out the waves, slowly harass the Fiora, you know, the Grand Challenge could be a bit of an issue. But as long as the Malphite still has the unstoppable force, can decide if he wants to fight or back off. In the meantime, Impunity happy to pick up that that 1 kill advantage, the 2 kills in the mid lane, and now a little bit ahead in gold. This is something a little bit different. Impunity finally being able to find the early game that they desired. Now moving into the mid side, top side also seeing a bit of a gank. Raven likely to go down here. Decent damage coming in from the Katarina. Moonfall going to be used, but Raven still goes down. CWJ survives. Cote d'Ivoire barely survives as well.
Yep, CWJ forced to use both of his summoner spells and the Unstoppable Force to get out, whereas Cote d'Ivoire, he still has his flash. Actually, a good knock up there. They could follow up for more damage if they want to. Knowing that Scarlet Petal is missing, though, puts a big question mark on that play. They will force Spaghetti away as Shinsekai roams down, looking to make something happen. This is a big wave collapsing. They could go for the kill.
What they don't see is the mid laner rolling down from the side of Impunity as well. Blade Caller going to be used as they try and find some space, stall for time as Wild Boy joins into the fight. Smoke coming in as well. They do manage to find the Hex out Ultimate, but the Dragon's Rage going to kick Shinsekai back. They cannot collect the kill on the Lee Sin, lose Rich in the process.
And despite the Lee Sin is so much better than the Camille when it comes to these duos, though, as you can see how valuable it is to just knock him out of the Hextech Ultimatum.
Raven looking to try and make a play up towards the top side, towards the Baron lane. Cote d'Ivoire just going to back off, suspects something is coming. Just goes for the Honey Fruit, resets, is going to come back strong, and so Raven loses a bit of space here, loses a bit of time. Impunity playing this so well, 4-1. They finally have the kill lead they're looking for. They have the goal lead they want as well. Rich going to get spotted out by Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire doesn't realize that it's just a Janna alone by himself. Rich playing so aggressive here.
Right, there you go, and this is a free Inferno Dragon, and with Katarina on your squad, you have to think this is worth a lot more than any other dragon in the game right now, especially because it amplifies the damage. It's a good trade though. Alliance at least get some structures. They will propel themselves to close to even, but the damage has been done. Inferno should be taken here.
Right, and bot lane turret looking to go down as well. Raven going to make his way over in a beeline, but with Wild Ball in position, 3 members collapsing all around this side. They're actually going to come through. Nice Dragon's Rage to deny Raven any opportunity in. Still looking for the engage. Rich joining in right now. Ghostblade going to proc. They don't manage to find the engage on the Spaghetti. Scarlet Petal providing deterrence, sets a lines behind.
Raven is still hovering around the bottom side. He's looking for a pick here first and foremost, and potentially a crash on the Dragon Tier 1. A lot of members from Impunity just moving towards that Dragon Tier 1 makes it very difficult for Alliance to even look funny towards that dive.
It's difficult to make much happen with how stout Impunity has been able to play, setting up in some really good spots, getting very good control around the map, responding very well to Alliance's movements around the map. Now a bit of a collapse coming in towards the Dragon side. Scarlet Petal going to make his way over to defend. Cote d'Ivoire likely going to get caught out, has to flash away, still has the repulse, could see him using that. Grand challenge over on the Shinsekai. Wild Boy joins in, they do just pick up the turret and back off. Reparo coming up, Xayah up in the Baron lane, continuing to farm up and shove in this turret.
That should be taken down pretty quickly, but Alliance are looking to stop that already. He didn't get enough time alone, so that's the problem. You didn't stack up the waves far enough. When Alliance make the rotation, you're a bit hard-pressed to continue sieging because you don't have a Tier 1 behind you. Cote d'Ivoire, however, will pick up that Dragon Tier 1. Now, Rift Herald started by Alliance. Remember that their composition, it needs Raven to get things going, right? If you can get the pick on the Katarina, all good and well, but
what's happening here? Raven wants to get going, but ends up getting caught out instead. Moonfall does manage to connect onto 3 members. A lot of damage over onto Wild Ball. Do we see Totem jumping in over the other end? Katarina dishing out a ton of damage onto Alliance. Alliance has to flash out. Smoke jumps right over on the CWJ. CWJ gets his shoot from the barrier, but still likely to go down. Running for his life right now. He gets killed off. It's a double kill for the Katarina. Swoll looking for more now. They dive under turret. Totem goes down. Swoll cannot get the reset time. It's still a triple though. A double for the Kaiser. They trade back. It's 3-4-3 on the side of Alliance and Impunity. Impunity still coming up ahead though.
Raven had to be the one to start the action, but not that way. Not getting caught out. It was a big Moonfall, but it wasn't a full channel, so the damage wasn't there. He wasn't able to reposition and jumping back
Tactical sweep joining in. Spaghetti gets killed off. And now Cote d'Ivoire looking for the grand challenge over on the Raven, but Raven has the damage. He can't fight 3, but he can fight 1. He takes him down, brings him out for dinner, but sends him back to home right after.
Yep, now we're looking for the mid-siege coming in because Alliance have the manpower. I don't think Scarlet Petal wants to be here.
Scarlet Petal takes a decent amount of damage, still has a bit of an out, but he can't quite find it. Wild Boar is not able to kick them away. Now Repair gonna be used, collapsing in onto the mid side. Just gonna look to try and escort the wave in. Swirled is here to defend. Wild Boar coming in from the angle, looking for the catch over on the corner. Gets a nice catch over on the Rich. Rich not gonna go down. First kill heads over the Katarina. Wild Boar gets killed off in exchange. Moving and repositioning. Konofi flashes away. Survives against the engage. And they bring the Repair to crash into mid tier 2.
Absolutely insane from Konofi to get out of there, right? The start of that fight was Wild Boar getting a good kick on Rich. He couldn't find the angle for Konofi. Tough luck, but at least they kill off the support first, and then Konofi had to stand his ground, had to find some form of response kill. Managing to use the killer instinct and flashing out. If there was a 2-for-1 there, I think Impunity just get control of this game. But right now, as it stands, 8.5 minutes in, Alliance are still ahead in goal. This is the closest game in the series so far, granted, and a lot of it has been on the backs of the Katarina. Finding those kills, finding those resets, picking up these fights for his team. They need to neutralize the Katarina, who's already picked up that death cap very early on and now is moving into the Morelos.
But in true Alliance fashion, they still managed to find the gold league despite all of that. Dragon now going over to them as well. Mountain Drake, a great dragon, could kind of negate the effects of the Inferno. Jumping in, it's going to be Wild Boar looking for the catch over the Shizuka. Shizuka gets the heal. But over the other end, what a huge unstoppable force looking for the catch on to the Fiora. Fiora goes down, Quarterfall is dead. Sword has to flash away. They managed to kill off 3. Now looking for a 4th as a triple kill for Raven. Rich flashes over, looking for the catch over on the Katarina. Katarina can run away where the Howling Gale cannot connect, but Raven joins in. The Ignite comes through. It's an ace as Alliance takes them down off the back of a huge dragon fight.
How does Rich have balls this big? Just jumping forward with the flash and getting the Ignite? You're absolutely kidding me. This is a support who chases it down to the ends of the earth. One thing I want to point out, just bring up the items right now. You'll notice something, right? Before they get their buys in, bring up the items. You see that 2 people have picked up the Zhonya's upgrade instantly. The reason for this, in addition to the redemption, is because they don't want to give the Katarina the reset. So what happens here is Alliance, they're able to jump in, burst down as many members of Impunity as possible, then pop the Zhonya's enchantment to buy space so that Katarina cannot jump on them. It's a smart micro decision coming from Alliance. As Rich might die here, but it should be okay for Alliance to just hold on because they don't get the mid-tier 1.
Rich going down as he goes a little bit too aggressive. Doesn't have to flash to get out, but in the meantime, Alliance have set up some pressure around this Baron. They do manage to get collapsed over onto Wild Boar. Jumping in with the killer instinct. They find the 1 kill. Throw now. Should be able to find the reset back on the Raven. But like you mentioned, going golden into the Hourglass. Joining back in is going to be Shizuka. He gets the Hextech ultimated, but it's going to be Spaghetti responding back, going into untargetable mode. They get out. Unstoppable Force connects over onto the back end, but guess what? Fiora comes in with a double kill. Sword gets his ultimate back up. It's a triple for Fiora as Impunity turns the fight back, and it's a back and forth. Alliance with the ace. Now it's Impunity. Baron now in the sights.
Alliance is just trickling into these fights one by one, right? This is the full monkey business that just running in and looking for these 1v1s is not how you play this fight. Rich now is going to use the Tornado to shove the support off. He's going to get the kill, but can he do anything more there?
Nice disrupt on the Swirl. Joining in is a double teleport. Swirl's going to go down here. Rich might just be able to find a kill onto this one, but Swirl survives a little bit longer. Joining in now. Thank you for the leash, says Alliance. As Impunity backs off, they hand this Baron right into the hands of Alliance as they all teleport into the Baron pit and take them down as well.
Everybody grab your bananas. This is a monkey fiesta game at its finest. Alliance, you know, Rich was the MVP. They're stalling the Baron take, and because they don't have the damage, because Rich is just sitting there with copious amounts of deterrent, it allows for the rest of Alliance to just TP in and close this one out. And thanks for the leashes, right? Because Alliance now with this Baron buff looking to gain control again after throwing the mid-game portion by running in 1v1.
You're kidding me right now. Alliance, they come back from that position right after it looked like Impunity was ahead. I mean, what is going on? What is happening between these two teams? They just decide that fighting once isn't enough. Let's fight again and again and again. Running triple teleport. Now Diana switches back onto the Hourglass. Look at decisiveness. To switch up the enchantments to be able to join into that team fight. Now that he doesn't need it anymore, goes back to the Hourglass where he's going to be able to respond to the Katarina.
And that's something you can do. All it does is cost money to swap between the enchantments. It's not a lot of resources invested if you can pick up the Baron. So that is a instantaneous decision by Alliance to say, yep, I'm just going to throw some money down the drain, but I know that I'm going to get it back when we get the Baron. So that is a stonks move. as CWJ, he's going to be able to, Shinsekai rather, will be able to leap away with the hook shot.
Guess what? Ravens in a 1v1 against Kodavar. Kodavar with a great lunge, a great repulse is actually going to be able to survive this. Good shield coming in from Raven. He stays alive a little bit longer now over on the back end. Rich trying his best to fight this one through. The Ignite's coming in! And they take him down, and Rich outplaying the Fiora there. Brings in Golden Feet now over on the back end. Wild Ball tries to jump in on over to Raven, but cannot quite find it. They lose the support, but Rich is more than happy for this trade. A 2-for-1 as they pick this one up. CWJ goes off somewhere else on the map's throat now, joining in. Let's figure out what's going to happen there. Flash over the wall. They get the knockout over on the Golden Feet. Golden Feet taking a decent amount of damage, but it's looking like the Alistar is dead as well. Getting locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum. Kept in the kennel. Forced to fight against the 3 members of Alliance. Still good sport about it though. You saw the little emoji, the little sticker.
We saw in the interview, right, when they were asked, how are you going to spend your prize money as the feather chases all the way in?
Yeah, Raven just walks
to
back
recall
for a bit.
again. Yeah. You know, when they asked Alliance, how are you guys going to spend your prize money? I think Glaciox was like, yeah, we're going to eat Hai Di Lao. And because of Rich making that play, they probably enjoy that, and more like Rich gets his chance to Jia Liao here already. Like, he can order whatever he wants just by making these plays.
Add an
like, you want 4
extra
soups
serving.
in the plate? Yeah, go ahead with 4 soups in the hot pot by all means.
Dragon started up by Alliance. It's going to be the Cloud. Something to just tie them over in the meantime. As Baron spawns up in about half a minute, Alliance had to start setting up for that one. We saw what they did with the Baron in their previous engage, in their previous push, whatever you want to call it. Able to pick up all the outer and inner tier turrets. Now it's just down to the inhibitor turrets. All they have to go for. Once they're able to do that, once they're able to break that open, there's little that Impunity can do to stop Alliance from just waltzing in and crushing the base.
One thing we'll probably see as the game goes on for Alliance is as they open up the inhibitor turrets, right? You'll see Raven swap back to TP because he knows there's a window for him to just backdoor and his team can hold on. He's still holding on to the Zhonya's, don't get worried. But once they open the inhibitor turrets, that is when the waves start trickling in. Oh, bit of a weird flash for Shinsekai.
Oops, we're just gonna call that thumb slip. Thumb slip. His phone didn't sense it properly. Scarlet Petal gonna make his way over, going to try and displace the enemy team. Gets a nice 3-man knockup over on the back end. Raven trying to find some space. Kodavar trying to get a kill where he can. The Grand Shadow is coming out, not quite able to get a kill on the Golden Feet. Big ultimate coming in from CWJ, but he's just gonna get the reset over back to the enemy team. Swole jumping in now. Golden Feet coming in with a lot of damage with the Candian Rain. Trying to take down Spaghetti first, though. Spaghetti still over the side. Dodges away from the Featherstorm, but the Blade Recall will find its mark. Gets the kill, it's a double for the Xayah. And 4 dead on the end of Alliance. Impunity still alive with 2. A disorganized fight as Alliance was split between both ends, having to deal with the engage coming in from one side from Cote d'Ivoire, as well as the opposing threat that CWJ and Raven died for.
Very important that Spaghetti managed to pick up the Zhonya's there. It was the make or break difference in that team fight. If he didn't get the Zhonya's off, he doesn't get his Featherstorm off, he dies to the Candian Rain and then they lose that fight. But because he was in stasis for a while, they position around him, throw the Featherstorm down, and Spaghetti's able to survive. So again, another pro tip of why Zhonya's Enchant is such an important buy. This time he does it exactly right. 3 core items, Zhonya's Enchant after that, and starts fighting for his team.
We see how impactful that could really be. I mean, you know, you can't really just rely on that single form, that Blade, that Featherstorm to be enough to keep you alive, especially when they have so much secondary engage. The fact that they have the Malphite as well is going to be very difficult to deal with. Baron control coming in from Alliance. They want to try and pick up a kill where they can. Wild Ball over on the side, looking like an engage on the Swole. Should be able to find this lockdown, but multiple members on the enemy and coming in. Nice unstoppable force. They managed to find one, find a second. Now looking for a third. Cote d'Ivoire running away. They are barely able to jump on Spaghetti. Spaghetti's gonna go down. It's a triple for Golden Feet. Looking for
Scarlet
more.
Petal's just gonna run here, but I think he's gonna get caught by Rich.
Where's Rich? He's not looking for, he cannot find Cote d'Ivoire. Does manage to spawn out Scarlet Petal though, so now he's just going to keep dealing with that threat. They're back over into the mid lane. Raven sets this one up, they're just gonna keep shoving in. They have good pressure coming out. 30 seconds, Moonfall comes out, they get locked down on the Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire's gonna go down. Raven drops the aggro with the Hourglass. They find this game. It's a 3-0 Alliance. Undefeated in the Singapore playoffs.
They will be your champions for the Sea Icon playoffs. Singapore region, and my goodness, Alliance in indomitable fashion. It looked shaky for a while in the mid game, but that final fight, Shinsekai starts things off for his team. No hesitation from the rest of Alliance to collapse the moment he hits the Hextech ultimatum onto Swirl. You could just see things go from bad to worse the moment the Katarina gets caught up, because once you're stuck inside that octagon, there's no way you're getting out. And then CWJ follows up with an incredible unstoppable force just to keep them all caught up, allowing Coden Feet to fly in and clean up the fight.
With so many back and forth moments there, Alliance giving up 4 kills at one point, 4-1, then it was something like 8-4 or 8-2 or something along those lines, and they were trading back and forth. Both sides were really even. You look at the kill count right now, 22 and 26, but in true Alliance fashion, despite the kills being whatever number they are, eventually they build up the gold lead, find the items that they need, and with intelligent itemization, you saw Raven switch to the teleport just to go for that Baron fight where they swept up Impunity. These are the moments and these are the decisions that make up why Alliance is so dominant in this region.
That was a big stonks play. Just swapping to the TP and then jumping in to deny the Baron and stealing it away from themselves. Like, what more can you say about Alliance? A team that understands how to make adjustments on the fly. A team that is so mechanically solid that even in 50-50 situations, opponents hesitate against going up against them because they can edge out these victories by slightly narrow margins.
It just has to start with one. They go and start building a lead. You know, we look at the composition overall. Impunity went for the composition that was a little bit higher risk. They had to fight more, but look at Swirl. He was able to bring so much more to the table with the Katarina, able to get some resets, a triple kill at one point of time, and from there was looking to turn the game around. They were looking to turn the series around, but Quadrois just couldn't find the tempo that he needed after the Mel fight started scaling up. Once the fight started going their way, he jumps in, tries to dive in between multiple members on the side of Alliance, but at the end of the day, they just have too much crowd control to push them back. Let's take a look at all the moments that made up this amazing series as Alliance are the champions of the Sea Icon Series Singapore. Going to just willingly ignore that for now. Wow, Engage coming in, they're looking for the catch over on the CWG. The Emperor Hen brings him right back. Quadrois might have gone a little bit too aggressive. Flashing forward, CWG does get the kill. Brings down the Nocturne Guillotine. Lions make their way over to Dragon easily. You talked about how Impunity had to step up because the Dragon was up. Doesn't make too much of a difference. Now the collapse in between the two turrets. No. They get the catch on the burst right away. Even with the corrupted chains, it doesn't stop them from going in. Rich has to flash out. Now we see CWJ caught out between multiple members on the side of IMP. Turning back around, the move forward is massive on the 3 with the damage coming in. It's Coden Feet into the back line, taking down the Ari, looking to try and take down Scarpetto as well. Couldn't quite find it, but still.
Like, who else builds 3 proto belts, by the way? As a hold on, Coden Feet, he might just die here.
He gets caught out. Yeah, that's going to be the hero entrance going to be used. They do manage to get a knock up over onto Quadrois. Quadrois likely to go down right now. Still managed to get out. Not enough damage to follow through. Wild Ball survives a little bit longer with the going golden. Shizukai chases after Scarpetto. Should be able to find this kill. Now we're back over onto the Garen. They're trying to look for this Garen. Quadrois tries to run.
It's a support soloing the Baron later. This is an awful lot of damage.
On the Scarpetto, they get the Moonfall coming in. The Crush Strike will be to connect. Now they get one. Now looking for a second. The Monsoon coming in as well. The Wild Boar goes down. Now they're chasing after Spaghetti, but Spaghetti flashes away. Jumping into the backline, they use a hashtag ultimatum. The shield coming out, going to be able to keep their team alive. And Raven's still up. Shizukai knocks Swirl back. They take him down as a trade back for the jungle, but 4 dead over on the side of IMP, 2 dead on Alliance. Rest of the team coming in though, Raven joining into the fight pretty soon. They do manage to get the upper hand over onto 2, jumping in. They do get out for now, but over into the back lines, Raven is almost dead. Quadrois joins in, looking for the catch over onto Rich. CWJ so very low at this point, has to flash away even with his burial. Oh my goodness, Raven gets the fruit just in time, able to survive. They manage to trade back onto the Camille. And Rich, what is he doing? This absolute madman gets everything. Spaghetti sends him back into the base as they break it open too. Now moving on to the Nexus. They're looking to try and take this one down. Wild Boar doesn't have much more he can do. They do manage to get the knockup over onto the enemy team. Technical Street connects onto a couple members on the side of Alliance. Raven goes golden, survives a little bit longer. They trade back. 4 members strong on Impunity. They try to defend as best as they can. But Alliance ignore them all and go for the Nexus. They take it down 2-0. But what's happening here? Raven wants to get going, but ends up getting caught out instead. Moonfall does manage to connect on the 3 members. A lot of damage over on the Wild Ball. Do we see coveted jumping in over the other end? Katarina dishing out a ton of damage onto Alliance. Alliance has to flash out. Swope jumps right over on the CWJ. CWJ gets his shield from the barrier, but still likely to go down.
Channel, so the damage wasn't there. He wasn't able to reposition
Whoa,
and jumping back
tactical sweep joining in. Spaghetti gets killed off. And now Quantivar looking for the grand challenge over on the Raven, but Raven has the damage. He can't fight 3, but he can fight 1. He takes him down against the heal. But over the other end, what a huge unstoppable force looking for the catch on to the Fiora. Fiora goes down. Quantivar is dead. Sword has to flash away. They manage to kill off 3. Now looking for a 4th as a triple kill for Raven. Rich flashes over, looking for the catch over on the Katarina. Katarina can run away where the Howling Gale cannot connect, but Raven joins in. The Ignite comes through. It's an ace as Alliance takes them down off the back of a huge dragon fight.
Shove the support off. He's gonna get the kill, but can he do anything more?
Nice disrupt onto Swirl. Joining in is a double teleport. Swirl's gonna go down here. Rich might just be able to find a kill onto this one, but Swirl survives a little bit longer. Joining in now. Thank you for the leash, says Alliance. As Impunity backs off, they hand this Baron right into the hands of Alliance as they all teleport into the Baron pit and take them down as well. They have good pressure coming out. 30 seconds. Moonfall comes out. They get locked down on the Quantivar. Quantivar's going to go down. Raven drops the aggro with the Hourglass. They find this game. It's a 3-0 Alliance. Undefeated in the Singapore playoffs. Once again, congratulations to the Champions Alliance. A team looking too big for this little pond in Singapore. They are ready to move on into the Sea Summer Cup. I have to say, Alliance just look like they don't have enough competition going on in Singapore. Even Impunity, a team that was touted as their rival going into this one, apart from that last game and one of the games in the upper bracket playoffs, didn't even really seem very close, and Alliance just seemed to have such a good read on how to play the game overall.
On the first day of playoffs, we said Impunity as a team was always living in the shadow of the Alliance. Well, that shadow looms longer and larger after this series, and unstoppable, undefeated throughout the whole playoffs. Too big for this pond is right now. They have to go out into the ocean and experience, competition against the other regions, the likes of Vietnam, the likes of Taiwan, who they themselves said they were looking forward to play. We'll see Impunity and Alliance, because their journey does not end here. They have qualified for the Super Summer Cup later on in June, and I believe Gren and I probably will be casting that as well. So if you guys enjoyed what you liked here, enjoyed what you saw here, feel free to tune into the English broadcast of the Super Summer Cup.
Even if you didn't, go and support the teams. What are you doing? Watch more of the action.
Even if you don't like us.
Yeah,
even if I look like you're dead.
Good and bad things. He feels like you're gonna ask him to do his homework pretty soon. It's a lot of demands from Hungary. Play this, play that, don't play this, go do that. A lot of very demanding. But
why you pick Vi? Pick Jarvan like a proper jungler.
But of course, that's about wraps it up for the entire CICON series in Singapore. We've had 2 qualifiers coming into 3 days of playoffs, and a lot of new teams and a lot of new faces joining us from a variety of titles. Some from League of Legends before, some from different mobile titles, and some who have just started in Wild Rift. And that's amazing. The fact that they were able to join this level of competition right from the get-go. Very impressive what we've seen so far. We saw a lot of newcomers and new additions to the region. Guys like Celestials, like Noblesse, who are looking really good. They just need some time to really grow and iron things out. With the inclusion of a World Series later on going to be happening this year, it could be an indication for more Wild Rift things to happen. So if you guys are looking to go and play it in more competitions, this is a good time to form a team and look for some players to go with.
Not to mention, we have Super Summer Cup and also the fall season of Icon series that will be coming up later this year. For more information, tune in, or you know what, just like the Facebook page you're watching this on, facebook.com/versusasia for updates. And if you guys are interested, form a team of 5 and join the competition, because at least you get experience. Best case scenario, you go home with the Secretlab chair, some awesome prize money, as well as H2O, 3 months worth of H2O. Once again, proudly sponsored by our delightful sponsors here at Icon Series. All this couldn't have been done without their help, so we're very grateful once again for their efforts in making esports, continuation, especially in this time of COVID.
Oh, Absolutely, it's a difficult time for everybody. Esports has been thankfully able to continue going, especially with the help of our guys from Secretlab, 100+ and Elephant. With that being said, we have come to the end of this broadcast. It's been an exciting past 3 days and a lot of clean sweeps from these teams. We talked about it, 2-0 all the way, 3-0 in the grand finals. I love monkey games, I love good games, but at the end of the day,
we got one monkey game before we closed out. At least we got one monkey game.
At the end of the day, we are, and Improve is, this is still very early on in the Wild Rift cycle. There's a lot of time and a lot of space to keep growing for all of us. With that being said, we're coming to the end of the broadcast. Thank you guys for tuning in so much. This is from everybody on the production, myself as well as Hungry. We'll see you guys next time.
No one is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Time to strike! You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock.
Dust them, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Ah!